So here's what we've got so far. As we said earlier, we're thinking Mini gets in there, and then it's about as even as is physically possible for a round of 16.
It'll be a 5-5-6 if he makes it in, and that's it doesn't even matter who else makes it. But yeah, he should be favored, as you can see here, who has gone through already. Had a very fun Group before in Group E with MisO getting through in second place. That was pretty cool. I can't wait to see how Mini plays, though, compared to how MisO played. You know, remember, Mini is very shuttle-focused in Protoss vs. Terran.
Well, Mini is really the new era of Protoss, where MisO is the old. You know, Mini really is able to do a lot of these builds, and all the matchups, by the way. He's able to do these builds that we thought were either obsolete or too eccentric to be applicable in a tournament, and he's able to do it. I mean, we're talking like one-base gas builds versus Zerg.
Oh, yeah.
You know, obviously the shuttle play here in PvT. PvP, he's quite smart in as well. So I'm excited to see how Mini's going to perform today. Again, I think this is a group he has to get out of. And then I guess it's either Mong or maybe MisO.
Yeah.
But I don't feel strongly about either.
No, I certainly do not either. I think Mong is slightly favored to get out second place.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. And honestly, if nothing goes wrong for Mong in the early game against Mini, he can beat Mini as well. Like, this is not unrealistic. As long as... Because Mini sometimes panics, too. Yeah. You know, like, he sometimes does, like, a really dumb move where he's, like, gets a little bit behind, then he throws his shuttles into turrets, and it's just... that's it. He
does seem to be a little bit more out of his element on stage, although I think we've seen him basically overcome that.
Maybe, like, but we have seen it from time to time, right? So I'm not
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how this man does. He looks older than last time we saw him. I guess everyone is older than last time.
I think we look older than the last time anybody saw us.
Not me.
No, you're actually getting younger. There's a painting in Artosis' house of him where he's getting older, but Artosis stays the same age.
Yeah.
And for me, my head just gets a little bit bigger each year. It's like, how big is Tasos' head going to be?
My painting's getting so old, it almost looks like you now, Tasos!
Oh, Tasos. Damn, the fingernails are real over here.
Man.
All right.
He's a vampire.
Damn, those are some long fingernails.
Yeah.
That would bother me if my nails were that long.
Actually, back in the Kespa days, a lot of pro gamers grew their fingernails on their right hand long. And, well, he has them on both. But they thought that they helped them press the keyboard buttons better.
I knew some players who were really into rhythm games that had longer fingernails as well.
What? I'm just looking who he beat. Oh, he actually beat MisO in the finals of his group to make it in. That's really funny.
This is a guy we just don't know a lot about. And I'm actually quite excited for this player, even though I think he's probably going to end up dropping out of this group.
Yeah.
Because it's showing you that there are new people that are up and coming. For this guy, this is the biggest day of his career.
Yes, it certainly is.
For sure.
It's a big deal, and it's really extra funny that he's actually literally in the group with MisO's who he beat to get in. But that also, MisO is one of those borderline guys that isn't in every season. Anyways, I actually really hope that he plays MisO again, because I feel like MisO would beat him here, right? Because of the experience factor,
of the pressure and everything else.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
All right, guys, we're going to be going on to Eclipse as we have for the start of every group here in the round of 24. It is a PvT. We know that Protosses can gas steal. They can proxy or they can play straight up normal on this map. How will Mini approach it? Well, we're going to find out now as Mini versus Soso. It's hard to, sorry, it's hard to hype out the name Soso.
Soso?
I was like, Mini versus Soso. It's just one of the ideas. It's hard. It's hard to shout.
I get you. Yeah. Well, actually,
it's like shouting average.
I feel almost kind of hyped about that ID, and I'm going to say a name, and that's going to send a lightning bolt through your brain and anyone else who's played this game for over 20 years.
Yep.
D22 Soso.
Oh, there's an ID I haven't heard in forever.
Yeah, and while Mini's going out to do a proxy gate and gas steal, let me just explain this. Basically, at the very, very beginning of StarCraft, I'm talking 1999-ish, there was a player known as D22 Soso, who is considered one of the strongest players in the world.
Wasn't he like a Command and Conquer player as well, or am I making that up?
I can't recall, but he did very well at like NA lands. I believe he was actually a Korean American.
Yeah.
And
correct.
yeah, he did. Oh my God, where he's putting that's insane. I want to talk about that. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there for anyone who remembers D22 Soso.
There was a couple big names back when you. I wonder if this is still on the internet. The battle reports.
Yeah. I would imagine battlereports.com is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. But look at where his gateway is being put. This is so far back, you will never scout it.
No, this is brilliant. I mean, putting the gateway over here like this is, it's close enough that you can actually get to the Terran very quickly, but it's in a spot that, I mean, I haven't casted a game where someone's proxied here before. I haven't seen this. It would never occur to me to put that down there. And so this is going to be a bit of a surprise here. Now, is he going to go for the gas deal immediately? He has the minerals, but it looks like he wants to make it look like it's a man or pylon.
Oh, he puts down the gas, and yeah, this is like, we're not even having Soso scout for it, and that's actually best case scenario for him. If you go out and look for this gateway right away and you don't find it, and you actually search for it, then you go to the main base, then you're not going to be ready for it. Now let's see. He doesn't scout the back of his natural. He goes down a little bit here. Now, this is a normal proxy gate location.
Right.
Doesn't see it there. Okay, so this is bad for Soso because he's looking for something that is not there.
That's right.
And he actually doesn't check the other location.
And so now the Zealot's going to come up. Going up here into the natural is going to be the key here. And we've seen games where they did not actually get the gas up, but having the gas stolen, having the barracks down here, like, this is so good for Protoss, and even getting the Manor pylon up.
Dave, look at this beautiful SCV block there for a moment. Now, going behind, uses the probe and the Zealot to try to get some additional damage onto these SCVs. Good micro from Soso so far.
Yeah, he's done a very good job of controlling this. I'm wondering if there's going to be a battery thrown down here in the rush. I guess that wouldn't be that good. I'm always curious with rushes like this, like how far can a pro push it? The Zealot's coming up now.
And look at this. The micro of Soso so far is amazing, really. Like, for a rookie player to micro in such a high-stress situation this well is already extremely impressive.
Now, watch the probe come up here.
Yeah, he's going to retake the gas.
Yeah,
if it gets going.
He's probably going to actually attack the gas. Oh, maybe he won't have time, but if you can actually kill the gas right before it's dead yourself and then rebuild on it, it's huge.
Yeah, it's a common move on the ladder. Gotta watch out for that. Look at it. He has a lot of Marines. He's actually microed so well. Look at this. Juking and jiving, pulled around SCVs, stopping on the Zealots. I am so impressed with this micro.
He's got Zealots on both sides. The probe did retake the gas. The probe was also killed off.
But Soso pulls those SCVs back, actually traps one of the Zealots really well. Another Zealot does end up connecting on the Marines, but you know what? Like, this is still a very solid hold.
It's possible that he could try to come in here and kill some more of these wounded Marines. Again, the goal is just to make this gas geyser last as long as possible. It's just about having that, because the gas is now started here for Protoss. Keep in mind, some of these Marines are damaged, others are not, but Zealots are already very strong against Marines as it is. If you get those Dragoons out, then you can really come in there and do quite a bit of damage.
Ooh, Mini gets right on top. Really great move from Mini, but Soso, again, with very sharp micro, pulls back, still has 5 Marines, and he's going to make a bunker down the ramp. Like, he absolutely needs to expand off of this. He held it brilliantly. How else can I say it? I'm so impressed that in his first pro match, he holds a rush like this.
It's pretty wild. The Marines are getting stuck on top of the SCVs.
Oh my god, that was so painful right there. He loses a lot. Now the SCVs drill up really quick movements there to drill them towards the main base and block those Zealots.
Yeah, he's doing a good job pushing in here. And again, I mean, just getting on top of these Marines like this, beautifully done. One more Zealot's going to come in here. I think the bunker's going to finish. Oh, I guess not. I guess it's not as far along as I thought.
Oh, and he actually picks off some on the way. Mini's micro really strong as well. And Soso at the very end of this gonna end up losing a few more Marines, but again, this is actually like, I think he held this better than many seasoned pros would have held it.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Okay, so finally that's picked off. Now, where is the cybernetics core tech at here? This is what
he just keeps going.
So, because he killed off enough of those Marines, he can basically ignore the bunker. The Zealot can just run by, and remember, these probes have been mining the entire time. They've gone uninterrupted. About a quarter or less of the SCVs have been used to defend here the entire time, or attack the gas or anything else.
And oh my god, another Zealot's coming out. He's getting all the scouting intel as well. He sees the 2 factories. And I mean, Mini is keeping the pressure on while he's going ahead and taking his expand, but I still have to commend Soso for this hold. It's still very, very strong. Like, so many things could have gone worse for him, but he ends up holding pretty well. Now, Mini ran by with even more units. The amount of aggression he's putting on is kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, Mini really knows this balancing act perfectly. I think a lot of other Protoss players would have backed up more quickly, but you can see Mini just sort of knows just how far Protoss can go. And, again, you could see the Dragoons, same with the Zealots, can basically ignore the Marines. Or the Marines in the bunker, I mean. And now that he's in, this is where it gets scary, because 4 Dragoon shots kills a Marine. These SCVs want to get a surround. They're going to break free on this left side up here.
Oh my god, tasteless. I can't even. Like, Mini just kept it up and kept going, and Soso did a great job for a really long time, but only ended up getting 1 Marine in that bunker, and just barely he's going to be broken. Like, this is very bad for him now. he's barely mining.
I don't know if the game is going to end, but we're getting to a point here where the damage is becoming just insane. Is that Nexus done?
Yeah, I think it's just finishing about now.
He's so caught up in microing this.
Yeah.
And again, it's not that many shots for Dragoons to kill a tank, and so the first tank goes down, and Mini is just wrecking right now.
I can't believe how much this turned on its head. He just kept sending those units. I know this feel, though. Sometimes this happens where you start holding a rush magnificently, and then everything goes wrong, and oh god, he didn't even repair that one. So now he's starting to fall apart, unfortunately.
I think there's Dragoons attacking the bunker down here, and I think this rush is almost over, but I mean, the amount of SCVs that have been killed, the number of attacking units that are not going to be part of this game anymore. I think Mini is going to easily take his 3rd base. He does that just now.
Yeah.
He's going to tech into Reavers. He'll be able to really keep the Terran off the 3rd here. And in fact, this bunker's going to go down.
He can't let the bunker go down. He actually really needs that there. Okay, he does end up saving it. Thank God for Soso. And I guess the game will go on. But, oh my god, he actually ends up losing. No! Mini jumping on the tank. Does not end up getting it. Soso pulls back up the ramp.
I can't believe this attack is continuing on here. It looks like even if the Terran survives, I guess the problem I'm having here, try to imagine a Terran win, is like when Reavers are out. I mean, Reavers are so good now to help out in fights like this.
Well, it's just like, what do you do in any situation? It's really, it's impossibly hard. He's losing so many SCVs, so much mining time, so many units. He doesn't have siege mode yet. Mini is just keeping him busy, whittling him down.
Yeah. Here come the siege tanks, finally in siege mode. They're able to drive this back as best they can. There's the first Reaver in the game. I don't even know if there's turrets in the main, are there?
Oh, he might have one, but I'm not sure if he even made it yet. All right, the 3rd base is up for Mini.
He's got the contain on him here. It looks like the Reaver's going to come up now. Now, already so many SCVs have been picked off that it's, even though we see infrastructurally, Terran sort of has what they need to get going here, they don't have the resources coming in like they would normally. The supply is actually 50 to 75.
That's such a difference at this point in the game. Really, you should be much, much closer than that. He's taken a ton of damage. Mini's economy is going to just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Look at this. Drops a Zealot and a Reaver on there. Attack moves in with the Goons, but that's not doing as well. It's really the Reaver that's carrying this battle.
Yeah, the Reaver's able to target down the tanks, and it looks like the Shuttle's barely going to survive, and that is just another bust here.
Oh.
The Shuttle can even pick up the Reaver. I mean, it just gets worse.
Yeah. This is too bad. It was so promising at the beginning of the game, Tasteless. I was ready to tell you that we have our new Terran Hope, and then this happened.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think the real victory for Mini was when he killed the Marines at the ramp and the bunker could not be fully filled up. Because then the Zealots and the Dragoons could just run by it.
Yeah, he just kept running in with everything, and this is going to be GG. I will be very surprised if Mini stays in this game from here. I mean, if Mini won't stay in the game because Soso's going to be eliminated. Yeah, there it is. GG.
GG. I mean, Mini. It's a good build in a 1v1 map like that.
Yeah.
It's one of the stronger aggro builds that there is in PvT, if not the strongest.
Yeah, I think he executed it pretty well. I think that Soso was actually out microing him for a long time, and then when he was really trying to take his bunker, Mini jumped in with more Zealots and just barely got on top of the Marines and just barely got up the ramp and then just barely did it again and then just barely got Goon in and then just barely got a second Goon in, and at that point it was too much. It's like you need to be able to rally around your bunker and block everything eventually. You really need 3 Marines in there, 4 Marines in there, and block with your ICVs, get that damage done. But Mini, just relentless, and does end up punishing the up-and-comer.
What's up, everybody? We're back. ASL continues on. Thank you, Artosis, for the Tums. I was having some acid reflux. Artosis saved me. We had some coffee, and then we had a little bit of pizza. Now I'm like, I'm about to be that high school science experiment where you try to make the volcano with the baking soda, you know.
Dude, you can't be
like,
yeah, you can't be doing ASL without some pizza, man. That's a given.
I'm gonna say 1 GG and everything's just gonna foam out of my mouth. So thank God. Thank you for hooking me up, Artie.
You're welcome.
It's time for the winners match. Mong is great. Mong is good. But now he is in Mini's hood. And
I was wondering where you were gonna go.
Yeah, we should just start doing Dr. Seuss casts.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, okay, wait. It said the map. Is it Ultimate Stream we're playing on? I don't know. I was like too busy.
It's Hidden Track, right?
No, it's not Hidden Track. You do vetoes here, so I think it's Ultimate Stream, but we'll see in a minute.
You don't even know how this tournament works. Like, isn't this? You're like, no, tasteless. What are you talking about?
Why aren't they playing on Plasma?
I haven't seen anybody pick Hunters yet, and I don't know why.
Yeah. You know, you get more money on Zero Clutter. Why aren't they playing?
Yeah. Yeah. The real maps are the ones where you can't run out of money.
Yeah. More strategic depth.
Yeah.
Okay, Ultimate Stream, let's go.
Ultimate Stream, Mong vs. Mini, the battle of the M's. Let's go and find out who advances to the round of 16.
Okay, top right, we've got Mong. And the top left, we have Mini. Yeah, I'm super stoked just to see what their openers are going to look like. You know, this is a map where we've already talked a lot how it looks like Katrina, kind of, how you have that front natural up a ramp, so things like Gasless Expansion or Nexus First could be very big, very strong, but then we've seen some players trying to counter that with things like Forward Barracks or Zealot openers. But I think that the first, 4 minutes of the game are incredibly important, because right around after that, Mong is going to be on his track towards macro.
Right.
And in that situation, Mini can beat him. It's possible, but that's where Mong becomes, very, very good. That's where pro gamer Mong, all of his money is made, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Mong has always been extremely mechanically Gifted. Very subtle artosis.
We all handle pizza in different ways, Tastes. All right. You get your heartburn, I get my new stomach dinosaur.
Yeah, you get your stomach dinosaur.
Yeah.
But you're trying to move the mic there to avoid that sound. I don't know what I'm talking about. What are we talking about?
We're talking about this TVP, bro.
Bro.
Okay, it's going to be a Nexus first for Mini.
Yeah, but a barracks right out here at the front for Mong.
Yeah, I think for Mong, most likely, he's just going to go for a command center right after this. Like, it should just be a gasless expand. Let's see which direction he scouts in, because that's going to give him some peace of mind if he goes directly to Mini space. But he's not. He's going to go to the bottom.
Yeah, he's headed down there now, and we have Mini coming up here towards the upper right to get that initial scout off. So, fast Nexus, first of all, one of the extremely strong macro openings for PvT, but it's kind of a build I feel like we haven't even fully unpacked yet. Does that make sense?
Do you mean like the theory behind it or something?
Well, just what Protoss can do with it. There's a lot of different openers for it, actually.
Oh yeah,
PvT.
there's a lot. There's a lot.
And it seems like some people are figuring out you can cut even more corners.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one I'm watching here, is it going to be a double gate right away, or is it going to be just, is this the one where you can even skip a zealot? We've had some builds where people do that.
Yeah. Those ones, I mean, it gets so insanely abusive at that point. We're going to see in a moment.
Yeah. Especially because Terran's basically doing a fast expand build, too.
Yeah, Terran's doing the fastest you ever really see. No one actually goes command center first in this matchup, because a single zealot will actually end the game.
Well, it's such a coin flip, especially when, you have this much on the line.
And he gets in, scouts, and actually sees that it is a greedy Nexus first.
Right.
So this is the one where you didn't go 2-gate. You're not really cutting probes. It's the best version of Nexus first if you're not getting rushed. And he's not. It's like a couple Marines are walking over, but that's just in case he doesn't make a zealot. He does, and the Marines instantly turn around.
So some SCVs have been pulled here, and they're going to be sent over to the natural. And I'm asking you, Artos, is there anything Terran could do at all as far as recourse goes when they see this, if you're doing this build as Terran?
Oh, if you go gasless expansion, I think that actually a 2-fact or a 4-fact attack are both very, very good.
Okay.
You can go like multiple siege tanks, 3 siege tanks or 5 siege tanks, and rally Vulture and get there like before they can get to Reaver. So, or while the Reaver's flying towards your base, rather, before the Reaver gets to you, which is the important thing. So yeah, I think countering this with some pressure is probably the best way. But it's Mong. He could possibly just try to go for like a 3rd base.
What do you think of that zealot?
It was kind of
Came in there and bitch slapped the SCV and walked out.
Just letting that SCV know who's boss, man.
Don't look at me.
And he comes back with his friend too.
Yeah.
The SCV has his friends here.
So funny. Hits him and he's like, "That's it. I'm out of here."
All right, Vulture going to be coming out, and honestly, I think this is actually okay for Mong. Well, I mean, I guess you could just let all your
units.
Yeah. Okay, well, never mind. I guess that was fine.
If you move the Marines, they're a little bit better. I mean, I know that.
But what if you just let him sit there?
Yeah, it's more important he's making sure his SCVs are mining. That was really weird. I know that it's very hard for Terran when the Zealot gets there, but you do actually have to try to make them move when they're staying completely still.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what exactly your plan is. By the way, Stargate.
Yeah, that's a very fast Stargate. So this is Nexus first into Carrier. From Mong's side, he's going for a quick drop, so he might get the scout off on this, but in my opinion, this is like a really, really good opener here for Mini.
Oh my! The last shot.
Does he click? As long as he clicked on it, and he should have.
We have to assume he clicked.
Yeah, we have to assume it. That is super powerful. Like, yep. Okay, we're gonna have him. He's gonna go Mass Marines, and this is a perfect counter.
Wow,
a perfect counter. In fact, let's see if he even does anything. Yeah, he cancels the add-on, and he just says, "Screw it! I bought the starport. Nothing's being made." This is a great situation for Mong. Like, there's a very good chance he can run him over. He caught it just in time. Wow, Tasteless. This is turning into a crazy game. Nothing like I thought it would be.
Yeah, this is very exciting. So, you know, most of the time when we're trying to summarize the way the matchups operate, you'll hear us talk about how infantry are not viable in TVP. I mean, people will still come by my channel and occasionally ask the question because they really don't know the answer. Why, you know, are Marines and medics just not used? They look like they're pretty strong in TVZ, for instance. And of course, the answer to that is because Reavers, Dragoons, Zealots, everything's basically better. Like literally everything that Protoss has is basically better. But if a Protoss is going to rush into carriers, which can work because mech takes a while to pick up, if you spot that, you can go medic Marine, and Marines fire fast enough they can kill all the interceptors.
Yes.
Now, if Mini, let's pretend that Mini had an observer or a scanner or somehow got a Zealot inside the base and saw the barracks, he would not make the carriers.
Yes.
So basically, because of that scouting SCV, Mong can do the extremely rare and extremely hard to pull off medic Marine tank push and blindside Mini, and I actually think Mini's going to lose this.
Yes, I do too. You just have to make sure you move out at the right time and then just continually rally. It's really important. He's getting +1. He probably has range on the way for those Marines right now. You want to make sure you have enough medics. You make those first. We saw that from the barracks at the natural. And yeah, it's like a perfect counter to what Mini's doing, because Mini's build is like the most greedy, crazy. This is the hardest thing in the whole world to stop if you don't know it's coming.
Well, it's funny because it's one of these moments where like you see that, and then immediately
for Mini,
yeah,
you look at this and it's like, do I make a forge? What do I do? Like,
I know I was mentioned earlier that Dragoons can beat medic Marine. That's kind of true, but not that many.
Yeah, no, when you hit a critical mass, the Marine medic can actually beat them.
Yeah.
It's the splash damage of Protoss that you're really afraid of when you go for this.
Right.
And he doesn't have any. Like, look, Mini's dead, man. Mong is going the round of 16.
Unreal. Look at this.
Oh, man, he's getting right up on top.
I love it when you watch the Dragoons try to micro back and the Marines just run right up in front and then attack.
More Marines rallying down. He has like 7 barracks right now. So, yeah, that's every 15 seconds we have 7 more Marines walking across the map.
Well played, Marin Gamer.
Marin Gamer.
His Marins are good.
They are super good. Now, look, he's trying to catch reinforcements. It's a really smart move. His carriers are going across as well. He's given up his natural. He's trying to build units in his main. Mini's doing everything he can think of. But as soon as we get some reinforcing Marines, and maybe even before then, he should be able to get through this.
He should have canceled the Stargate when he was spotted.
I wonder if he could have thought that maybe he didn't see it. But
yeah, actually, that was a pretty weird thing.
It felt like it was on the edge.
All right, he's going to push it now. He's hitting this pylon. And he's going to... Oh, I think he's not going to empower this. I thought our game crashed for a second. I'm like, this is not good. Yeah, but you can see the Marines are still coming down. Now, I will say, I think that Mini has done possibly one of the greatest jobs I've ever seen of curbing instant death, but I don't know that he can stop the mounting pressure, even with the other carriers coming out.
I think there's a chance because he has Reaver Tech right now. I really thought this was just going to be a roll, but the fact that he cut off reinforcements for a moment, gave up the natural, then just slowed everything down and came back with the carriers.
Oh, Marins, though.
Marins are pretty good. But wait until he has a Reaver. You think Marins are good until you see that Reaver blow him up.
The thing is, though, sometimes the Reaver like fires once and then the Marins get on top of it.
That is true, but the Reaver shoots out these little things that look like apples. He's like, oh... Marins love apples.
They look like apples.
They look like apples.
You think a scarab looks like an apple?
Yes, it looks exactly like an apple.
Protoss truly was a vegetarian for most of his life. He's like, it looks like the kind of food that I'm allowed to eat.
Look at this.
Okay, so you can see the interceptors all killed.
But are they going to want a fresh apple taste?
Yeah.
We're going to see if it comes out. He's had the Reaver Tech. The Reaver should be popping out soon. Oh, man. These Marines just deal so much damage so quickly. Look at this. More coming up. Taking down these interceptors. There he is! Give the Marins an apple!
Marin apple, Marin apple, Marin apple. Oh, that's
that is
one. Yeah, good thing you killed that medic. Now they can't heal.
They still can. There's more medics.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that is really going to be that.
If only the probes would go into the carriers and just leave with them.
I know, bring them down to the bottom of the map or something. Oh, man.
I can't believe Mini lost. But
Mini is getting lower and lower in his seat, Tasteless.
Yeah. Mini's got Bernie Sanders posture right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just in the middle of his chest.
He's also playing with mittens on.
That's right. All right. Let's get rid of these little space shooters. Come on. Target practice. Pull.
Oh, gotta run. Now they're blimps.
GG. They're blimps. Now they're Zeppelins over a football game.
Yeah.
Blimps, you're right, not Zeppelins. People don't use Zeppelins anymore.
No, people don't use
I just want people that are watching know I'm smart. I'm like, actually, I know that we don't even really fly in Zeppelins anymore. It's all about airplanes and helicopters.
You really know your
People at home are like, this guy's pretty smart.
Damn.
All right.
All right, Mini was very
embarrassing. But I mean, his tech got scouted, and Mong, he knew the counter.
Look, the build Mini did. If you get away with a greedy Nexus first into 2-base carrier, I'm telling you, Tasteless, if you don't know that it's coming at the very beginning as Terran, it is literally the scariest thing. In fact, even Snow said, he's like, if you do that build, like, you're dirty basically as a Protoss player because it's so strong.
Oh, but it's extremely good.
Mong catching a glimpse of the Stargate and going into Mass Marines, it was the perfect counter. And if it was any later than that, he actually wouldn't be able to do it.
The final match is on. Mini versus MisO. Of course, Mong defeated Mini with an excellent Medic Marine timing attack. And so here is Mini, somewhat humiliated, waiting in the final match here. Yeah. This was supposed to be by far the easiest group, with the exception of him being in it, which was supposed to be obvious he would advance.
But here he is on the brink of elimination. And the vetoes went differently this time, the only time it has. Mini actually vetoed Polypoid, so we're going to be playing this on Fighting Spirit.
Fighting Spirit?
Fighting Spirit, Tasteless.
Wait a minute. I think I've heard of that map before.
No, you haven't. It's new.
Like, is that the one on Lost Temple?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Close enough.
Fighting Spirit?
Fighting Spirit. It's crazy that this map is even in ASL.
We have this map at this tournament?
Dude.
God.
Whoever decided no more English ASL cast also decided Fighting Spirit was
that guy's idea.
And both of those ideas.
I want you guys to know that guy got a pay raise while we're sitting here casting from Dan's house. Mini versus MisO. All right, let's see what happens, man. Two cheesy players, Mini and MisO. The winner is the last survivor to go to the round of 16. The loser, we kill him. Not really.
Not us.
Not us. We have a nerd with a big black mask over his head and an axe that does that.
It was going to be Mong, but he made it to the next round. I don't know.
Mong would be a good village executioner.
100%, man.
It's like, all right, we decided that you're guilty. All right, Mong, come over here and murder this guy. You're the guy that can't feel, right?
Oh,
You've killed enough cats, right? You're fine doing this, huh?
It's amazing. All right, Tasteless. Fighting Spirit, man. Wow. PVZ. What do I even say about this? I think it's kind of funny that it's this map, and then also I'm wondering, right? Because Fighting Spirit is like, it's had like the most games played on it ever.
Oh no, this is the most played map by far. I'm actually glad it is out of the map pool rotation. I'm just shocked that it's here right now.
Yeah, well, we have to keep it alive one way or the other.
I think they should make a new version of Fighting Spirit. Did you like Reverse Lost Temple?
Reverse Lost Temple was very, very, very tough for Terran, but I liked the idea behind it.
Yeah. Why don't we have like something
like Reverse Fighting Spirit?
Something like that, yeah. I'm like, what about Fighting Spirit? But it's an ice map. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, they did
make it better.
They made a Twilight version that is a little bit better. So they did remake it, but it didn't get super played. But I think if they remade it, but actually like made it a little bit better, like you make the naturals a little bit better for turret placement, stuff like that, and you widen up the high ground bases at 12, 6, 3, and 9. Like those are too tight, for instance. Like you can't defend them against things like recall. It's impossible, you know?
I want to tell you, just looking at the portraits of these players.
Yeah.
This is the exact same posture I have as well when I play.
Oh my god. They both are just hunched right over.
Old shoulder ears over here.
Shoulder ears. He can hear his collarbone. Someone's like, oh, what sound does a collarbone make? I'm like, I don't ask these two.
I did a bad tasteless drawing contest on my stream. We threw it up on my YouTube, but I discovered in all the drawings that I don't have ears when people see me. Like, if I just have my headphones in, my ears are not visible. My cheeks stick out too much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I am here to tell everyone that without your headset on, your cheeks still stick out too much.
That's, no, exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my little earbuds, you still can't see my ears.
Tasteless has seal
I'm here
ears.
to tell you that Tasteless has no ears. He just has these holes in the sides of his head.
Yeah, seal ears.
I've got seal ears.
Yeah. You look like a seal. It's like what you do to a dog. Everyone who has a dog just pulls their ears back. You're like, oh, look at you. You're a seal now.
Mine's got bugs in it for some reason. Okay, so Mini, I love this, by the way.
Yeah.
He went for the 2-gate into expand.
Yeah, so, you only made like 2 zealots before the expand.
Yeah, which
What's
is
that all
actually it's not the way I understand how to do it, but so basically, guys, Mini has been bringing back these builds that are so old and everybody thought they would not work, and he makes them work, and it makes the Zerg play by a different set of rules. And what's also funny about this is players who are particularly young in StarCraft, you know, like people like under 20, for instance, have never played against this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's super frustrating.
No one plays like this, right?
Yeah. This is something that I've been trying to learn how to do because it's so fun, and it just completely changes the way that the early game operates, you know? But you got to be careful because you can get mass linged and run over.
There are a lot of lings.
There are a lot of lings here.
And that is making me a bit nervous. And the ling count is growing. There's a zealot waiting up here at the third base. Is Zergling going to go up and scout it? Oh, layer coming up. And more lings, Tasteless.
Yep. This is something that people do against this, is the 2-hatch layer. But you got to deny the scout.
Oh, really? Oh, he did get the scout before I could see it. Forge, what is this placement? What am I looking at?
I've never seen that placement.
This is a StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty first 2 months of the game wall in. Okay? Because people didn't make naturals correctly. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Where you'd have this weird-ass sim city with a cannon next to your Nexus.
We were all cave people back then, drinking mud water with our primitive builds.
And here Mini is. He's like, I love mud water. It makes your immune system stronger. Dude, look at that wall. I have never... He made a wall that's shaped like a boomerang.
Look at this.
Is he gonna go hunt kangaroos? What is going on with this wall?
It looks like an orc fortress there. Pylon, forge, pylon.
All Protoss bases look like an orc fortress.
Tusks sticking out of the ground. Yeah. So what's funny about this is you actually can wall this off with 5 zealots, which is why he did it.
Okay.
That's wild. And also the cannon is far back enough, it kind of covers the minerals as well. So you're kind of okay against 2-hatch. You need another cannon in the mineral patch line. But what happens with builds like this, and why this is so important to watch for, is that Zergs, a lot of times, their answer to this is to go 2-hatch Muta. And the Protoss, if they do it correctly, the goal is to simply parry the 2-hatch Muta and tech ahead and win.
Okay. Does he go Corsair from here? Is that how that works?
We haven't gotten a shot of the main, so I have no idea what's going on down there.
Okay.
Right now, this observer apparently watches just zealots, and then he keeps going back to that wall and to try to take it in just like you are.
Yeah. What is this wall in again?
Can we get a shot of the Protoss natural again? I just want to see if the forge and 2 pylons are still there.
Now look at this. Okay, the Muta's come out, but he's making a beeline across the map.
Can we get a shot of the main, please, observer?
No, it's a surprise.
I have no idea what's in there. I'm like, are there cannons? No cannons?
Look at this. Okay, so 3 meters are going to go across. Oh, there's going to be 2 cannons. Those 3 meters aren't going to do anything. But now I guess he has to fight here with Muta Ling to kill the Zealots, but the Zealots actually still have a lot of health. There go the 3 mutas. They're like, oh, we should have stayed at home.
Oops. Pray mute. Denied. And, I mean, you're fine losing these Zealots. This is, you just get as many drone kills as you can.
Yeah, he gets only 1?
Well, I mean, what's more important is that these mutas are staying back here. Protoss is going to have the organic counter to this. Now, there is, like, the Ogre Zerg gamer play that we have that does all-ins. You can do kind of like a little Ogre Zerg Junior gamer with this.
Ogre Zerg Junior
It's like a smaller Ogre Zerg, and he's got a propeller hat on his head and a big club. And
oh my gosh.
And this is like can be targeted to the main. I think we might be out of range of this anyways, but you like get 6 Scourge, you come in and just be like, ha! And try to kill the Corsairs in the cannons. But I think Mini's basically done it. It's funny how this build works though, right? As a Zerg is like, oh, this is weird. I'm going to try to tech into this and end this game.
Yeah. And now 2 Zealots walk there and every Mutalisk has to come home.
Yeah, there's a Scourge. Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
That's the propeller hat right there. You go, okay, kid.
Ogre Zerg Gamer Jr. forgot to clean his room, tasteless, and he's being grounded. All his mutas have to come home. Oh, my gosh. 2 Zealots.
The thing is, it's becoming more and more clear what's happening. Well, look at the Zealot. I'm like, without that gas, how can he make his mutas?
All right, kills off. Look at this, though. These 2 Zealots just walking off to some random spot of the map where they're not going to be found. Double Stargate Corsair. Oh, he finds them, though.
You know, it's a great way that he could end this is he gets enough Corsairs and then has 1 scout. And after he wins the fight, he flies over the main with the scout and just shoots the drones.
Oh, my gosh, Tasteless. You're a genius.
I know, man. This has been a funny game here.
This is a weird one.
But this is what we were talking about with Mini. Is he really is quite good at these kind of weird balancing act styles. Because the 2-edge muta play from Zerg is actually quite strong. Against this because the Protoss, you know, they're slower earlier on. They have insufficient information. Mini kind of added a twist to this game because the build that we're used to seeing, you make a lot more Zealots. But he I think he made his Nexus. I'm gonna have to watch the game again. I think he made his Nexus like after 3 Zealots.
Yeah, 2. He had 2 Zealots.
Okay, then,
maybe another one was making, but he only had 2 Zealots.
And then he just barely got enough to lock this out with 5 Zealots, which is just kind of unheard of.
Yeah, very weird. And now he's got so many Corsairs. We better have +1 for MisO very soon.
Yeah, I think
if he doesn't get armor. The +1 flyer carapace, he's just going to evaporate. And now it's time for the 4 Zealot 2 Dragoon attack. At 9 minutes, 35 seconds move out. Write this down, Tasteless.
You actually always do get the 2 Dragoons with this build, too. Stop me all in.
Yeah? Oh, God.
Okay, here we go. Strange. Now here's Ogre Zerg Gamer Jr. He's ready. He's coming out now.
Yeah, he's bringing all of his Scourge. Oh, boy. Oh,
wow.
Boy.
Okay, that
did not work at all.
So he completely shut that down. And the problem now is not just that, you know, the mutas had to go back, but you can actually start to kill the overlords here if you win this fight. Like if Zerg loses this fight, this duel, that I know we meme about Ogre Zerg Gamer, but this actually is very hard for Zerg to do. It's like a pretty complicated attack to come in.
He has a lot of Scourge. Let's see if he can get it done. The Scourge getting on top of them. And he actually kills a lot, but I mean, there's still a couple there.
I think he barely loses the Corsair.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, that is like a bunch of 10 health mutas. All right, the Zealot's just running by now. Kills a couple of those drones. More Corsairs coming. This does not look very good for MisO.
Well, the problem is that you're stuck in this tech. And, I mean, the Corsairs over time are going to be the victors of this. The Zealots are now able to hit all these different drones everywhere.
Oh, man.
I think we are getting to the tipping point as far as damage goes. In fact, if he takes out the hatchery here, it's going to get even worse. And again, it's 2 Corsair.
Yeah. Well, you're never going to be able to win the air battle, right? He's lost that hatchery at the third base. He's lost a ton of drones during all of this. He hasn't put any damage onto Mini.
It is a funny thing. You know, mutas don't really kill zealots fast at all.
No, they really don't.
Like, I mean, obviously, you think, okay, the mutas can shoot this down, that'll be cleaned up. But in reality, they kind of get to ignore the mutas for a while and just keep doing damage over here. And I think Mini is continuing to expand the list of ways in which he's ahead in this game. The third base is up. He's got lots of gates. I don't know if there's a robo done. He doesn't need one, but you know, we don't see even lurker tech up here yet. More Corsairs are coming out, and I think the Archon paired with the Corsairs is going to be the real killer here.
Oh my god, an Archon hit.
So you can outrange an Archon with mutas.
Ooh, the Corsairs.
Oh, what?
Oh boy, Tasteless. I am not feeling good for MisO anymore.
So he's going to fork his mutas out in different directions. And I mean,
he's just dead,
this is
right?
done. This is done. I want to see if Zergs keep trying this style against this. It does seem like it is answered by the Protoss.
Well, the thing that I think is kind of crazy about it, Mini does this a lot, and not many people do. So the amount of experience he has in this situation against all these Zergs that think you counter it the same way is immense. Whereas these Zergs only get to practice it basically against Mini, and that's like once in a while.
This is why I've been very interested in following Mini's career and seeing like how long can he keep doing this different stuff. And you know, I know Stork is another player who's experimented with styles like this. You know, and the thing is, a lot of people had said, you know, this GG, a lot of people said this would not work at the highest level, but then Mini makes it work.
Yeah, beautifully done from Mini. I do love to watch his Protoss vs. Zerg. He's got just such flair in it and plays it so differently from every other top level pro.
Oh, yeah.
He's really kind of like a more modern BiSu or something.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah. Has all his own kind of like timings and his own pressure plays, and it works so well. He's actually, I believe he's like the second highest win percentage in PvZ in for ASL next to BiSu.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, Artosis.
Well, Mini does advance as we were expecting, but in second place. So not having as easy a time as he would have liked. MisO, third in the group, does end up getting some revenge on Soso.
And don't forget, Mong advanced today, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of a exciting plot twist, defeating Mini with bio timing versus carrier.
that was a very, very different game.
Yeah, fun game to cast for sure. So we're going to go to an interview now with Mini. Old Min.
Minarino.
Minaruski. Let's see how he's feeling. He is the final player to advance to the round of 16.
24강 F조 경기 마지막 경기까지 함께 만나보셨습니다. 16강의 모든 선수들이 결정됐는데요. 마지막 16강 진출자 변현재 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
경기가 끝나고 정말 가슴을 쓸어내리는 듯한 변현재 선수의 모습을 봤습니다. 윤찬희 선수에게 일격을 맞으면서 심리적으로도 좀 많이 위축됐을 것 같은데 한두열 선수와의 마지막 경기에서도 변현재 선수가 가슴이 좀 철렁하셨을 것 같아요. 대각선이고 앞마당에 12시에 없었거든요.
네.
변현재 선수가 탄식하는 소리가 저한테까지 들려왔거든요. 그때 좀 무슨 기분이 드셨어요?
그러니까 두열이 형이랑 이제 게임을 할 때 이제 러시거리 가까운 맵일 때는 이제 앞마당을 빠르게 먹는 행동을 하다 저한테 많이 졌었거든요. 그래서 이제 빠르게 마당을 먹는 행동은 절대 안 할 거라고 생각을 했는데 대각선에다가 이제 마당까지 빠르니까 갑자기 졌다라고 생각 들었는데 어떻게 좀 잘하다 보니까 잘 된 것 같아요.
탄식하고 난 이후에 변현재 선수의 움직임이 굉장히 빨랐습니다. 본진에 캐논 공사하고 그리고 질럿 병력을 나눠서 뮤타를 묶어놓으면서 시간을 좀 버셨거든요. 그래도 어느 정도는 좀 가능성이 있다고 생각을 하고 플레이를 좀 하셨나요?
뭔가 엄청 불리했어야 됐다고 생각을 했는데
네.
질럿이 이제 쳐들어가고 나서 생각보다 괜찮아 보이더라고요. 거기서 이제 뮤탈이 또 애매하게 3기가 출발하는 바람에 이제 뭐 썬큰을 하나 더 받고 다 출발했으면 이제 좀 뭐 졌다고도 생각하고 아니면 이제 다 막았어도 이제 좀 엄청 불리하게 운영을 했을 거라고 생각했는데 이제 듀얼 형이 좀 애매하게 해서 제가 좀 괜찮았던 것 같아요.
변현재 선수 오늘 최종전으로 올라가긴 했지만 첫 번째 경기 배우현 선수와의 경기가 굉장히 인상 깊었습니다. 전진 파일론, 가스러시, 매너 파일론까지 좀 아마추어 선수를 상대로 벽을 느끼게 해주겠다라는 각오가 경기를 통해서 좀 와닿았어요. 질럿을 정말 집요하게 뽑으면서 상대를 괴롭히는 좀 정말 사파토스의 정석다운 플레이를 좀 보여주셨는데 좀 계획한 플레이였나요?
네, 일단은 아마추어 테란이 이제 호연이도 처음 올라온 거잖아요. 처음 올라오면 이제 긴장할 수밖에 없기 때문에 그 긴장한 거를 잘 활용할 수 있는 방법은 무조건 전진 게이트라고 생각했거든요. 이제 호연이도 운영을 가면 잘하기 때문에 이제 최대한 이제 무난하게만 하지 말자는 생각으로 이제 섰을 때 준비했어요.
그래도 배우현 선수가 수비를 굉장히 꼼꼼하게 해내는 모습까지는 보였는데 질럿을 계속 뽑으면서 설마 막히나 하는 생각은 혹시 안 드셨나요?
저 처음엔 그냥 엄청 많이 활약할 줄 알았는데 질럿이 생각보다 엄청 잘 먹어가지고
네.
SB 길막도 좀 좋았고 뭔가 멀티도 좀 빠르고 저는 좀 많이 털 줄 알고 이제 본진에다 게이트도 하나 더 짓고 이제 천천히 마당을 먹자고 생각을 했는데 와 호연이가 너무 잘 막아서 좀 나중에 갔던 질럿이 본진으로 들어가지 못했으면 좀 불리하게 운영했을 것 같아요.
윤찬희 선수에게 일격을 맞고 난 이후에 변현재 선수가 많이 좀 흔들리셨을 것 같은데 윤찬희 선수 말대로 좀 윤찬희 선수를 조금 무서워했던 게 패배의 요인이었을까요? 그 경기를 복귀하면서 좀 어떤 생각을 하셨나요?
좀 쉽게 생각했어야 되는데 괜히 빌드를 짠다는 생각으로 이제 준비를 했는데 이제 상황도 이제 제가 이제 멀티를 빨리 먹고 상대 이제 배럭을 짓고 멀티를 먹었잖아요. 상황도 괜찮았는데 좀
네.
무난하게 할 거리라는 후회를 좀 가지고 있었죠.
리버 캐리어를 했으면 어땠을까 하는 후회를 계속 하셨다고.
그렇게 이제 캐리어를 빨리 간 적은 진짜 거의 몇 년 만에 해보는 것 같은데 이제 영재 형이 연습을 도와줬었는데 이제 그때 괜히 빌드를 잘 짜서 가야겠다는 생각을 너무 많이 해서 이제 상대 테란이 몽형이 이제 뭐 공익 근무하고 있어서 뭐 연습을 많이 못 하잖아요. 좀 쉽게 생각하고 이제 경기를 임했어야 되는데 너무 빌드 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
또 이렇게 많은 생각을 한 게 그 다음 16강에서는 또 어떤 도움이 될지 모르는 거니까 변현재 선수의 16강이 굉장히 기대가 되는데요. 앞으로의 각오를 한마디 팬들에게 밝혀주시죠.
일단 듀얼이 형이 어제 연습을 엄청 열심히 하더라고요. 그래서 제가 2승으로 꼭 진출한다고 했는데 이제 듀얼이 형이 좀 아쉽게 돼서 좀 그렇고 이제 저는 이제 16강 진출한 만큼 이번에는 이제 4강까지 목표는 꼭 이루도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
네, 16강에서도 멋진 모습 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
All right, we are back and we are ready to go into game 2. We had a pretty good TVZ there from Mong and Queen. I think Mong, he didn't seem to handle that mid to late game very well and didn't know how to get himself anywhere that was going to be beneficial.
Yeah. I think Queen was just too strong for him, and that's why Queen picked Mong to play against first, right? He's not the same level as him, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see Mong's good, but when you get a player like Queen, that's where he swats down every attack that comes his way.
Truly.
And so up next, we've got a PvP, one that I'm personally very excited about. It's going to be Shuttle versus Mini.
Yeah, what do you think about this? Who's actually favored going into this?
I think Mini is slightly favored, but we got to see Shuttle. We've casted games of his. He's quite good in best of ones and having some tricky stuff built into the build. Like we saw him do the fake Robo expand into straight DT that was much later.
Yeah,
it was just like a very
right.
late DT rush. He made 2 Zealots, which
yeah.
usually telegraphs a low ground expand with a Reaver and Observer, which doesn't die at anything, and he actually just went DT. I think with no detection, if I remember right.
Yeah,
And
I
just
remember this. It was on Eclipse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you look at stuff like that and you go, okay, you know how to. I mean, the build was going to go fine either way, but there was he basically in his back pocket put the opportunity to, if his opponent took a risk and tried to read the build for what it was, Shuttle would get an auto win, which is what happened. So I don't know if we're going to have that here, but important to note, Shuttle a very brainy player. I do feel like Mini, more so than all the other Protosses, seems to be more on the cutting edge of what Protoss can do.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
And PvP is a funny matchup because at times it looks like there isn't much you could do. And then there's moments where it seems like the matchup has barely been scratched at.
Yeah.
Because of how much crazy stuff people are able to get away with.
So who's favored, Tasteless?
Any? I think? I don't know. But we're going to find out because we're going into our game now. This is game 1 with Shuttle versus Mini. So we've got Shuttle here in the upper left in the red. And in the bottom left, it's going to be Mini in the blue. Same spawns as our last game.
And, yeah, it wasn't... Didn't we just do a PvP with Shuttle, too, where he went, like, for a 2-base maxed out attack? You remember this? Wasn't that, like, him? It was him versus Snow on that new map, Hidden Track, I believe.
I remember
there was like all the Reaver micro, and then like it looked like Shuttle actually might kill Snow when he got out of position with some Zealots, but Snow barely held.
Yeah,
and
he like powered up in a way.
I remember you were questioning your soul. You were like, "Are you supposed to just never expand, like just max out?"
Well, it's like if this is the answer, this is going to be very easy for me because I'm quite good at not expanding.
I'm so good at not expanding,
not taking bases. Yeah, I mean, let's find out.
Well, I can only hope we see that again from Shuttle.
I can only hope that my bad habits are somehow rewarded and were the right thing all along.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
So, on this map, it's generally a gate gas map, but we do see 2-gate coming back into popularity a little bit with some of the smart players. I want to wait and see if we're going to have that here with either of these two. We'll know if they go up to 12 probes, and then they'll make a second gateway here, but it'll probably just be gas.
Yeah, and...
Okay, no, it's 2-gate or Shuttle. Wait a minute.
No.
I'm sorry, that's a gas. I got confused. The pylon's to the left of the gate.
Oh,
I thought it was a second gate. Okay, so it's going to be gate gas build, which is fine. So now we want to see, does anybody get a Zealot first after the core to block the ramp? Because a blocked ramp really makes it much more of a guessing game.
Yeah.
And the positions they're in, we should note, if we do develop into a more normal-looking game, Mini is going to have an expansion that's quite droppable. The main is sort of droppable for Shuttle with Reavers, but it's pretty open. You get that far in, you sometimes don't get all the way out.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that one is better than the other because you can play around those positions. You basically avoid having to deal with stuff like that.
Do you tend to, when you see a position like that on one of these rotationally symmetric maps, actually change your strat? You say, Reaver drop is good here.
Well, it depends on when I find them. The more important thing is to figure out, like in this case, we see that Mini's probe got inside the main. It looks like Shuttle's will not. Ooh, that's pretty big. If Shuttle skipped Zealot, that's a really big deal because the Dragoon, it does not kill that quickly.
And there's a Zealot on the way to his base right now as well.
Yeah, so Mini's going to go for the 1-gate pressure build with a second Zealot coming out. Again, Mini always with different builds. This has been used in the past. It's not been as popular in years before, in the last couple of years, but now it's become popular again. If you get the Manor Pylon up, and this only works if you see that they're going to go for no Zealot here.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. And so this is a great exploit.
That was great probe drilling, though, from Shuttle. He only lost one probe so far.
This is one of these situations where it's kind of like where the Terran feels like the Protoss is abusing them. Whereas you're trying to do your early build, you kind of get those vibes from this too. Where this is really annoying. Oftentimes, if you can make the Manor Pylon in range of the core, you can also make sure that they're actually getting range. So there's a lot of parts to this. And now, the problem here... Oh, that is funny that Dragoon got stuck. The problem here is that on Shuttle's side, he doesn't know what Mini's doing. Mini didn't really lose that much. He killed some workers. He got the Manor Pylon up, and it lasted for a while. And he got the second probe scout in here, which is insane.
That was so sneaky.
This is why I was saying, Mini is somebody who really makes the matchup look like we're so far away from fully understanding it still.
Yeah.
So, what's Mini doing? That's the big question. This looks like it's going to be Robo and 2-gate. And so, the Robo might look late, and it is if in standard timings, but in reality, it's fine. He got in there, he did damage.
Yeah, he like saw, for instance, that there's no DT tech because he was in there harassing for so long.
Right, exactly. So he's going to make sure he gets probes, he gets Dragoons out here. And Shuttle's doing a similar variation to this where he's getting his own Robo, and he's basically just going to either get observers. There is a small chance, too, that some players do this where they go Shuttle, Reaver all in. Where you just do like a really quick push. You get one Shuttle, one Reaver out.
Is that still popular? I feel like I don't see it in pro PvPs that much anymore.
It's not as popular as it was. I think when this became the most popular was when we had Gladiator. As, one of these maps where you basically, because people are so desperate to get an expansion up, because it's so hard to do that, the Dragoon Reaver blind play kind of just beats it.
Yeah. Well, here we just see a lot of Dragoons coming out from Shuttle.
I believe Mini's actually going to do the Reaver play as well.
You think so?
Like I thought we saw
very aggro.
I thought we saw in the bottom right of the main. I thought we saw that. I could be wrong.
Okay. He does bring out a probe for now. He does have the Shuttle, so yeah, I think you're right.
He's going to do it.
Yeah. And there for Shuttle. Trying to play safe. Of course, the Observer not going to be that helpful here.
There's an alternative route that some Protosses take if they take damage early, which is the moment they shut this rush down, they make a Citadel and try to DT rush and expand.
Yeah.
But that's not happening here. Now, Shuttle's build at this point in time is much more middle of the road. Mini's is more angled to aggression, but can't be punished because there are no DTs.
Well, the Observer going to fly down. Is he going to see that Shuttle? Yes, he sees it coming. So how do you prepare for this?
Well, he needs to get a little bit further out from his entrance, I think. But if he gets too far out, then he can be dropped in your main.
Oh, that's so true, yeah.
It's kind of a tricky position. Whenever you see a Shuttle coming, if you can get into a fight, kind of like if a Terran's pushing you in PvT, you can make him siege, you can make him drop, kill the Shuttle.
Slow him down.
But in this case, he's going to try to hold back. He's going to get his own Reaver out here and try to defend in this fight. But I'll tell you, man, this looks pretty crappy.
Yeah. It looks like that Reaver from the high ground, though, is going to get some shots off, and he's got a great arc. I feel like Shuttle's doing as best he can in this situation.
Yeah.
But it does pull up the ramp, so he cancels that off, loses another Dragoon to that Reaver.
Now, if there's anybody that can make a Reaver shoot up a ramp, maybe it's Mini. I see what he's trying to do, and it's just not happening.
That Reaver has no idea what you're asking him to do. It's like you're asking him to fly without a shuttle. He's like, I don't know, man. What are we trying here?
So, a pretty big victory by Mini. And this is a PvP problem as old as the game itself, is what happens when they get Dragoons on the bottom of your ramp.
Yeah. How do you push out of here?
Well, it's tough. First of all, you want to be, from Mini's side, it's probably easier to address this than even from Shuttle's side. You want to make sure that they don't get Shuttles and drop your main. Because that's one way you can lose. But basically, you try to take full advantage of the ramp and the high ground and low ground position. Now, it seems like Mini's Reaver's positioned perfectly.
Yeah.
Reaver's on ramps, especially reverse ramps, also have problems firing.
Everything has problems in reverse ramps.
Yeah, everything... Everything has a pretty difficult time.
There's nothing more problematic than a reverse ramp.
And we should note that Mini only ever made one Reaver. Everything else has been observers to watch for drops, which I really like. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Everybody else gets 2 Reavers, though. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
This is one of the first games I think we've casted where there's not like a Reaver back at home. This team. Well, so what he's doing is he's basically doing the bare minimum to keep this. Now, he screwed that up. Reaver versus Reaver. With both having shuttles, the duel that is going down is you want your Reaver to connect with theirs while you pick up and dodge the Scarab shot. And honestly, the micro is actually quite hard because shuttles and Reavers are both so sluggish.
Now, Shuttle has the double Reaver in the shuttle, but like you said, there's so many observers out, he's actually surrounded the base completely. But it looks like he's just going to go down, and, he tries to drop out the Reaver. It doesn't actually work. Oh, my God, he's in the worst. Oh, my, no, you can't get down that ramp like that.
No, that was a mistake. There's actually too many doodads on the mini-map to drop there. That Artosis skeleton up there.
That's me. I lost
There's another one behind the minerals. Another Artosis down there.
Oh, my God.
But no, I mean, it's hard to get down on those areas with Reavers because they're so big. Sometimes they don't quite unload.
Yeah.
So...
And if you put them too far forward, they just get killed.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to try this again.
Oh, very good pickup by
Yeah,
Manny.
I like that. I like that.
Okay.
Oof, though. Oof.
Oh, man! That's gonna clean it off. Now, I think Shuttle still gets out.
Yeah, I think he gets out, but I think you could not have been more cost efficient in your whole life ever in any situation than what we just saw with Mini against Shuttle. He had like a third as much, and he killed over half of it.
Yeah, and he's been smart with keeping extra Reavers.
Yeah.
After he made the 3 observers, he put the 2 extra Reavers back here. And even though Shuttle's expanding, Mini's already vaulted ahead economically. And so I got to say, honestly, this is one of the most impressive PvPs from start to finish I've ever seen.
Yeah, I really like the thing that you point out with the observers after the 1 Reaver.
Yeah.
Because that just gives you a level of confidence, right? You don't really have to keep much at home. He only sent 2 Dragoons home from the initial contain. That's it.
Yeah, because all you have to do is know it's coming. You can kill even 2 Reavers in a Shuttle with like 4 Dragoons. Like, it's not that hard if you just know that it's coming.
You have the 2 to slow it, and then more will be popping out, and you're good.
And when I praise this PvP, I know that on some levels it looks like a lot of other PvPs, but really the way that Mini's handled this on a lot of these small levels, including the rush, the blind play in the Reaver, confirming that he's not going to get DT rushed, and basically from the first Manor pylon coming down to this push happening right now, Mini's played such a great PvP.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and he is going to try to do something with this Reaver.
Sick dodge there.
What's it like having one of your matchups so dependent upon lifting up Reavers and dropping them back up?
Well, when you win, you feel like a badass, and when you lose, you want to quit the game, basically.
So it's like every other matchup?
Yeah. I mean, it's really tricky, actually, to control Reavers really well. It looks like, it would be pretty easy, but there's a lot that can go wrong with Reavers, and you got to know when and where to fire. And he's clicking perfectly here.
Great targeting. He's getting the sickest hits, seriously.
Now, I think there's a chance Shuttle survives this, but keep in mind that Mini is still outgrowing on a lot of different metrics here for the matchup. Now, with that Reaver, I think that Shuttle survives.
And he actually took a 3rd Nexus during this.
Yeah, sometimes players will double expand if they were stuck on one base for a long time.
That's a very common thing, PvT, for instance.
Yeah, where you just sort of, you try to reach out as much as you can. Also, there's this funny thing about tech and PvP where, like, you can keep going Shuttle Reaver for a long time. Eventually, having the Zealots with the speed upgrade, having Templars, Archons, these are also important things to get, but it's sometimes dangerous to tech out of it, particularly in games that develop like this one.
Yeah.
Or you're both going for shuttles. Did Mini get speed? I actually don't know.
I don't think he has shuttle speed, right?
I think that's correct.
But
Oh, no,
shuttle
he
has
does, he
shuttle
does, he
speed,
does.
doesn't he? Okay, well,
Never mind. Sorry.
now he does. Right, that... Ooh,
Oh my god. You gotta be
he actually
careful.
brings it into his probes. He's brave.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Immediately picks off that Reaver and gets his own shuttle away, walking up into the natural. I mean, this has to be game, doesn't it?
I mean, I think so. Great usage of the shuttle there to pick that up. If he just has his Dragoons on this side of the Nexus, he should win the game.
And Shuttle is doing his best. Oh god, another big probe hit there. To hold this off, it's impressive in a lot of ways that he's lived through such a masterful push.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like there's really anything left for him here. He's got his little 12 o'clock expansion, but that's not going to be enough to make a comeback.
Yeah.
Oh!
Great targeting there by Mini. And I believe we're in the end of this game, if I'm not mistaken here. I mean, there's a chance Shuttle fights back, but probes have not been mining from the natural. There are some mining at the 3rd, but I mean, the damage just continues to mount here. As Mini's really not missing a beat here. It is impressive how long Shuttle actually stayed alive, but I'll tell you what, man, Mini looking like a terrifying PvP opponent.
Yeah, no, he played that beautifully, and I mean, I already said that this is what I like, but I want to reiterate it. The constant observers. He made like 4? Did he make 4 observers?
I think
after,
3.
3 after the shuttle. Yeah. That's amazing. That was super cool.
3 observers into 2 more Reavers. Probably into, if he needed to, an extra shuttle. Because by then, after his contain is wiped, he's got a fully functioning new Protoss army.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That was a super cool build, Tasteless. I hope the next time I tune into your stream, that's what I'm watching.
Yeah, it might happen. I might be making gateways in their main or doing that. You never know.
No, I know. That's what it normally is when I tune in.
Eclipse is still a map, you know.
Well, Mini is going to go on to that winner's match, which I think is what I wanted to see at least. I think a Queen versus Mini match is what it should be in the winner's match.
Right.
And I think it's one that could be very close.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fun one. I do think that Queen wins there, but let's see. Again, Mini, especially PvZ, even more than his PvP or his PvT, has these really weird high-octane builds.
Well, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, that winner match, Queen against Mini.
What's up, everybody? We are back, and we are ready to go into the winner's match. And I think we really couldn't ask for a better PvZ right now.
Yeah, no. Oh, well, I mean, as far as this group goes, of course, this is as good as you can get. Mini has been one of the best new Protoss vs. Zerg players. It's kind of how he made his name in the scene in the last few years.
Right.
He has, like, in fact, his win rate in the matchup, it's by far his best. And for a while, he was, like, second in win rate to BiSu in this matchup. So he's, like, very, very good Protoss vs. Zerg and brings a very different style, which is fun.
He does a lot of one-base play. Doesn't have to, but he's done a lot in the past, whether that be double gate or gate gas, which is very cool to see. Obviously, he's done proxies, but I think right now in the meta and the maps that we have, center gate is just not that good.
Yeah.
Seems to have fallen out of style. It was pretty trendy about 3 years ago, but I think Zergs have really adapted to this. So it's going to be a best of 3. We're going to start this out on Polaris Rhapsody.
Yes. Okay, so Polaris Rhapsody, Ascension, Ultimate Stream. It looks like Eclipse and Hidden Track were banned. There's not a big surprise there, I think. All right, we'll see if Mini can put up the fight here, because I think Queen is the favorite.
If Mini wins here, he is going to show how much of an insane threat he is in the matchup PvZ, because if you can beat Queen, you can beat anybody.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you can't beat Queen because he's won 2 ASLs in a row. So the guy's like literally the best there is, man.
Yeah, this is going to be tough too. With best of 3s like this, there's so many ways that both players can approach it. We're going to have Ascension from map 2 and Ultimate Stream here from map 3. I think there might be some problem with Mini's PC. No, I guess it's fine. Okay. But certainly as strong as Mini is, and easily one of the strongest Protosses in the world, Queen really is the favorite for this tournament. We're going to go into game number 1 now, guys. Get ready. Queen versus Mini in this best of 3 in a fight to move on. First, actually, to the round of 8 here in the ASL.
All right. Down in the bottom right, our 2-time ASL champion, it's Queen. Imagine if you can do the 3-peat. Oh, my God. And in the top left, we've got Mini.
Well, we got Flash going to the military as well.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a lot of fun. I think it gives a little bit more room for the other pros to breathe. I do want to point out Flash did not win ASL with random. I feel like sometimes when I hear people talking about Flash, as exciting as his random debut was, he did not win. He did not pull it off.
Tasteless, but isn't getting to the round of 4 basically the same thing as winning?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It's phenomenal, but he's, the last ASL, Queen came out on top. He won, he dominated. I think it's fair to say that Zerg are the strongest against random. I wouldn't say Zerg are favored against random, but Zerg have...
They have builds that actually stop everything.
They have build order opportunities where Terrans and Protoss don't quite, especially Protoss. So,
especially
the the fact that Queen could end up winning this entire ASL again would be huge. it's going to be some time here for Flash serving in the military before he can come back. And immediately, by the way, we have a probe scouting after Pylon. This is not a proxy. There's a Pylon over by the natural. But he is coming out immediately, and he's going to see it's not hatch first.
And I guess he can block the hatchery a little bit, but Mini going to get that additional intel. We did see the stat pop up while we were talking there that currently Mini has the 3rd highest win percentage in ASL for Protoss vs. Zerg after BiSu and Rain, so that's pretty esteemed company. And yeah, it's just kind of making me more excited for this match.
And this is a game he's going to lose because he's going Nexus first.
Oh, he must have this timed out, though, right? Like, he saw when the drone came down, so he knew it was pull first.
What?
Timed out to defend. Well, yeah, he doesn't make the Nexus. There you go.
Well, no, but he had the minerals for it. I guess maybe this works out.
Yeah, no, I think he'll... it's Mini. He never isn't ready for stuff, you know? Like,
Protoss,
Lings never just walk across the map and kill Mini.
Usually the math is that you have to have the cannon started before the first Ling hatches, or as the first Ling hatches.
But
so,
what if your probe does this?
No, am I wrong? He just dies here.
Well, maybe it's just the rush distance of Polaris Rhapsody is a little bit longer, so he feels like he can do that. Hey, here come the Lings, though.
No, man, this looks...
It's a little bit nerve-wracking.
This looks like it shouldn't work. I think Mini made some kind of a mistake. But then again, if you don't see the probe...
But he had his probe down there forever. Oh, look at that micro. That's some serious micro tasteless.
Okay, he's going to come in and kill some probes. Keep in mind, you know, a few Lings can still beat a cannon. Now, is he going to get up?
Okay.
That was very weird. Now,
tell me about that.
He did hold that. Okay.
He did hold that.
But I don't think the build order is you make a cannon and then have to send 5 probes down only to lose 3 or 4. So I'm not sure.
It was a 9 pool, right? Maybe he thought it was over pool.
It must have been. I actually wasn't watching the Zerg's pool timing.
Yeah, I think it was a 9, and he was thinking it was an over pool or a 12 pool. And then when his probe finally went up, he was like, oh, because he did have the 400 minerals. He was standing where the Nexus was supposed to go. And yeah, so definitely a little bit of trickery there. Now, Queen takes his 3rd in the bottom left, where we do have that double gas expansion. The Polaris Rhapsody, for those of you who don't remember it, it was in the map rotation 3 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
And we did see it played a bit there. Like, it was in KSL Season 1, I want to say. Something like that. So it was a while ago, but it's re-entered into the rotation here with ASL. It is kind of an interesting map overall. Bases are a little bit far away, though, on this map.
It's definitely a cool map. The double gas could be an interesting factor here. I mean, Zerg aren't that gas hungry early on.
Right? So why is he taking that base?
I don't know, actually. It does make me wonder. I mean, you can take that and not use the 2 gases right away, and it's nice to have a gas later on.
Yeah, but like you said, they don't, like, generally you don't even get the 2nd gas that quickly in Zerg vs. Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, what's strange about it, I mean, again, it might not be about the gas. He may think this is a very defendable location, and sometimes it's better to take locations like this early on because the other bases are easier to take in the end.
Okay.
Mini's got some decent pressure coming down here with these Zealots.
Yeah, that's pretty darn annoying for him. Already has the hatchery down to half health. Drones running away. Lings coming up to reinforce.
You got to be careful in moments like this because if the Zealots are controlled correctly, they can kill the Lings and then kill the hatchery. He should be okay, but again, there's a lot to the micro on both sides with stuff like this.
Yeah, Zergling's coming down now, and Mini does pull back with those Zealots.
I like that block.
Yeah, not bad at all. Another Zealot coming over here and waiting. Spire is on the way. But, I mean, is that going to be actual Mutalist tech, or is it just the Scourge?
It could just be Scourge, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Great control so far here by Mini. This is eventually going to be killed off. There is another hidden Zealot out on the map. The Corsair is coming through here. It comes at this angle to confirm there's no Hydras coming across the map. I don't think this is a great Hydra bust map. But if you're not ready for a Hydra bust, then it's always good.
No, totally. That's a good way to put it.
It is the build.
Can't block that with 5
out of all the builds that are the most straightforward to die to, this is it. And so this Overlord is picked off here. I do like the Zealot parked up here, but there should be Scourge coming out to catch this. The Overlord kill is actually a pretty big deal. I don't know if he killed that before the Spire was done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I don't know.
A couple lings just randomly run into the main base. This will be a good scout. He sees the Temple Archives finishing up. Corsair's being made.
It is Corsair DT here.
Which seems like a very good strategy for how he expanded, for how Queen expanded, right? And now he gets 2 Zealots up the ramp. What is going on here? These guys are just running units past each other up their ramps.
Yeah, these 2 Zealots coming in here is a pretty big deal. They're going to run behind the minerals.
I really didn't expect right now to have these 2 Zealots in the main base and 2 Lings over the... What is this, ramp world?
I don't know. It's such a funny back and forth so far.
Did that Zergling just hop over the minerals to get away? What is going on, Tasteless? Is this what PVZs look like?
This is not what most of them look like. So he's got the Corsair. He's got the 2 DTs. Was this 2 gate or 1 gate?
Yeah, I think it's 1 gate, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1 gate.
Right.
1 gate. 1 gate. All right. He's going to be able to kill off these Overlords. That hatchery's low, Tasteless.
Yeah. So
he's going to get a hatchery kill, isn't he?
He could. I think he wants to go for drones first, but yeah, if he just targets down the hatch.
He kills the Scourge, and he's just diving. Oh, my God. Mini is wrecking right now.
This is insane.
He's destroying right now.
This is so crazy what Mini's managed to do in this game so far.
He's going to get that hatchery, right?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, that was a beautiful drill.
Running back here. Now, this is actually pretty unfortunate for Mini. I don't know where the rest of the Corsairs went. Did they just head back?
Yeah, I think they did. I think a bunch of Scourge came out and chased them. But look at this. The DTs come down. They can fight these Lings. There's so few.
Yeah, DTs are funny because they're terrible unless they're against a small number of units like this, in which case they're just completely viable.
And a Zealot comes in with the alley-oop on the kill of the hatchery.
What a game.
I can't even believe what I'm looking at.
I'm stunned.
Well, this shows. This is part of why Mini's so good. He brings such a different way to play.
Yeah.
And it's working like a charm here against the best Zerg in the world.
Yeah, well, especially because the Zerg went for just Ling Scourge here. We didn't get mutas. We didn't have a Hydra den that made a bunch of Hydras to come out here and fight. We see Hydras only just now coming out. That you can basically take fights like this. It's completely acceptable. And again, you know, DTs against low numbers of units are not bad at all.
Yeah, he is actually, like, massacring. I can't believe how much damage he ended up getting done with these 2 DTs and, like, a single Zealot. 10 kills on that one. The hatchery. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No. I don't think he gets it.
He's going to get it.
Oh, my God.
Queen just... And then he got the Hydra, too. GG. Oh, my
I
God.
can't believe it. You know, you never see Zergs die at the highest level like that. Like, oh, I can't handle my third base. Because this third base is such a organic part of ZVP. Holding that.
Dude.
Queen
He won the last 2 ASLs.
Clearly frustrated by that.
He just got mangled by Mini.
I think a lot of that goes back to those 2 Zealots getting in the main, by the way. They killed a lot of Zerglings.
Yeah.
And, you know, you need to have the right balance of Zerglings. And the fact that 2 DTs came down and got into the third base, which is like just enough that with a Zealot, you're actually fighting small numbers of Lings, drones, and Hydras.
Yeah.
There's an alternative build that's out there where you go for, like, immediate 3-gate DT off 1 base. It's like a funny cheese you can do where you kind of run at them with a bunch of DTs, and the Zerg's like, what? And then, you know, 3 DTs come, then 6. And it sort of snowballs because Zergs don't have that right balancing act to hold this off. And it works. And there was something to the way that the 2 DTs came in there with the Zealot, especially when the Sunken Colony was killed, where the Zerg had no control. And Queen clearly frustrated by that loss because Queen basically won through a series of tactics. His strategy wasn't to win the game there, but an opportunity came. He took the fight. And that hatchery that was so damaged early on by the Zealots early was killed.
Yeah,
which then screwed the expansion up, which screwed production up.
I almost asked you if there was like something you do when you hurt a hatchery that much. Like, is there a way that you can actually maybe snipe it?
The answer is yes.
apparently, clearly.
All right, guys, game 2. Right now, Mini with a 1-0 lead. The winner of this best of 3 moves on first to the round of 8 of the ASL.
All right, up at 12 o'clock, we have Queen losing that first game to immaculate DT play, and Mini down at that bottom right corner. The map is Ascension. This is essentially 3-player Blue Storm. And yeah, it's I've liked the map so far. It'll be interesting to see what Mini has planned for us here, because, man, I did not Mini winning shouldn't be a huge surprise, right? He's been held back in ASL and back in the day KSL, not by Zerg players generally, right? It's stuff like, oh, Rain is too good at Protoss versus Protoss, or oh, Last is in peak shape,
right?
You know, those types of things have actually killed him off. So yeah, I mean, obviously he and Bisu are both in this season. They have 2 of the top 3 PVZs out there, and then
for sure.
So yeah, I mean, he should be a player that can beat Queen, but I did not imagine Queen to just completely get wrecked that game.
You know, I'm having to just become used to it when I cast Mini's games, is that he so often just does weird stuff in PvZ and takes the game, and doesn't win in these standard organic pushes where you build up, or doesn't win with any kind of even all in. He just sort of knows how to move on the map. He knows how to take fights. He knows what the Zerg's thinking. He knows where their overlords are. He knows where their lings need to be and where they can't be, and he makes it work. It's really something.
It is. It feels like his understanding of the matchup is super deep.
Well, it's similar to, when we look at the way Bisu plays, he seems to really understand how Zerg operate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be very interested in seeing his ZVP, because he seems to know exactly where the Zerg is hurting, or where the Zerg is feeling vulnerable. And it's what makes him so scary.
He finds all these places to attack and tactics to do that other Protoss don't, that really seem to work like a charm.
Yeah. And it's clearly easier said than done, because this game is so circumstantial, and there's so many awkward moments.
Do you see this?
Yeah,
with this probe.
Is a good probe sniping spot.
Really? Some great probe micro there through the mineral patch.
So Mini's now throwing the Nexus down. He's got the cannon coming. This is a more normal game. So, I mean, there's no threat of lings breaking in because the cannon's not done.
Yeah.
He's getting the gateway now on 15. He'll get the gas and the pylon. And we've gone into the most standard build. And by the way, this is one I recommend if you're learning the matchup. This is the one you want to do. Is it just basically the Forge into Nexus into
a lot less decisions to make than like a Zealot opener.
Much less. Also,
less micro too. Almost no micro.
As long as you know how to get the cannons up.
Yeah.
And I mean, games like this, Queen's probably not going to do a Ling all in. He might do a Hydra all in, but basically, if you start to see more and more and more Lings, then get a second cannon. But essentially, the idea is you get 2 Zealots out, you block the entrance, eventually get a second cannon, and hold from there.
All right, so the Overlord in his base, just transferring those probes down. We'll see what he goes for, with that gas as it comes up as well. Like, is he going to go once again into DT tech, maybe into legs and +1 a little bit quicker this game? So he definitely has a wide range to what he does.
Yeah, that specifically was a build where Zealot speed was not what was important. It was about getting the Dark Templars out quickly. It was about having the Corsairs. I believe he got +1 air weapons with that.
Probably.
That seems to be the play.
Yeah,
is that
I didn't notice.
You want to have enough Corsairs out that can fight Scourge, and you try to basically get the kills from there.
Those probes still alive. It did take a bit of damage so far, so it might fall relatively soon. You want to keep that alive as long as possible, but it already seems like he's kind of whittled it down. It's like it's not going to be a 3-hatch Hydra bust or anything like that. We already have the layer on the way long enough. That's not likely to be canceled. And the probe finally going to get caught.
Okay, weapons is coming now. There's the Spire. So this is sizing up to be a very standard ZVP.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal. He does have a couple Zealots hidden off to the side.
Where?
At the very left of the map at 9 o'clock, behind that base, he has 2 Zealots waiting.
Oh, you're right.
Oops.
So I was wondering if this was going to happen here. If you don't have this entrance plugged, and by plugged I mean the bottom part needs a probe there, they'll just get inside your base.
Yeah.
Speedlings will just kill you.
He clears those as best as I think you can. He does have the counterattack, but there might even be more Lings on the way because he's broken it, which means the Zealots aren't going to get anything done. I think this game is almost over, Tasteless.
Yeah, well, let's see. If the cannon can finish, there's a chance that the Protoss hangs on. But tactically here, this is almost impossible because the Lings can hit from 2 different locations. One more Zealots out, but it doesn't actually plug the entrance. He's trying to block this cannon from being surrounded. And he almost does, but once the cannon goes down and there's no Zealots, the game ends. GG. Mini extremely frustrated. A back and forth in this game with any sign of weakness between these two players. The other one goes for the jugular, takes him out, and Mini knows. Look, he should have had a probe blocking between the forge and the pylon. That's how you lose a game like that.
Yeah, and actually, even the Zealot up at the top let Lings through. So that was not even completely tight where he had that standing.
That's a good point. I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, normally you'd have 3 Zealots, right? But 2 of them were out hiding on the map, trying to be cheeky, and this is what they get for it.
Right? And so...
He looks like Archer right now, Tasteless.
Yeah.
I just have to throw that out before you analyze anymore, Tasteless. I just want you to know.
That tongue move, man.
Yeah.
That's an angry Protoss. I'll tell you, it's a way that every Protoss has lost to a Zerg before.
Yeah.
The Lings get in. Basically, the Ling speed finished the moment the Slowlings got there. So even the Slowlings being right up to the entrance, it's timed out perfectly so that then he darts in. The 2 Lings that were out, sorry, not 2 Lings, 2 Zealots that were out on the middle of the map, it's a good idea, right? That's how we got that damage off early. But you have to respect the counterattack. Those 2 Zealots are not going to do the same amount of damage anywhere near as quickly as that many Zerglings coming in.
Yeah, definitely not. If he can just kind of hold on there and then you have a bunch of Zerglings over on the other side of the map, that's another story altogether. But just the fact that Queen had decided to do that build and was making more Zerglings just made the 2 Zealots completely pointless. They didn't do any damage, and now it's tied up 1-1.
Yeah, it's not... What's weird is we haven't had a normal PvZ yet. That one was going to be as close to normal until the game suddenly ended.
In a way, that's as normal as PvZ gets.
All right. I mean, now we're going to have to see in a third map what kind of strats are going to be chosen. Mini's gone for expand builds each time. Variations of types of Forge expand builds. But we are not getting into normal mid-game.
Not yet.
Almost getting up to that point,
Almost.
And then chaos ensues.
Yeah. So what is it going to look like on Hidden Track? Do you actually have one player that looks to you to be playing better here?
No.
I think Mini's playing better, so how about that?
Well, the way Mini lost is more hinged on one specific moment. I think Mini's victory was built on a couple of very smart decisions, and it's got to be frustrating because you had a pretty incredible win there. And then in the next game, look, the Zerg was smart. He got a very sharp Ling counter in. I think some of that might have been playing off of the way Mini played in game 1. Mini did hide 2 Zealots. Not uncommon to hide 1, but 2 is a little bit less commonplace. A little bit more high risk, high reward.
Yeah. And, well, he's taking these risks. Sometimes they don't pay off.
We're going to go to game 3 now, the final match in this ZVP here. Again, the winner is the first to advance in the ASL.
And oops, I said Hidden Track. It's actually Ultimate Stream. It's our third map here.
This is a map that's named after every time I've ever played on Twitch. So thank you for naming this after my stream.
And, yeah. Eclipse is named after me because I like eclipses.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
I gotta
Artosis.
go.
You put yourself out there, and you're not cool or funny, are you?
Oh, no. Okay, I gotta go. Actually, we're at my house. Get out of here, Tasteless. Go home.
I'm like, gladly.
And then I have to cast PVZ alone. Oh, no.
So this map is one where you've got an expansion on the plateau that you start at. I almost want to say it's like in your main, but not exactly. But basically, instead of you having to traverse down high ground to low ground to expand, you get to expand in your high ground area. And there's actually a ramp, a large one in this case, that they have to try to get up in order to engage you at all. Now, in matchups like PvT, this changes the matchup dramatically.
Yeah.
In PvZ, one thing this does generally ensure is that you will never die to a Hydra bus.
Yeah. Yeah, the low ground Hydra's going to have a very hard time getting
Right.
up the ramp and actually getting their attacks on.
Right.
So, yeah, it's kind of nice like that, right? And the thing is, I really like having maps like this mixed in because I think it makes some matchups better. In my opinion, at least, right? Like, I really like maps like this for, like, Protoss versus Protoss, for instance.
Oh, yeah.
Because it kind of jumps you up the tech tree a little bit, jumps you up economy a little bit, and it feels like there's less decisive early game stuff. And yeah, PvZ is kind of like that as well. So,
Right.
but not too much, right? You don't want too many maps that look like this.
Well, I think it's important to have a map like this in a map pool. One that ushers in a lot more macro builds early on. I think especially PvZ, even though so much of it is fast expand, we do see these pretty complex rushes that occur, like has already been exhibited in this series that we've got. Now, Mini actually went for, I don't know what the Nexus was on. I'll have to rewatch the VOD, but early Nexus into Gate, which is fine.
Yeah, pretty greedy, but
yeah.
definitely going to work out.
You can lose to, I think, a 4-pull with this. People don't tend to do it.
Yeah.
But if they go 4-pull, you do just win.
Well, yeah, I think that's one you can cross off the list of things Queen is likely to do, right?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, man. I think the more games we have on this map, the more likely stuff like this is going to be.
Yeah, the quick cool stuff.
This is
That's a fair statement because like the map Overwatch, it became so common to do like walls there.
Yeah.
For Terran vs Zerg because it was like a circling tight wall. The only build that actually killed that outright was 4-pools. So we actually had 4-pools eventually mixed in on that map. So yeah, I see what you mean, right? Like if Mini's build becomes very standard, people will probably find out what the earliest pool is. Like maybe a 5-pool can kill it, maybe a 6-pool, whatever it is. And then it'll probably get mixed in occasionally.
But this time around, it does appear that Queen's playing pretty standard here. I think he might have gotten his gas before his third hatch. I honestly wasn't looking. Which means you can end up with some different types of rushes. Again, Hydra rushes, the fact that those aren't really a threat, kind of eliminate all the other threats you have to worry about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Well, like, okay, so if you know you can't be killed by, like, a Hydra rush right off the bat, how do you abuse that in your build order? What do you do that's a lot stronger?
So in this case, it's already been shown here. We saw the gateway went down. He got a core out, and now there's a forge.
He doesn't even have a cannon yet.
Yeah, he's probably not going to make one right away. And so that means the Stargate is going to be insanely fast. Watch this. This is a 4-minute and 15-second, I think, Stargate. Yeah.
Wow.
And keep in mind, dude, Mini was one of the first guys that basically taught everybody that you can be getting a core before even a forge.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
No, totally. He is one of the players that we've seen do that multiple times.
Yeah, and you can only do it. I was actually streaming the other day, and I finally got in a position where I could try to do that, and it's weird. Because first of all, you do feel very unsafe because your cannon's not up, but you are getting to Stargate out really fast. You do actually kill a bunch of overlords. I mean, your Corsair gets out there before the Spire can be done. Yeah. By a lot.
Yeah.
And then the second Corsair's out. And so momentum really builds from there. Yeah. Now, in this case, Mini's crazy. He's also hit one Zealot. He's about to have that Corsair come out. And really, because you also don't need a second cannon right away, you get the second gateway is shown right here, right? Gateway costs the same as a cannon. And so you're able to pump up. Now, I think on the Zerg side of things, you're also just able to drone up a little bit more quickly, right?
Yeah, it's like just kind of a greedy map in general. It's cool to hear these things, though, these little optimizations that occur, because that's really how people differentiate themselves a lot, is how they react and optimize their build based on what their opponent is doing. But we see this Zealot being caught, and Queen will knock that out pretty quickly. She'll be able to just kill that right off. And the Corsair coming across.
So the Corsair is going to come through. The Zealots come out now. Again, you're able to make more Zealots, get the second gateway out. So overall, the pressure coming to the Zerg is a lot more. And then keep in mind, Zealot speed even finishes earlier.
Yeah.
Everything's a little bit quicker. It might not seem like a big deal, but it really is. Because now these Zealots are going to win the fight against these Lings, or at least start to.
Yeah.
The Hydra has to help out in the fight. And so as much as we're watching this fight on the ground, the fight in the air is actually a pretty big deal. Because he is going to kill one Overlord. Let's see where that puts Queen now.
That's big deal, right? This is why you got the Hydra so early.
Right. Now, there should be... Well, is he going to make another Corsair? Let's take a look. I think he actually only made one, which is another little twist in here. I think he's actually got a bunch of gateways. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Didn't even get +1 attack for Corsairs or anything like that. He has the Templar Archives up.
So this is super meta.
Yeah.
Right? He, first of all, came out with his Zealots and did the damage to kill the Overlord. And is basically telegraphing behavior of, like, you better protect your Overlords. You better be ready for a fight on the ground. But in reality, this is going to be a ground and pound army.
Yeah.
There's different styles, like what MisO's done, where he actually runs in with his Zealots and, like, 3 or 5 Corsairs and kills Overlords while the Zealots are doing the fight.
Yeah, that's a very common tactic.
This is different. This is going to be a very strong 2-base push behind all this.
Well, he's already out here with a few Speed Zealots. It's funny to watch him attack with, like, 1 Speed Zealot, and then here's 2 going towards the main, right? It's, like, not the timings that I would think of. You know, I feel like you'd be waiting for more than this, but he's trying to keep that pressure on, really utilizing every part of his brain here to try to beat Queen 2 games out of 3.
Now, there is a DT on the map. There is defense, so I don't think this is going to get in there, but it's still a good idea. We have 3 hatches? Yeah, so
3 hatches there.
Hatch.
Yeah.
So Zerg wants to have a fight. This isn't really like so much Lurker Turtle play as it is like Ling, Hydra, Speed Overlord. Maybe Mutas later on. Got to factor that in as a possibility, especially with only 1 Corsair being shown. You are kind of hinting that you're going to be weak against mass air.
Sure. But I think Mini, like, has plans to keep enough pressure on that maybe that won't be what happens from Zero.
I think you're probably right. And this is actually a double forge.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
I like the double forge builds.
Yeah. So
kind of a new thing, isn't it?
Well, it's been around off and on for a long time, but I think the new ones like this are what makes it quite interesting, because it's going to be when not this forge is finished upgrading, but the other one. I think it's either going to be 2-2 or 2-1. I think 2-2, right? He can actually come out here with a pretty scary army. So this shuttle here that he got the Robogun early could drop a DT into the main.
Yeah, looks like that's what he has planned. Okay, here we go. Brings it up, but Overlord speed just finished. 2 DTs go off into the main base. Zero sees it before it does anything, and, well, the DTs, I don't think they're going to find much damage.
Does he have a Templar in here, though, as well?
He might.
Oh, he does. Oh my God. Okay,
good
actually
dodge.
Only got, like, 1 drone, I think.
Yeah. Okay, knocks it down. And,
but
I mean, he dealt with that harass perfectly, right?
Well, in that time, a lot of times when you do that, you try to hide the DTs somewhere else. There's sort of a trick where the DTs are so fast, and they have decent armor that they can sometimes run away.
Yeah.
And then if you think you got them, it's kind of hard to click through the Hydras and check for kill counts, especially if they're Hydras that have been used through the whole game.
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
But we're getting to that point, I think, where this push is going to come out. Oh! Just going to throw a Nexus down.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, he's still got those upgrades going and everything, so does have some time, and his army will continue to scale well.
Right.
Has a good amount of High Templars. Dragoons starting to pour out as well. But Lurker's being made. We already saw Robo, so I'm not too afraid of him getting caught off guard without an observer, right?
No, I think he's going to be fine against this, especially this area. Ooh, no. Cannot lose that many Templars.
Does lose one right off the bat. Gets a couple storms off there, unfortunately missing one from the one that died. Another storm goes down. Pretty decent overall, but I feel like Queen is dodging as well as he can. Overlord's spotting those Dragoons on the high ground, moving him forward and trying to get that High Templar. Finally does get him.
Yeah, this is not a fight that Queen should be taking here. There's just too much. Well, hold on a second. Actually, these Lurkers coming in here are going to be a problem. The Observer, though, with the rest of this, yeah, I think Protoss is actually fine here.
Yeah. And in fact, like, this is a big moment for Mini, right? He's killed off everything right there, just about.
Yeah, Mini looking extremely strong here. And you can see there's just not enough Hydras. Now, the question is, as the next couple waves of Hydras come out, are Templars being made? Oh, no.
Oh, he doesn't have Dragoon range yet?
I think so.
Yeah, that must be.
Yeah. Oh, no. This is actually really bad. Dragoons are okay with range. Like, if you have a limited number, and the animals are okay. But Dragoons with range are just... There's basically no moment where you ever want to fight anything without range. It's why
Dragoons without range are garbage, tasteless.
in every matchup, if Dragoons are being made, the range has to be upgraded.
Yeah.
It's not even like with Marines where there's actually things you can do in the game where you fight with Marines and they don't have stim because things aren't developed on the other side for the other race.
Yeah.
Dragoons with range are just very weak. And Hydras are extremely responsive, nimble units. Dragoons are buggy, but with range, you can kind of set them like turrets. In a lot of situations, if you don't have to micromanage them, but they can be okay. And Dragoon range isn't exactly a fast upgrade either.
No,
it's
not.
When you forget it, you're without it for a long time.
Well, looks like a little attack here, a flanking attack from Queen, who, by the way, it looks like, is that a fake drop or a real drop?
Could be either one.
Yeah.
But either way, it's really smart. I mean, this is basically a straight line from the third to the main. It's hard to get Protoss units to get there in time. Good save there. Wait, what? He like canceled, but the hit the drone?
Yeah.
Even though the drone wasn't in range of that. I don't think
it looks... Yeah, I've never seen that before, actually. It looks like he did the swipe as it was being canceled, and it just counted as the drone was still big or something.
Yeah, it transferred to the drone.
Never seen that.
But it made the drone sound effect, but it clearly killed the building.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that was different. I'm not sure exactly what that was.
So I think Mini may be on the verge of death here if Queen executes this correctly. If the Overlords come in there, first of all, this ramp is extremely abusive from the Zerg. It's just hard to fight up a ramp.
But Mini does have 3 bases, and it's a fake drop, I believe, right? So if he doesn't react to it...
I think it's a fake drop. I think you're correct.
Yeah.
But
he can't possibly have army of those. There's no way.
Well, there's just so
he
much
has so much in the center.
There's so much in the middle that I don't think so, right? But keep in mind that a lot of times Protoss are trying to fight through a massive contain like this. Now, setting the Zealots out, it's actually a pretty good idea. It's kind of like their speed vultures or something. Like you move them out on the map, and you're going to try to hit hatcheries or other bases. And the truth is, Zealots independently, I mean, if they're not fighting Lurkers, they're actually pretty good. And then the Dragoon Templar army comes out, and maybe Mini actually breaks free.
Look at that. He's actually sending another group of Zealots around the other side as well. He is everywhere on this map right now. But Queen is making great moves like the Evolution Chamber to slow him down. Now the storm comes down as he tries to break up this hill. Storms everywhere.
It's the now, there is one Lurker here. Actually, getting the Evo Chambers is fine.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not bad at all. Kills that Hydra off. Now, the problem is there's a lot for both these guys to manage all over the map, but it does seem like the threats outside of the contain have basically been minimized. The Queen actually has a pretty good army overall to try to fight, but this is up a ramp, and there's a lot of Lurkers coming here.
Yeah.
He's got, I believe, only one Observer.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it gets picked off like instantaneously. I also heard a High Templar die there. Some storms go down, but yeah, it feels very difficult for him to break out here, but it's not like Queen is going up to Hive Tech. So is there any way he can slow this down and try to get a victory because Queen is staying on layer for so long?
I mean, No, I mean, the most important thing is he just has to break through. He can try to get shuttles and drop, or he can try to run out with speed zealots, but
Yeah, he did the speed zealot thing.
maybe he probably has to do that again.
Okay.
I mean, basically, there's a certain amount of lurkers you get to that it's just so hard for the Protoss to get through. Observer's sight range may have actually been upgraded, I'm not sure, but he cannot lose more observers. And you can see the Zerg's been very, very on top of just right-clicking down the obs anytime they come in.
He's getting some great storms here while he tries to break up the ramp, and Zero moving forward. Oh, I think he just did get the observer again. A lurker up here in this mineral line is going to slow these Zods down, but he's just going to right-click that hatch.
Yeah, but the obs here, he needs to keep the obs alive to break through the lurkers.
There's
obs,
so many lurkers.
Without sight range, they don't actually have a lot. I think he will actually barely kill this.
No! That was payback for the Polaris Rhapsody hatchery. That was literally one Zaw hit from death.
16 damage.
1 health, basically. That is painful as Mini, man. That is, oh.
And Mini is taking a 4th base in the bottom here. It does seem like Mini wants to basically play around to contain.
Well, he can't break it.
Yeah, unfortunately not. There are 2 zealots inbound here.
Okay, he's going to kill that then.
Yeah, which is good. He needs to make sure this actually is killed. All right, here we go.
Oh, he tries so hard to block it. You know, the trick was to send 15 Hydras up there and morph them all into lurkers around the hatchery. That's the only way to save it, Tasteless.
It's just impenetrable wall. So...
It's the only time Storm can kill a building.
I'm not as familiar on this map, the ins and outs of lurker contains. I know that you're not completely trapped in that area.
Yeah, it seems hard to get around it, though.
Yeah. The problem is, generally speaking, these narrow valley areas are highly abusive for lurkers. Once they get set up. And you can see Queen is pretty masterful at spacing them out exactly perfectly, where there's just 1 storm per lurker if that's what you're going to go for.
He's coming up, trying to flank that base, but Mini has gotten a pretty sizable army on the map. I think there's only like 1 High Templar or maybe 2 with this army.
Yeah, he should have the energy upgrade though. So I mean that can be up to 6 storms.
Oh, okay,
so, I mean, you're kind of okay with that.
Okay. Because I just get a little bit nervous if it's like 2 gateway heavy and not enough storms, right? Because you will get that whittled down very quickly.
But I think if it comes to just fights and he's not having to push through lurkers, I think that's okay.
Okay.
As long as you don't lose them, of course.
But you know what? He killed Queen's 4th there. So that's like, you know, he's going for a whole minute or so without an additional base.
Right.
So it's been 3 base versus 3 base for a while, and he's taken his 4th. Mini's maxed out. He's kind of skipping the lurker contain. There's no hive tech. Can Mini win this still? Is there a way?
I think he can. Basically, he's playing around. The Zerg's going to go for a dive into the main, which I think actually will probably get in there and work.
Yeah.
But the main army here is working really hard here for Mini. He's going to come down here. He's losing like Templar.
We really need to see those storms go off. He missed like 3 storms at least.
Yeah.
And he actually will clear out this attack.
I think Mini's actually going to win this.
He might, right? It looks like it.
The thing is, the lurker walls look scary until you can get around them. And it's a lot of work to set up the lurker walls. Just like it's a lot of work for Terran to set up siege tanks. It's very, very just APM demanding. And if the lurkers aren't in a good spot or if they're clumped up, you can just kill them. Now, granted, Mini's losing a lot of Templars. There's an insane amount that's going on right now.
Yeah.
But Queen does have this battering ram coming towards Mini.
But it is only layers, so maybe Mini holds on again. A huge storm goes down. A pretty good split there by Queen. These Zealots and Archons, of course, will get shredded if they just sit there and continue to fight. Looks like he might flank with his main army.
I think you're right. Keep in mind, when you have the energy upgrade, you get Storm almost immediately upon the exit. You know, where before that, you just have to kind of wait. It's a bit of a nail biter. I think Mini, I thought he was going to come in here and flank, but instead, I think he's going to try to intercept the rally
reinforcements.
I think the rally point. This is a funny thing that's only really an issue in Brood War, and then in StarCraft 2, if you get right in the middle of all their rallies, because in StarCraft 2, they hotkey all their buildings to one key. But basically, the very tight area here is resulted in a failed push here from Queen.
Dude,
And
he
I
just
actually was
cleaned that
wrong.
up.
He's not going to go for rally point push. Queen's kind of done this sort of battle Zerg play, and Mini's successfully stayed back and done a control game, and it's basically worked. Now, hold on. This is the 4th base. This might be pretty soon here the only mining resource-intense location here on the map for Mini. So, as close as this is, there's a possibility the Queen comes in here and kind of at the Achilles heel ends the game for the Protoss.
Well, he does pick that off. But I'm looking at this supply. It's 91 to 131 with Mini in that advantage. Of course, Zerg is very supply efficient still, but I'm getting nervous right now for Queen. Like, Mini is playing a very strong game, and he's taking the top right.
Yeah, Mini has gotten to this point here where the lurkers aren't strong anymore. It's funny how the tables turn when the lurker contain is broken.
Yeah.
It's an old StarCraft idea of once you break free from the contain, the Zerg is no longer as powerful as it seemed like it was. And I think in one of the... Again, this series has just been incredible, but I think Mini has just now won this game. This is the only spot that had to be killed off. Mini doesn't have an extra base, but Queen is going to be hurting even more. And again, Mini has the army. Queen really does not.
Yeah.
GG.
Oh
Unreal.
my God. And that is that. Mini advances in first place.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, he's showing what monstrous Protoss versus Zerg he really has, taking down Queen 2-1. The game he lost was like mass speedlings when he was trying to be greedy with a couple zealots. And then these other 2 games, he just played like really well, man.
Yeah, he really did. It's really something else. Huh?
Wow. Dude, that is the champion. First place of last 2 ASLs is now in the decider match in the round of 16.
I can't believe how strong that was. I mean, when you look at that lurker contain on that ramp, Protoss on 3 base, I think pretty much everybody would say there's no way.
Yeah.
But he came all the way around from the bottom, came up from the top, and got the lurkers out of position. And once he got that army in the middle, where there couldn't be reinforcements, and once he stopped the push, he basically positionally broke free. Incredible.
Yeah, it was an awesome win there from Mini. Dressed all in black because he is the Grim Reaper of Zerg.
He is the DT.
Yeah. And I think we're going to be going to an interview with Mini here just momentarily, guys.
Congrats to Mini. He moves on first. Really incredible stuff. Let's see how he's feeling.
ASL 시즌 11 16강 A조 경기 함께하고 계십니다. 이번 시즌 가장 먼저 8강에 올라간 선수가 탄생했는데요. 변현재 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
와, 그 행복한 표정의 결과가 또 이렇게 가장 먼저 8강에 진출한 걸로 나왔습니다. 이 본인의 경기력도 오늘 굉장히 좋았고요. 여러모로 좀 더할 나위 없이 만족할 것 같은데 변현재 선수 지금의 소감은 어떠신가요?
일단 제 예상대로 명훈 형이랑 하는 게 솔직히 좀 엄청 괜찮다고 생각했거든요. 이제 승자전에서 이제 명훈 형한테 지더라도 이제 경기력만 괜찮으면 이제 손만 좀 잘 풀면 최종전을 통해서 올라갈 수 있다는 생각으로 이제 승자전에서 꼭 명훈 형이랑 하고 싶었는데
네.
이제 이겨가지고 엄청 다행인 것 같아요.
김명훈 선수와 손이라도 잘 풀어보자라고 말씀하시기에는 사실 김명훈 선수의 승자전 1세트부터 이 프로브 컨트롤이 정말 좋았거든요. 손은 이미 다 풀렸던 것 같았어요.
일단은 이제 첫 경기 때 이제 드라리버 컨트롤로 이겼었잖아요. 그때 이제 컨트롤이 좀 생각보다 잘 되더라고요. 그래가지고 이제 명훈이 형이랑 첫 세트도 원래 저글링에 끝난다고 생각을 했는데 어쩌다 보니 좀 잘 막아지더라고요.
네.
어쩌다 보니 이제 질러 컨트롤도 이제 나쁘지 않고 그래서 좀 잘 풀어 나갔던 것 같아요. 그 세트를.
그런데 두 번째 세트에서 이 김명훈 선수의 이 올인성 저글링에 한 방 또 먹었습니다. 사실 이럴 때 변현재 선수가 좀 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 전혀 흔들리지 않고 세 번째 세트 변현재 선수의 마음대로 저 경기를 좀 주무르는 듯한 느낌이 들었어요. 이 언덕 싸움에 집중하고 있는 와중에 오히려 변현재 선수는 6시를 먹고 질럿을 돌리면서 상대의 또 멀티를 공격하고 라는 이런 좀 모습들을 보였거든요.
근데 세 번째 판에서는 제가 좀 하이템플러 스톰도 좀 잘 처음에 못 쓰고 이제 만화가 있는데 히드라에 죽고 그래가지고 손이 좀 클릭이 잘 안 되더라고요. 이제 긴장했던 탓인지 히드라가 몰아칠 때 빠르게 스톰을 써야 되는데 하이템플러 클릭도 잘 안 되고 그래서 최대한 정면 싸움을 하면 하이템플러를 잘 못 쓰겠더라고요. 그래가지고 이제 좀 질럿도 돌리고 6시로 이제 유닛을 가서 멀티를 먹고 천천히 하자는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
아마 경기 3세트 초반에 김명훈 선수가 변현재 선수의 뭐 셔틀 다크라든지 이런 것의 견제가 저글링에 의해서 좀 잘 대처가 된 듯한 느낌이 들었었어요. 그래서 좀 변현재 선수가 그때 좀 당황을 하지 않았을까 싶은 생각은 들었거든요.
네, 그쵸. 그 중앙에 이제 히드라가 다 있길래 아 이거 다크 드랍을 가면 웬만하면서는 좀 많이 드론을 죽일 수 있겠다고 생각을 했는데 생각보다 엄청 잘 막아가지고 아 이제 수비적인 체제를 좀 잘 갖춰보자라는 생각으로 이제 이끌어갔어요.
결국에 이 셋시 쪽 언덕 싸움에서 변현재 선수가 오히려 병력을 좀 빼면서 회전을 시켰어요. 질럿도 회전을 시키고 병력을 좀 회전시켜서 오히려 김명훈 선수를 좀 혼란스럽게 하는 움직임도 있었는데 이 맵에 대한 이해가 완벽하게 좀 된 듯한 느낌도 들었어요.
그러니까 그 히드라 러시로 이제 세 번째 멀티를 잘 막아서 이제 업그레이드도 좋아서 이제 제가 한 방으로 이제 잘 나가야겠다라는 생각을 했는데 언덕이다 보니까 제가 컨트롤도 좀 생각보다 잘 안 되더라고요. 대규모 컨트롤은 소수 컨트롤은 잘 됐는데
네.
그래서 이제 유닛을 돌려서 어떻게든 이제 시선을 분산시키고 이제 이끌어 나가야겠다고 생각했어요.
와, 거의 오늘 경기를 바탕으로 많은 분들이 프로토스가 우승한다면 변현재 선수가 우승하지 않을까라는 이야기가 나올 정도로 사실 김윤중 선수와의 풋풋전에서도 굉장히 속도감 있게 좀 경기를 끝내셨고 뭐 집요함이면 집요함, 운영이면 운영 좀 여러 가지 모습을 보여주셨던 것 같은데요. 이번 시즌 목표는 어디까지이실까요?
일단은 이제 24강 때부터 말했듯이 이번에는 꼭 시드를 따내고 싶고 이제 실력에 자신감도 있거든요. 이번 시즌은 이제 준우승 이후에 너무 못해가지고 이제 이번에는 꼭 결승을 한 번 더 다시 가보고 싶긴 해요.
팬들이 아마 많이 응원해 주실 것 같거든요. 팬들에게도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단은 24강에서는 엄청 힘들게 올라왔었는데 이제 그때 인터뷰할 때 16강은 좀 쉽게 올라간다고 했는데 그 약속을 지켜서 다행이고 이제 8강에서는 이제 다전제에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 다시 한번 8강 진출 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
John. So we've got mini versus best in this PvP, but you can see the entire round of 8. It's going to be a lot of fun. JYJ versus Queen, Hero versus Snow, and Larva versus Rush.
Yeah, these are some fantastic matches overall. I'm still kind of like, obviously I love the Terran matches, but I'm very, very excited as well for that Snow versus Hero match. I think that's going to be a really cool one. But here we are today with our PvP. One of these guys going to be going into that round of 4. I tell you what, let me just say this. I want Best to win the entire tournament. Like, he doesn't have a big championship yet, and it's messed up.
Yeah, it's messed up. We're going to show you guys a quick video, then we're going to hop into this game.
너무 잘 떨어졌어요. 와! 도대욱 선수 한 방.
이번에는 꼭 기득권 따볼 수 있도록 이끌어내겠습니다.
So going into this PvP, first of all, I want to say we're finally at the part where I think the series get extremely interested in player versus player.
타사스와 LG 울트라
we're
기어가
going to go into
함께하는
it.
ASL 시즌 11 8강 첫 번째 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 이현경입니다. 지난 화요일 경기를 통해 모든 8강 진출자가 가려졌고요. 조 추첨식을 통해서 대진까지 모두 성사가 됐습니다. 자, 오늘 8강 첫 번째 경기는 사파로 대표되는 프로토스 변현재 선수와 정파로 대표되는 프로토스 도재욱 선수의 프로토스 대 프로토스의 경기가 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. 과연 경기 전 선수들은 어떤 생각을 가지고 있는지 직접 이야기 들어보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 두 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 변현재 선수 대진 추첨 후에 도재욱 선수의 대결을 좀 피하고 싶었다는 느낌을 받았거든요. 네, 어떤 이유에서 그런 느낌을 좀 받으셨을까요?
이번 시즌이나 저번 시즌이나 이제 8강만 오게 되면 이제 타종족전을 자신 있어 했거든요. 이제 이번 시즌도 16강 뚫으면 이제 저구전이나 테란전 하면 자신 있다라고 생각을 했는데 어쩌다 보니 이제 조 2등 토스가 2명이더라고요. 그래서 웬만하면 토스 걸리겠다라고 생각하고 그렇게 좋게 생각하진 않았어요.
동족전을 좀 피하고 싶었는데
네.
또 안타깝게도 동족전이 성사됐습니다. 도재욱 선수 역시 뭐 최근 온라인 전적으로 미루어 짐작해도 이 변현재 선수를 굳이 만나고 싶진 않으셨을 것 같다는 생각이 들거든요. 좀 어떠세요?
현재가 속으로는 좀 기분 좋아하고 있을 거예요. 저한테 좀 세가지고. 근데 이제 뭐 저 같은 경우는 8강에서 누굴 만나더라도 제가 좀 딸린다는 생각을 하기 때문에 그냥 뭐 좀 편하게 생각을 했고, 현재한테 좀 약하긴 하지만 오늘 이기게 된다면 약간 좀 그런 자신감적인 부분에서 좀 상승할 수 있지 않을까 싶어요.
도재욱 선수는 지난 시즌에도 8강 경기를 치른 반면에 변현재 선수는 다전제가 굉장히 오랜만이에요. 시즌
네.
7 이후의 다전제가 오랜만인데 준비 과정은 어땠는지도 좀 궁금하거든요.
일단은 오전제를 너무 오랜만에 준비하다 보니까 이제 빌드를 어떻게 이제 5판을 다 준비해야 될지 좀 생각이 너무 많았고, 여기 경기장 와도 경기장에 선수가 이제 원래 4명이었잖아요. 24강이랑 16강은 뭔가 너무 썰렁해가지고 뭔가 긴장이 더 되는 것 같아요.
어떻게 김윤중 선수의 도움을 좀 받으셨나요?
근데 예전부터 도움을 받으면 떨어져가지고 도움을 안 받기로 결정했어요, 이번에.
도움을 주겠다고 했는데 혹시 변현재 선수 쪽에서 좀 거절의 의사를 밝히셨나요?
근데 윤중이 형도 도움을 주면 떨어지는 거를 본인이 그렇게 생각하더라고요. 그래서 이제는 안 주려고 하는 것 같아요, 일부러.
그럼 어떤 선수에게 좀 조언이나 좀 도움을 받으셨을까요?
저는 일단은 제가 이제 상대방 플레이를 직접 하는 걸 좋아하거든요. 그래서 이제 컴퓨터랑 엄청 연습을 하고 나서 이제 게임을 하는 플레이를 좀 많이 좋아하거든요. 이제 푸푸전은 이제 빌드 싸움이 엄청 크다 보니까 제가 이제 상대방 플레이를 해야지 이제 그 시간에 맞춰서 이제 무슨 유닛이 온다라는 걸 느끼기 때문에 이제 제가 게임을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 계속적으로.
도재욱 선수 오늘 유독 조금 긴장을 하고 계시는 것 같은데 제 느낌이 혹시 맞나요?
아니, 긴장은 되지 않고 있고요. 그냥 긴장이라기보다 그냥 오늘 경기 생각밖에 없어요, 그냥.
아무래도 지난 시즌 8강에서 또 탈락했던 기억 때문에 4강에 대한 이 간절함이 굉장히 강하게 좀 자리 잡고 있으실 거라는 생각이 들거든요.
네네.
다전제 준비하면서는 좀 어떠셨나요?
제가 8강을 이제 다른 리그랑 같이 합쳐서 몇 번 갔었는데 3대0을 너무 많이 당했어요. 그래서 오늘만큼은 일단은 뭐 3대0 일단 안 당하려면 첫 경기 이겨야 되잖아요. 첫 경기를 꼭 이기고 싶고, 그리고 현재가 윤중이랑 연습을 한 줄 알고 좀 호재인 줄 알았는데 그게 아니었네요. 좀 그래서 좀 아쉽네요, 그게.
도재욱 선수는 어떤 선수와 좀 연습을 하셨어요?
저는 비밀이지만 이제 굉장한 선수라고 합니다.
비밀이다.
네.
만약에 또 추후에 좀 밝혀주신다면 좋을 것 같아요.
네.
아무래도 많은 분들이 두 선수의 이 프로토스 스타일이 정반대기 때문에 오늘도 많은 분들이 기대를 하고 계시거든요. 많은 선수들이 변현재 선수와 경기하면 정말 짜증난다라는 말을 할 정도로 굉장히 까다로운 견제로 또 좀 상대를 제압하는 변현재 선수, 반면에 물량으로 또 상대를 제압하는 도재욱 선수인데 서로가 생각하기에 가장 까다롭게 느껴지는 부분은 어떤 부분인가요? 변현재 선수 어떤 부분인가요?
일단은 재욱이 형이라면 이제 너무 이제 최적화가 좋다 보니까 이제 똑같이를 가면 안 된다고 생각하거든요. 이제 제가 움직임이든 이제 유닛 컨트롤이든 제가 한 발짝 더 앞서 나가야 되기 때문에 이제 제가 조금 마음이 더 급할 수 있다라고 생각하고 있어요.
도재욱 선수는 어떠세요?
저도 똑같아요. 제가 최적화적인 부분은 조금 더 낫다고 생각하는데
네.
뭐 이제 현재가 개념이라던가 이제 뭐 상대방을 좀 당황스럽게 하는 플레이를 잘해서 제가 이제 그거에 좀 많이 휘둘리다 지는 경기가 많았는데 좀 그게 좀 부담스럽긴 해요.
서로 굉장히 다른 부분을 좀 견제하고 있는 것 같아요. 변현재 선수 좀 천천히 해야 된다. 도재욱 선수는 휘둘리면 안 된다라는 생각을 좀 갖고 계시는 것 같은데 스코어는 어떻게 좀 예상하고 계세요, 변현재 선수는?
저는 3대2로 이길 것 같아요.
3대2
네.
풀세트를 갈 것 같다.
네.
도재욱 선수는요?
저는 스코어 필요 없고 그냥 이기고 싶어요. 스코어는 뭐 어쨌든 이기면 끝나는 거니까. 네.
자, 그럼 끝으로 두 선수의 이 8강 첫 경기를 임하는 각오를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 변현재 선수.
8강을 너무 오랜만에 와서 그런지 뭔가 지금 16강 때보다 공기가 더 차가운 것 같아요. 그래서 더 긴장되는 것 같고 최대한 잘할 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
도재욱 선수 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단은 뭐 제가 생각했을 때 가장 까다로운 상대를 만난 것 같은데 이 상대를 꺾으면은 그래도 좀 더 그 팬 여러분들이 좀 기대를 해주지 않을까 하고 오늘 꼭 이겨서 오랜만에 이제 시드 한번 따보겠습니다.
네, 두 선수의 멋진 경기 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다. ASL 시즌 11 8강 첫 번째 경기를 앞두고 있는 변현재 선수와 도재욱 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 과연 어떤 선수가 이번 시즌 첫 시드권을 획득하며 4강에 진출할 수 있을지 8강 첫 번째 경기 지금부터 함께 하시죠.
All right. We're 0 for 2 so far at the start of the show. We don't know the format.
This is what happens
We're
when
going in blind.
You're going blind, man, for sure.
All right,
Holy
I
crap.
think we get to talk until the game starts.
Okay.
Let's find out. This is going to be on Ascension, Ultimate Stream, Polypoid, Polaris Rhapsody, and Eclipse for our map ordering. And I will say these first two maps I think are going to make for some very different PvPs.
Yeah.
Going into this, it seems like we're going to start out weird and probably tread into normal, but we'll see.
Yeah, a little bit more for sure, right? With Polypoid as third map. But yeah, I think Ultimate Stream is going to be a really cool map. Can't wait for that one. Okay, Tasteless, what are the strengths of these players for PvP?
I think Mini is very, very strong at teching around normal meta. I think Best is a little bit better. I'd say Goon Reaver in general. He impresses me a little bit more. But, you know, PvP is so much about mind games and bluffing and cutting corners that it's going to be a lot about prep and research for these two, I think.
Okay.
You know, PvP is funny because I think actually it has some of the best late game in RTS, just the macroing up, and you know it's very straightforward. It's easy to understand.
Really,
very hard to execute. There's a lot that you can do, but you know at the highest levels, a lot of PvPs are extremely short. There's a lot of going for the knees or going for the ankles to take someone down immediately. So, I mean, we could talk all day about Reaver Micro, but I do feel like we need to see what the build orders are going to be on each map and kind of the decision-making behind it. These are two guys that have a lot of games out in the modern era, and therefore they can be researched, they can be studied, they can be scrutinized.
Yeah.
So I think it's very difficult to say. I would say I think Best is a little bit better if we do get into late game. I think he's a little bit better at the army movement.
I would agree.
I think it's why his
mechanics
PvP
are
is so
strong.
good. Yeah,
for sure.
But I think Mini, I mean, especially in PvZ, we see that he has a different way of approaching the matchup very often, but you can definitely do that in PvP. And PvP is, I think, in one of the most interesting periods in the history of the matchup. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, a lot of quick Nexus builds. Some Forge expands are happening.
What?
Yeah.
No.
There's some there is.
No. Tasteless making things up.
I'm like, they go triple Nexus now. I just keep telling bigger and bigger lies. You don't know the 2 scout opening? Oh, well, wait. It's probably going to happen in one of these 5 games.
The 2 scout opening.
Not only am I going to lie about it, but I'm going to act incredulous when Artosis doesn't know about it.
I'm sure 2 scouts could kill a Dragoon.
Yeah. I'm like, if microed correctly. Yeah, I mean, let's see. In all seriousness, let's see what happens with these two. This is the song that Mini always plays, by the way.
I guess it's just a song he likes.
영수는 힘들어.
All right.
One of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
That's by Led Zeppelin, isn't it?
It was this or Thriller from Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
He wasn't sure which one to pick.
No, this guy, he's one of the most emotional players that we have.
Yeah.
He gets really tilted and bent out of shape if things are not going his way. It's kind of funny to see both of them have losing records, PvP,
Yeah.
by the way. And, well, I think that only speaks to the strength of Rain.
Yeah.
Rain's PvP is like 99-1 or so, and like I'm sure that he gave them both a significant amount of their losses.
For sure. Look at the shirt. Is that him as a pylon?
So. Oh, yeah, I think it is.
Or is he in a Dragoon?
No, that's a pylon. But he doesn't have feet. He just has like.
I feel like a
light.
fan made that and he had to accept it.
Oh, right.
It's like, Taste is here. I made this for you, and it's like me as a cybernetics core, and I'm like, okay.
To be honest, you kind of look like a cybernetic score.
Maybe just my head. Yeah. I'm like, to be honest, I thought you would have picked the Dark Templar or, one of the units I use a lot, but you picked the first tech building. Yeah. Okay. Guys, we're going to go into this PvP. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is Mini versus Best. And the best of 5, the winner is the first player to secure that round of 4 spot.
All right, we have Mini in the bottom right. And Best in the top left. All right, so Best chose teal. Any idea why?
Wait, what? You Best chose teal?
He chose teal.
Do we let them choose colors? I didn't even know that
you can choose colors.
I honestly don't even know what colors they normally are.
Well,
I know in GSL
the
it's always
observer,
red.
if the colors are too close, the observer switches it to like teal and red.
Yeah.
Or green and no, I guess it is teal. It's like teal and red. It just you can shift tab to switch those colors.
Yeah, right.
But
I always play with that on, by the way.
When you're playing a custom game, you can choose your color. And I saw Best choose teal, which I have a theory around this because Light always chooses red. So if you choose like red, then that's the only color that you can be for your opponent.
Okay.
Because no matter how much you shift tab, it'll just keep them on red, right? If you choose teal, your opponent can only make you teal or red.
Okay. Yeah, I like this.
So this is my theory.
It looks like you came prepared today with this. Dude, you know what? You just solo cast this one. I think you got
I'll take care of this one.
By the way.
Okay, I'm so glad that you don't care at all about my theories of this.
I always do the shift tab to turn them red and me teal, always.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I only do a single shift tab just to make them red on the minimap.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. Tasteless. So Mini has double proxy gated outside of a main that is not Best's.
Yeah, well, this is...
Watch his face. Watch his face.
Well, here's the thing. This is still going to get... It's like a... how do I even say this? We've talked about the coin flip build. Yeah. And the coin flip build is used on 4-player maps where you proxy in between 2 of the mains that are away from you, and you just hope the probability is on your side and you get a really good run.
Yeah, that's a 66%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, coin flip is probably the wrong word.
This one's the coin flip.
Yeah, this is more of the coin flip build. Or yeah, I'm sorry. Coin flip build is actually where you proxy in one of their mains.
Yeah, and that's basically what this is. On a 3-player map, you have 50% chance of proxying outside their base.
Yeah, thank you. Good correction there. And this is like looks like the 2/3 build.
Yes.
Where you hope that 66% chance they're close to you.
But it is a coin flip because it's 3-player.
Yeah, but it's also kind of close to the 66%-ish build because this is still a closer rush distance than if he made it in his main.
Okay, it is slightly closer.
So it is still somewhat of an effective rush, and this is definitely something Best did not plan for.
Okay, so I think you chose teal to mess up to mess up Mini. Listening to you talk, actually, the stuff I was saying was way smarter. Oh my God, Tasteless. Oh my God.
Oh, we're off to a very good start here.
Welcome to the round of 8, everybody. Professionalism. All right, he throws down a shield battery. Sees nothing there.
Ooh, almost gets catched.
Almost.
Yeah, almost catches that in there.
Almost is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades, though, Tasteless.
Yeah, and not in
look at this. He's just gonna kill the goon anyway.
Oh my God, he actually just boxed it in. That's insane.
Wow.
And if there's a second Dragoon being made, he can actually lock it in with a battery or a pylon, depending. Or, what is it? Battery here.
Yep.
This game, my God, he has to cancel the second game. That's it.
Just GG's.
Just GG's. Whoa.
So, I need to talk to you about this.
About being teal.
Well, it didn't work this time, unfortunately. But, look, Mini tried to make it just outside of the top base. He was very upset when he wasn't there and then still killed him.
Well, here's the thing. You know how Proxy Gate is basically the easiest build to do?
In the whole game, yeah.
In the whole game, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can teach a beginner that, and they could beat a maybe slightly below average player.
Yeah.
It is still the strongest against Protoss.
Crazy.
It is actually, as good as it is, it's killed many Zergs in major tournaments. It can throw a Terran off and spiral the game out of control. But in PvP, it can just completely destroy a player because you have to so hard turn the game from that point on, and a few missed clicks, and that's what happened. The Dragoon got caught. There's a chance he still loses if the Dragoon is not saved. The problem is also 3 Zealot hits kills a probe. If you made a battery, that gives you an advantage for a small chunk of time before you then lose the game. Usually. Guys, we're going to have a break. When we come back, game 2, we're already having some amazing StarCraft.
이름
변현재입니다.
생년월일
94년 1월 28일생이에요.
아이디
미니 쓰고 있습니다.
그렇게 지은 이유
딱히 큰 의미는 없는 것 같아요.
본인의 성격
사이코?
혈액형
AB형이요.
성격이 혈액형을 따라간다고 생각하는지
그런 것도 없지 않아 있는 것 같아요.
별명
변내기?
최근 가장 기분 좋았던 말
게임을 굉장히 변태적으로 한다?
에이 여기다 뭐 숨어 있다.
스트레스 푸는 방법
저는 딱히 스트레스 푸는 게 없고 불 끄고 그냥 가만히 있는 것 같아요.
좋아하는 연예인
배우 신혜선이요.
가장 마음에 드는 작품
기억이 안 나는데?
좋아하는 영화 장르
코믹 스릴러?
그 중에서 재미있게 본 작품
탐정 더 비기네.
징크스
징크스가 너무 많아요. 손톱이 부러지거나 뭐 물건을 떨어뜨린다거나 아니면 밥을 먹는다거나 그런 걸 할 때마다 거의 다 지는 것 같아요.
오늘 경기를 위해 한 것
그냥 굉장히 조심스러운 것 같아요. 손톱도 안 부러지려고 하고 다 하나하나 조심스럽게 행동하는 것 같아요.
최근 가장 화났던 순간
24강에서 떨어질 뻔할 때
가장 큰 고민
ASL 우승하는 거?
가장 자신 있는 신체 부위
없어요.
한 부위를 고치고 싶다면
일단 외모적으로는 눈이 짝짝이라서 눈을 수술하고 싶어요.
오늘 기분을 5글자로
매우 행복함?
여동생에게 소개시켜주고 싶은 16강 리거
없어요.
여자라면 사귀고 싶은 16강 리거
그것도 없어요.
개인 방송에서 조명을 추가할 생각은
조명이 있는데 시청자들이 좋아하질 않더라고요. 그래서 조명을 안 쓰는 것뿐이에요.
팬들에게 한마디
준우승 한 게 엄청 오래전인 것 같은데 이제 이번 시즌에 결승까지 가서 이제 팬분들한테 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 할게요.
이름
도재욱
생년월일
89년 10월 6일
아이디
베스트
그렇게 지은 이유
최고가 되고 싶어서
혈액형
O형
본인의 성격
약간 예민하지만 친해지면 좋은 친구
별명
일단 뭐 괴수 그리고 이제 뭐 도맨 이 정도
가장 좋아하는 별명
도맨이 아무래도 가장 최근에 생긴 별명이고 이제 많은 분들이 좋아해 주셔서 거의 이름 같은 느낌
내 머리카락은 증오 곱슬
직모
샤워할 때 머리부터 몸부터
한 번에
최근 가장 기분 좋았던 말
스타 잘한다
최근 가장 기분 나빴던 말
스타 못한다 왜 이렇게 못하냐 저거나
민트 초코 먹는다 안 먹는다
그거는 이해 불가 민트초코 극혐
좋아하는 연예인
아이유입니다
이유
귀여우면서 이쁘면서 혼날 것 같은데
취미생활
투자
관심사
투자 이게 좀 이상해지네
가장 큰 고민
투자가 잘 되지 이게
징크스
잠을 푹 자면은 그날 뭔가 이길 확률이 높아져요.
잘 자기 위해 해본 일
술을 먹어봤는데 이게 술을 먹어도 오히려 피곤하더라고요. 그래서 잠을 잘 못 자는 것 같아요, 요즘에.
첫 번째 경기 진후 심정을 5글자로
까이겠다.
박상현 선수와 경기하기 전 심정
이거 이겨도 또 기적이네 이 생각.
나에게 우승이란
정말 한 번쯤은 해보고 싶은 것.
이규에게 한마디
항상 이제 ASL 같이 봐주는데 졌을 때도 뭐 위로를 많이 해주고 이겼을 땐 축하를 많이 해줘서 정말 고맙고 앞으로 축하만 받고 싶어요.
팬들에게 한마디
이제 제가 정말 여러 번 도전했는데도 아직도 우승을 못했는데 꼭 한 번쯤은 하고 싶어요 우승. 그래서 이제 최대한 열심히 도전해 볼 거고 잘 안 되더라도 한번 끝까지 응원해 주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
All right, guys. Once again, thank you so much for supporting the ASL on patreon.com/ASL English. We really appreciate you guys keeping ASL alive, keeping Brood War alive professionally.
We really appreciate it, guys. So if you love us and love the casting that we're doing here, please go out there and support us. It is very, very much appreciated.
Yeah, that's right. We have some really great stuff that we hope to share with you guys in the next week.
We got some stuff
or
in
so.
the works. We're waiting to get some people to get back to us. We hope it works out, or we're going to be very sad.
Yeah, but we're going to have here's the
we have new
down low.
ideas for goals, but we can't confirm them yet.
Yeah, we're going to have more than just ASL, guys. So definitely check out ASL Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English. Yes.
Yes.
Back to the match.
All right,
Cases.
anyways.
Back to the match.
So I just want to go back and cast that match again because I feel like we missed so many things when we were talking about the attack instead of the color of the players.
That's true.
Yeah.
It did feel like we dropped the ball there. Because I think that had more to do with color selection than the placement of the gateways.
It seemed like we kind of lost our way there when we started talking about those proxy gates when we could have talked about why nobody picked purple.
The foolish thing that I said during that was that he proxied them outside the wrong base because it didn't matter where he put them. He was always going to win that game.
Look at that shirt. That was actually a warning. That was like his memento. He's like, why is there a pylon drawn on me? He was trying to warn himself about the pylon block that was going to happen. Yeah. Is it a pylon? It's not a Dragoon, right?
It's a pylon, dude.
Yeah.
Look at the little thing around him.
Where's the bottom part?
Yeah, that's the big question.
I think it's actually that cloud thing in Mario that you throw.
It does look like that.
The little turtle guys out of.
Yeah.
Spike turtles.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Lakitu?
Is that what it's called?
I believe so. Lakitu is the guy in the cloud.
This is game 2, guys. We're going to go on Ultimate Stream.
Hold on. Be quiet. I got to see what colors they choose.
Random.
Really?
Unless they do it at the last second.
Teal didn't work for him.
Yeah.
Makes sense, Tasteless.
Yeah. Now, what colors do they get? Green and orange.
Huh. Now, do you feel bad about not choosing your color now?
I think here, you turn your computer off and force a restart. We deliberate over the rules for 20 minutes and worry that pushback might be too much from the fans. We give them a loss. So there you go.
Yeah.
So this is a map where you are basically gifted with an expansion within the plateau that you start out on the high ground here. This is a little bit out of my wheelhouse of PvP expertise, to be honest. Like I'm not sure how quick it can expand. I think you can basically one gate expand, I believe. But we'll see if that's in fact taken here.
Yeah. No, I think you're about right. A one gate should be fine because you do have that high ground situation going on. Like, if you think back, the thing is the ramp is a little bit wider. But the map that I think of, because we saw a lot of PvPs on it, is Neo Transistor, where it had 2 smaller ramps leading up. Only one would be pointed towards your opponent, so it kind of counted as only one small ramp. And there were just like, there were Zealot expands there, right?
Yeah.
Just straight up, like, make a couple Zealots and make your Nexus.
Now, there is a Nexus on 12 build that's been growing in popularity.
That's crazy.
Which I think is fairly viable on this. So we may, in fact, see that. It looks like that's what Mini's gearing up to be doing here. He stopped on... I'm sorry, actually,
both
in this case, Nexus on 11. Oh, no, 12. Never mind. Okay.
Dude, both of them are doing it. They're just both going to make Nexuses right away.
Now, this is actually really exciting because whenever you have a mirror matchup that doesn't usually allow for this, but because of the map you can do it, you got to wonder, okay, so what is the proper sequence from here?
Well, I guess it matters also like how quickly you scout your opponent. If Best is going to get here and see the Nexus, so can't he just be the greediest man?
Well, I would imagine what you'd want to do if you're Best and you scout this is go Gateway Gas.
Yeah,
I think double gate is a mistake.
What about a third Nexus right away?
That's the big brain play.
The macro Nexus.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he gets in here, sees what's up way before Mini does.
They go third Nexus, and they're both playing ZVP against each other. It's crazy. Now, this is also funny. The Manor Pylon is extraordinarily strong because there's no Zealot out here. And probes don't kill pylons quickly at all.
No, they do not.
And this is actually a map where there's a lot of teeth within the mineral line.
That's
to
true.
man their pylon.
Yeah.
So I do feel like all signs point towards this being very good for Best. I guess Best elects to cancel the pylon.
And Mini gets up there before he really does anything different, honestly, than what Best was doing. So it feels actually pretty even after all that. And just the probe transfers occurring now.
So I've never really, on a map like this, seen a PvP where both players are granted an extraordinarily big explosion in growth.
Yeah.
I don't really... I'm very interested in seeing how this unravels.
Well, isn't this just like... It's kind of like a regular PvP now, except with twice the economy?
Yeah, but the thing about PvP early on, in a normal PvP, is, you know, you're always giving something up. Unless you're playing extremely conservative and just getting a robo and 2 gates and observers. And even then, you know, they can always try to get an expansion out and get gates ahead of you. So now I'm just wondering if there's any other type of corner cutting, or if they can just get all the tech they want, because they can get a second gas very quickly and just build up from there. I don't know.
Well, it seems like such a weird situation, but okay, now correct me if I'm wrong. This is my gut feeling tells me that in a situation like this, because your economy is getting so big so quick, Reaver is not going to be anywhere near as strong. You have a ramp at your expansion, plus your overall macro of things like Dragoons is going to be much quicker.
You could be correct about that. The Reaver is very strong up to a point in PvP. And then, I mean, it can still do amazing things, but it's just not quite as good.
Yeah.
But then you never know. Like, there's a possibility there is some kind of a funny Reaver push you can do, or even a contain at the bottom of the ramp.
Oh, that would be crazy. Cross
Because
spawns?
PvP is a weird matchup, because I think a lot of times we think of Terrans containing when we think of a contain, you know. But in reality, because Dragoons are, if positioned correctly, are extremely strong when attacked into, contains on PvP can be very abusive, and you can always reorganize them.
You know, it's kind of like a pretty wide ramp, and with the big economies that they have, I'd be pretty surprised if they go like containment-based strats, but...
Well, if they get a Reaver, I think it could be good, but it doesn't look like they are.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was getting at, is that Reaver might not be good, but if you had 2 Reavers on the low ground there, and they have to tech all the way into Psystorm to get out, it just seems like it's very inconvenient, right?
Sure. Well, both sides do have the Robo. We saw Best go into Citadel pretty quickly. Oh, it is actually a Citadel and a support bay on both sides.
Whoa!
Is it going to be like Speed High Templar drops? Could that be it? Or are they actually going Reaver? Like, I would imagine you're going to make a Reaver if you're getting that anyways, like at least one, right?
I mean, I think so. I feel like this is such an unfamiliar game to me right now. I'm not sure, but one thing to point out is that when you get into the late game PvP, Psystorm drops are basically the best thing in the game.
That's in all matchups, actually.
Yeah, but it's even stronger in PvP.
Yeah, it's
actually
pretty ridiculous.
As mad as you are right now, thinking of Psystorm drops as Terran, even worse for Protoss, because if the storm touches the probes, they die.
Yeah,
SCVs can kind of move through it. Drones die very quickly as well. But
they don't have as many drones in a line as you have probes in a line.
Yeah, you have so many probes.
Yeah,
and they're so bunched up that 1 or 2 good storm drops. So to answer your question, it very well could be that. And it seems like with the number of zealots that we have made, we could certainly get into a game that looks like that.
Dude, is this mass zealot legs and Reavers? Like, I don't know if we even have range tastes.
Well, what's weird about this is that it seems like on both sides, the zealots are just going to die to the Reaver shots.
Yes.
So
It does seem that way.
Yeah.
This is crazy. The fact that both of them are doing the exact same thing, too, tells me tasteless, and this is the normal anyways, but they both definitely know something we do not about this.
Yeah, there's something very clear.
These pro gamers that practice this map in this matchup seem to know something that we're not aware of.
Yeah. Now, Mini is going to get the upper hand here
because
he gets to attack in first, and I don't see a second Reaver here. 1 Reaver and a Shuttle can beat this.
Oh my god, but Best gets in there as well. And we do have Mini's Reaver over in Best's base.
This just seems to be a base trade situation.
This could be crazy.
Yeah.
It seems like Mini is ahead here, though.
Well, he's got momentum. He can actually shut down the gateways over here first, which, I don't know. I mean, Mini's got 400 minerals in the bank. He could send a probe across the map and make a nexus. That's all the probes right there in the main.
And Best is not actually getting rid of the pylon on those gateways right now. But,
yeah, that's
I mean, obviously his army is wrecking, but literally he's losing like all of his probes. It seems like Mini's multitasking here is much, much better.
Yeah, well, he got the initiation off first here. Well, keep in mind that Mini's also mining from his natural now, too, so he's just sort of bought time. So he just needs enough minerals to win this fight. Now, keep in mind, scarabs cost minerals. So
That's a good point.
It's something that can actually, you can end up getting drained out, and then the player that just has an ordinary ground army is actually better because the Reaver is basically just a giant paperweight at that point in time.
Dude, this is crazy. You see the Dragoon trying to help pick off the Dragoon and the Reaver here.
But I think that Best lost basically all of his probes, so if he comes back here and just keeps, what is it, like 6 probes that he has here alive?
He actually ran his probes across the map. So, like, he is on full-on base trade mode here. This almost looks like StarCraft 2 in a way.
Yeah, I was about to say this looks exactly like some StarCraft 2 games we get to cast.
Yeah, we generally don't see that in StarCraft 1. Even in base trades, you don't normally see all the workers sent across the map, but here it is.
This is a very smart move by Mini as well, as he's going to kill the Citadel to ensure that Templar archives can't be made, because nobody has observers, I don't believe.
Best right now, okay, so he lost his Nexus. Best has 25 minerals. So he's literally just going to run out of scarabs here.
This also isn't how the game is supposed to go on either side. Basically, they passed each other because the passing from the top left to the bottom right and the bottom right to the top left is a little bit awkward, so they just sort of moved by each other. GG Best already down 0-2.
This is wild.
In games that we can... I don't know. I mean, you guys see it. It's
So Speed Zealot Reaver. That's not what I would have guessed, Tasteless. They both have exactly the same build.
I guess because you get a mineral boost and you can't really get the second gas that quickly, speed lots are better, even though they could be countered by... Like, if they went Dragoons, you just lose, I guess, because you also have a Reaver. A couple Reaver shots and the speed lots will clean up the Dragoons, no problem.
Okay. Well, it seems like you're hitting so quickly with that as well. Maybe you can hit before they have, like, the critical mass that they need.
I imagine that people that were playing on this map that were not as good as these guys were probably doing completely different awful builds and realized they've been drinking mud water their whole lives.
Yeah, probably. That was really cool, though. I feel like I learned a lot about PvP on a map like that.
Me too. But we will not have another game like that. That's an exceptional map, and I guess that answers our question. What happens when they both get into an accelerated economy and neither player tries to punish the other? That's what you get.
Yeah.
Speed lot Reaver.
Yeah, so Mini right now leading.
I'm telling you, double scout would have won.
Double scout.
Shot down the...
That's kind of hilarious because it actually may be. Maybe it would have.
Probably still not. You probably shoot down the shuttle, they drop the Reaver, and then everything on your side dies anyways.
That's true. You'd eventually get
all
that
you have
Reaver.
is less zealots and you lose the game. You're like, damn it.
Fooey.
Yeah.
All right, so 2-0 right now for Mini. I think we're going to jump to a quick commercial break here. And when we come back, we'll see if Best can make this not a 3-0.
And can we have a normal game?
No. Well, Polypoid's next, so maybe.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
But right now, Mini looking unstoppable. If he just wins one more, he will be moving on into that round of 4 spot. And again, I mean, Mini, he's gotten so close to winning an ASL before. This could be a season.
True.
All right, guys, that break's coming up now. We'll be right back. All right, we're back and we're ready for Game 3, and I personally am hopeful this is not the last game in this cast. We've got 2 extraordinarily good Protoss players. Mini, it's weird because in Game 1, he did not get the edge in the sense that the gateways were in fact not by the main that he had elected to be the spot that if Best is in, he basically gets one of the hardest openings to counter, but it worked out anyways. We were talking about this on the break. Like, it's still a very good build. The Zealots are still much, much, much closer, and I think Best didn't expect that proxy gate build on that map. I think You're
Well, it
thinking
was
about
the last place he scouted was Mini's base, right? So
right.
that gave him less time to react and everything.
Yeah. And then in game 2, it was I mean, you never really say this in PvP, but like a base trade situation with Reavers involved.
Yeah.
And not Dark Templars.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it was a weird one. Let's see. Polypoid should steer this into a more normal PvP. Let's find out if that is in fact the case.
All right. Here we go. Whew, Mini.
You just
top
said
right.
that. You just said that, Artos. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's like we're on a roller coaster right
Dude,
now.
wow.
We're going up dance like, here we go, guys. Oh boy. I'm so scared. Are you scared? Ah, it's game
Well,
3
here's
of
what I'm
PvP.
scared of, is that this is faster and dumber than any ZVZ that's ever been played, because right now we just had like 2 games that were like instantly over. They could not have ended quicker.
Yeah, this is what's funny about this matchup, and it's just going to get worse here with this probe coming out, by the way.
Oh, is it a center gate?
Yeah.
Oh, tasteless.
PB.
These are the best of your
PBT,
race, tasteless. How do you feel?
There's so much. Well, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense to me, because I was going to say, like, PVC, I spent so much time like looking at my wall in, and you know, okay, we're gonna tech into storm here, but I can stop the hydras this way, but I'll be ready for mutas. But then I do get in PvPs, and I'm like, oh god, gateway's right there. But again, center gate is one of the strongest things, and I think this is Mini really playing actually a smart best of 5.
Okay.
Because I did not think,
It's not
yeah, that's what you do every time center gate. That's what a center gate is, Artos.
That's, well...
You don't 10-12 it. You're not like, well, I could get more probes. It's like,
Well, no.
no.
I know you don't 10-12. I was wondering if there might possibly be just 1 gate or something.
Yeah, that is a pretty good build. It would not be a 1-gate build on this map, because the ramp is small.
That makes
but
sense.
if it was a map with no ramp, 1 gate is quite good, because you run in there and kill probes and try to get ahead that way.
Yeah. Best scouting out now. He's going to find Mini second. So that's going to make it a little bit late for him to react completely.
This is a funny map because it's actually hard to find proxies in the middle.
Yeah, there's like several locations where you can build them,
Yeah.
like to the north and to the south, and then like there are the 2/3 proxies that you can make as well, which are really well hidden. But this one, I mean, this is as close to best as it really can be.
And I think I mentioned that we've had some weird builds going on. Nexus first, sometimes even Cannon expands for PvP. Center Gate would beat that. So I think there's a chance that he's trying to hard counter that. But Best appears to be playing a very straight up, normal PvP. We're going to see if he gets the Zealot or not.
He better be getting the Zealot, man, or he is going to be dead.
You can hold with just a Dragoon, but you really have to
Against
play well.
2-gate?
Yeah, you can do
That's
it.
wild. I can't even imagine how hard that would be.
It really it comes down to how the first sequence of engagements go.
He didn't. Oh, he did make a Zealot.
He did get a Zealot, yeah.
That would be.
But he didn't have time to preempt this. Oh my God! Why does Best make buildings in these positions? You want to have it so they have to have 3 pylons
Yeah.
to stop this.
Oh man, I'm a little bit nervous for him here. Okay, throws down the shield battery.
He needs to fill up the hole with probes.
Look, he just runs away from the Zealot. He's killing off so many probes right now. Taste, is this going to be the fastest series in ASL history?
It could be, man. But let's see. He's got to keep that Zealot alive, and it just now dies. One of the key features of holding the rush is keeping the Zealot alive. Now, the probes can be healed on the battery. That's important to note. But there's a battery being made here as well.
Oh my God.
And so
he is killing so many probes. Look at that Dragoon that just can't do anything. A third Zealot comes in. He might go after the Dragoon now, and the Dragoon is going to get stuck. GG!
Whoa.
That's it! That is the fastest series I think we've ever had. We've had ZVZs. Oh my God, Mini just killed him 3-0.
You cannot make your gateway in a spot. Look, this is...
Look at Best's face. He's like, whoa.
This is brutal. You cannot make your gateway where it can be blocked by 2 pylons. You have to set it up so it can be blocked by 3. This is the second time tonight that Best made that mistake. It is unacceptable because if you 2-gate and then you see that you can actually trap a goon, it's basically a win. It's almost impossible to recover. You can try to hold that if the Dragoon is freed up. It's hard, but it can be done.
Well, it seems like Best's preparation discounted proxy gates for the most part, right? Because if he's misplacing his gateways that many times, it means he didn't practice against that. Because if you have your practice partner doing zealot rushes out of proxy gates against you, they're gonna block in your goon.
It's a preparation thing too. I mean, any PvP you ever play, from F rank all the way up to S rank, all the way to an ASL round of 8 and finals, you cannot put your gateway in a spot where the 2 pylons can block it, because the center gate's already extremely hard to hold. The pylon block with only 2 pylons is basically a guaranteed win, because there's no way to stop the game from snowballing. Especially against somebody who's good at micro, and Mini is very good at micro. So I think the shortest ASL round of 8 we've ever had.
I think it actually is. Okay, quick interview, guys.
첫 번째 4강 진출자가 탄생했습니다. 본인의 컬러를 극대화시켜서 3대0 승리를 거둔 선수인데요. 변현재 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
와, 정말 경기를 어떻게 준비하신 건지 궁금할 정도로 변현재 선수가 이렇게 승부사다운 모습이라뇨. 다전제에서 2번의 구구게이트를
네.
어떻게 된 건가요?
일단은 솔직히 푸푸전이 대회에서 약간 운이 좀 많이 작용한다고 생각했거든요. 그래서 이제 첫 번째 세트에서 전진 게이트를 했을 때 이제 통하면 이제 이 상태로 이제 계속 심리전으로 이끌어가고, 첫 번째 경기가 이제 제가 뭐 서치가 당하거나 그러면 이제 운이 없다라는 이제 얘기니까 이제 그때서야 이제 좀 운영으로 하려고 했는데, 이제 첫 번째 경기나 두 번째 경기나 이제 제가 너무 잘 풀려가지고
네.
이제 세 번째 경기까지 하게 된 것 같아요.
첫 번째 세트에서 상대의 심리를 좀 말려보자라는 작전이 오늘 제대로 먹혀 들었던 것 같아요.
네.
상대적으로 심리적으로 좀 우위에 있다 보니, 스코어도 우위에 있다 보니 세 번째 세트 센터 전진 게이트를 할 때도 저도 다음에 준비가 되어 있기 때문에 상관없다라는 좀 생각을 하셨나요?
네, 원래 첫 번째 경기가 잘 풀리면 이제 두 번째 경기도 이제 전진 게이트를 서치할 거라고 생각했거든요.
네.
이제 그렇게 되면 이제 당연히 이제 세 번째 경기도 이제 온라인에서 센터 투게이트를 한 사람들이 없더라고요.
네.
폴리포이드 맵에서. 그래서 이제 대회에서 두 번째 경기까지 잘 풀리면 세 번째 경기도 무조건 통한다고 생각을 했었어요.
진짜 이렇게 빨리 다전제가 끝날지 아마 많은 분들이 예상하기 힘들었을 것 같아요. 변현재 선수가 이렇게 좀 대담하게 경기를 풀어나가는 모습을 보고 아마 이제 다음 8강 경기를 준비하고 있는 김명훈 선수, 정영재 선수는 또 머리가 좀 아파질 것 같다. 물론 8강을 이겨야 변현재 선수를 만나는 거지만 라는 생각이 드는데, 이제 정말 본인이 원하던 타 종족전을 정말 오랜만에 4강에서 할 수 있게 됐어요.
네.
어떤 종족을 만나면 더 좀 변현재 선수가 날아다닐 수 있을 거라는 생각이 드시나요?
솔직히 자신 있는 종족전은 무조건 저그전인데.
김명훈 선수를
네.
만나고 싶으신가요?
근데 저그전이 이제 예를 들면 이제 4강에서 7판 4선제잖아요. 그래가지고 혹시나 결승까지 이제 저그를 만나게 되면 이제 저그전을 2번 다 7판 4선을 이기는 토스가 너무 힘들거든요. 그게 너무 걱정돼요.
이미 그 위를 바라보고
그러니까
계시는군요.
명훈이 형전을 이제 최선을 다하면 결승에서는 못 이길 것 같고, 이제 명훈이 형전을 최선을 다하지
안 하면
네, 못 이길 것 같고, 그래서 솔직히 저그 테란을 만나거나 테란 저그를 만났으면 좋겠어요.
벌써 지금 우승을 향한 로드맵을 좀 그리고 있는 듯한 변현재 선수예요. 아무래도 그만큼 자신감이 좀 있다는 이야기가 되겠죠?
네.
질 자신이 없나요?
네? 솔직히 오늘 운이 많이 작용해서 솔직히 4강에서도 운이 좀 많이 따라줄 것 같다라고 생각이.
시즌 7 준우승 이후에 진짜 오랜만에 시즌 11에서 더 높은 곳을 향해 비상할 수 있는 기회를 얻으신 거잖아요.
네.
스스로에 대해서 좀 각오도 굉장히 남다르게 다지고 계실 거란 생각이 들어요.
네, 솔직히 저번 시즌에 다전제를 저그전 하면 잘할 거라고 생각했는데 16강에서 떨어졌거든요. 이번 시즌도 이제 다전제만 오면 이제 자신 있다라고 생각했는데 이제 8강을 뚫었으니 이제 더 높은 곳까지 올라가야 될 것 같아요.
자, 오늘 8강 경기 인간 상성이 무엇인지를 다시 한번 각인시켜주면서 완승을 거둔 변현재 선수, 많은 분들이 또 4강도 기대하고 응원해 주실 것 같습니다. 팬들에게도 한 말씀 전해주시죠. 길게 말씀해 주셔도 될 것 같아요.
일단 8강을 이렇게 너무 빨리 끝날 줄 몰랐는데 이제 4강에서는 이제 7판 4선이다 보니 이제 좀 많은 준비를 해가지고 더 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 될 것 같아요.
네, 또 동족전이 아닌 타 종족전에서 변현재 선수의 모습은 또 어떨지 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 진출 축하드릴게요.
감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 8강 첫 번째 경기에서 3대 0으로 빠르게 승리를 거두고 첫 4강 진출자가 된 변현재 선수와 이야기 나눠봤습니다.
ASL 시즌 11 대망의 4강 대결 두 선수의 경기가 기다리고 있습니다. 변현재 선수와 저그 김명훈 선수의 대결 과연 어떤 드라마가 좀 만들어지게 될지 저그의 강세를 계속해서 쭉 이어나가게 될지 아니면 프로토스가 저그를 몰락시키고 새로운 왕조를 만들어내게 될지 오늘 두 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 변현재 오 저그 다 때려잡고 지금 이 상황에서 김명훈 잡고 결승 올라가서 우승을 차지하게 된다면 새로운 역사를 변현재 선수가 쓸 수 있는 정말 좋은 기회예요.
그렇죠. 제가 이번에 이제 결승까지 저그를 잡게 되면 제가 이제 저그전 강한 모습을 좀 많이 보여줄 수 있을 것 같아가지고
네,
이제 좀 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
그려지지 않습니까? 왕의 자리, 내가 아는 의자가 왕의 자리에 앉아야지 다른 의자에 앉는 순간에 변현재 선수 그 역사를 못 쓰는 거예요. 보입니까? 오늘 김명훈 선수 잡고 변현재 선수가 앉을 그 의자 어떤 의자입니까?
제가 준우승을 한번 해봤는데 좀 사람들이 기억을 좀 별로 못하는 것 같더라고요. 이제 우승을 하게 되면 이제 이번 시즌에 우승을 하게 되면 이제 사람들이 좀 많이 기억에 남을 것 같아요.
네,
그래가지고 이번엔 좀 꼭 왕자의 자리에 앉겠습니다.
김명훈 선수가 두 번의 우승을 차지했습니다. 그리고 현존하는 최강의 저그다 3회 우승에 굉장히 유력하다는 이야기가 좀 있는데 저그 변현재 선수 입장에서 김명훈 선수 까다로운 상대 아니에요?
원래는 까다로운 상대라고 생각했는데 이제 승률이 뭐 프로토스전 90% 이렇다라고 할 때 이제 엄청 무섭다고 생각했는데 16강에서 2대1로 제가 이겼잖아요.
예.
그때 해보니까
오.
승률이 말도 안 되게 높게 나왔더라고요.
예.
그래서 충분히 이제 4강도 할 만하다고 생각하고 있습니다.
와, 김명훈이 아니라 신명훈이다. 아니 김명훈 선수 지금 변현재 선수 입장에서는 변현재가 굉장히 미소를 지으면서 김명훈 선수 굉장히 쉽다 나의 승률 높다 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 김명훈 선수 생각은 어떠세요?
뭐 그때는 솔직히 말해서 그 당시에 제가 조금 게임 내적으로 슬럼프가 있었어요.
오.
그럼에도 불구하고 제가 이길 뻔했다는 거에 저는 더 높은 점수를 주고 싶고 오늘은 연습을 진짜 많이 해와가지고 변현재 선수가 뭘 하든 이길 자신이 있어요.
그때는 아예 연습도 안 했고 지금까지 선수 생활 역사에서 가장 힘든 시기였다. 그럼에도 불구하고 이길 뻔했는데 지금은 어느 정도 연습하신 거예요?
지금 뭐 변현재 선수랑 그때 만나기 전에 승률이 90%였는데
네,
그 정도 수준은 될 것 같아요.
질 수가 없네요.
네, 뭐 그리고 변현재 선수가 또 유통기한이 있는 선수라 오늘 뭐 15분만 넘어가면은 무조건 이긴다고 장담을 하고 있어요.
와, 그래서 초반 승부만 막아낸다면 사실상 변현재는 절대 이길 수 없다는 그런 확신이 있으세요?
네, 도재욱 선수랑 8강 하는 것도 초반을 못해서 초반에 올인했다라고 생각을 하거든요.
네.
그래서 초반만 넘기면은 무조건 이길 것 같아요.
와, 초반에 변현재 유통기한이 있대. 유통기한 지나면 뭐 되는지 아세요? 썩어요.
근데 이제 대회에서 제 초반을 견뎌낸 사람들이 웬만하면 잘 없거든요. 이제 16강 때도 똑같이 이제 초반을 못 버텼으니까 이제 빠르게 끝난 거잖아요. 그래가지고 이제 이번에도 초반에 좀 강력한 모습으로
네.
압살하는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
와, 예고를 하고 있어요. 아니 초반에 그냥 대놓고 초반에 끝나겠다, 터뜨리겠다. 초반에 막지도 못하면서 어떻게 막아낼 거냐? 어떻게 막으실 거예요?
뭐 이제는 파악이 다 돼가지고 무조건 막을 것 같고 오늘 저는 그냥 초반만 넘긴다는 마인드로 왔기 때문에 뭘 해도 다 막을 수 있을 그런 자신감이 있거든요.
그럼 7전 4선승제 오늘 김명훈 선수가 지금 그린 그림대로 경기 좀 이어지게 된다면은 몇 대 몇 승부까지 예상하세요?
좀 오늘 많은 기대를 해주셨을 텐데 죄송하지만 첫 판만 이기면은 4대 0까지 예, 생각을 하고 있거든요.
네. 4대 0 승부를 예측을 해주셨어요. 초반 뭘 해봐라 다 막을 수 있다. 변현재 뻔하다. 할 거 뻔하다. 끝났다. 4대 0이라는 이야기를 하고 있어요.
저도 똑같이 생각하는 게
오!
제가 이제 첫 번째 경기를 제일 싫어하는 맵인데 그 맵을 제가 이기게 되면 이제
네.
기대를 타가지고 저도 충분히 4대 0으로 낼 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
거기다가 변현재 선수에게도 힘이 되는 데이터가 하나 있습니다. 기적의 예측가 장윤철 선수가 변현재 선수의 4대 1 승리를 예측해줬어요. 그 부분에 있어서는요.
아 솔직히 저를 예측하는 게 원래는 좋아해야 되는데 하도 틀리는 선수라 가지고
네.
안 좋아했거든요. 근데 이제 8강에서 이제 제가 그걸 뚫고 이제 올라왔고 4강에서도 이제 예측했기 때문에
네.
그 예측이 맞는 모습을 제가 꼭 보여드리겠습니다.
그럼 끝으로 김명훈 선수에게 한 말씀 해주시죠.
자 이제 2회 우승했으니까 이제 이번에는 제가 결승으로 올라갈 테니까 4강에서 마무리했으면 좋겠어요.
오! 마무리해달라. 김명훈 선수도 변현재 선수에게 한 말씀 해주시죠.
네, 제가 변현재 선수가 또 이번 최후의 프로토스인데 제가 10년 전에도 최후의 프로토스한테 안 좋은 기억이 있거든요. 네, 그때 지고 나서 되게 서러웠는데 그 감정을 반대로 프로토스의 최후를 맞이하게 해주면서 변현재 선수가 느꼈으면 하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
네. 과연 프로토스 운명이 어떻게 될 것인지 이번 시즌 첫 번째 가장 먼저 결승에 올라간 선수가 결정이 되게 됩니다. 경기 준비 끝났고요. 이제 과연 어떤 드라마가 펼쳐지게 될지 이번 4강전 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
이곳에서 한 번 찌르기
와,
대성공인데요.
다음 시즌에도 보여주길 바라겠습니다. 귀여워요.
그래도 햇대가 아직
와, 이 리본 하나도 있거든요.
프로브로 수비하는 것.
변현재!
민우, 변현재.
와, 김명.
단계 덮어버렸어.
오, 세 방향.
퀸, 김명훈. ASL 시즌 11 세미파이널.
What is up, everybody? We're finally allowed to talk. That
Oh
was
my God.
I think out of any recording we've ever done, we've never waited that long. And obviously, we don't watch these VODs at a time, so we're like getting ready, and then realize, nope, there's another video. There's another
Crazy.
review.
I almost didn't believe that we were finally going to speak here.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we are, and welcome to the round of 4.
And what an exciting round of 4 this is, especially the match that we've got tonight. Minnie versus Queen. Queen, of course, the previous 2-time ASL champion, but Minnie, I think, truly on the cutting edge, especially of PvZ. I think he's really changing the way that we look at the matchup. We're seeing that Brood War is still a game that is evolving, that our understanding of the game is changing, and Minnie is somebody who I think may be the biggest threat to Queen actually winning this entire tournament.
Yeah, you could definitely be right about that.
Thing is, I
taking a
could be
look at
wrong.
Yeah.
Could just be a 4-0 here from Queen, and we're like,
No,
oh, yeah, that's right. He won the last 2 tournaments.
Well,
so.
that would make the most sense, I think, Queen going ahead and winning, especially when I look at the other opponents. I'm like, Queen's micro is better than Heroes and Larvas, so I really feel like he is favored here. And obviously, if you won the last 2 ASLs in a row, you got to look at that as the favorite no matter what.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Mini, though... Okay, here's a few things that I have in mind here. First off, I think Mini's the second best PVZ that ever, basically.
Who's number 1? You think
Bisu?
Bisu,
Bisu,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
And you can see that kind of reflected. I believe Rain and Best might have similar winning records to Mini in the matchup. But honestly, just looking at their plays, it looks to me like Mini is a bit stronger in the matchup. So I think he's right up there. If a Protoss is going to do this, it's him. He's in better shape than Bisu. So that's I kind of feel that way. And then the one other thing I want to mention is we see the maps here, by the way. But the one other thing I want to mention is we saw that score screen a little bit before where everyone predicted who was going to win.
That was interesting.
That was super interesting because we had the other 2 best Zergs in Effort and Soma say that Mini was going to win. And it looked like it was overwhelming for Queen, but it was all Terran players. There was 7 Terrans that voted for Queen. Tasteless. We Terran players don't actually know who's going to win this one. Okay, we are not practicing with Mini or with Queen for this match because we do not play this race.
With all due respect to Terran players, they're going to be probably the least informed of this matchup with these 2 players.
They just do what I do, where I'm like, he won the last 2, he's better.
And so, especially seeing that Snow voted that Mini would win 4-1.
Dude, that means a lot.
There's something going on with that for sure.
Well, if Soma and Effort both vote that, that's literally the next 2 best Zergs out there.
Yeah.
So those are probably the Zergs he's practicing with, right? Larva and Hero are busy practicing for Zerg vs. Zerg. So, that means that these players are losing to Mini and think he's going to win. That says
impressive.
A lot. So just throwing that out there.
So, I don't honestly just want to jump into this game and see how it's going to look. Now, let's keep in mind, Queen is truly one of the most terrifying Zerg players out there. I mean, really, this guy has mastered the race. He's got a very abusive style. He knows how to win quickly and take you out right away, but I think strategically he is unmatched. Just one of the greatest RTS players there is. He really seems to understand the ins and outs of every part of the game.
He's such a complete Zerg player.
Yeah.
In every way. His micro is top-notch. Maybe you could say that there are other Zergs at the same level as him, but you don't generally say, this guy is, way better than the Queen as far as micro. Same goes with macro. Strategically, he's done a lot for the race since he came back from the military.
Right.
He was at the forefront of evolving some of their new strategies lately in this matchup as well. We saw the domination of ZVP out of him and Soma last season, where they looked completely unbeatable with that mass lurker type of style. So yeah, I mean, look at that. It's he goes from not qualifying to winning 2 in a row, and those both had flash in it.
Yeah,
so that's that's something only Effort has done.
Yeah, it's funny because usually the narrative of StarCraft is pretty easy. It's can anybody stop Flash? But Queen, he might win his 3rd ASL in a row. Obviously, you can see he's extremely strong against Protoss players, but I do think Mini is going to be a real match for him. Let's also keep in mind we need to see what kind of style Mini's going to bring here today. Mini does a lot of weird one-base stuff.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I can imagine him proxy gating one of these games.
Oh, totally, yeah.
I could. He doesn't forge expand as much. He does seem to like to gate expand. He does do it.
You're right.
And he also
cannons can't attack, right?
They cannot run and kill drones, unfortunately. But also, Mini's really the guy that made it, or I guess normalized making a cybernetics core your entrance and getting a forge later.
Yeah,
and playing this sort of boosted, accelerated style. We've seen him 2-gate in his main before and make that work. We've seen him gas gate.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's going to do it against Mini, and I don't know if it's going to. I'm sorry, if he's going to do it against Queen. We'll see, but it's just something to keep in the back of our minds, is we may have a very different looking PVZ.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a cool thing about Mini, because I think it's hard to prep for him because he does play a bit of off-brand Protoss versus Zerg.
Yeah.
And I guess specifically the thing that I'm thinking about are these 2 gate plays that you mentioned. He actually does that a pretty high percentage of the time. Like, generally even if he's playing a best of 3, we'll see it once, where he has 2 gates, whether that's in the center, whether that's in his main, whether that's at his natural, and he'll just make, like, I don't even get it. It's like 14 Zealots and then a Nexus, and it's like, oh, it's 14's the magic number? Like, what? How do you even figure this out?
He seems to understand how to hold the Zerg back in a lot of different ways, development-wise. Most of StarCraft's history in PvZ has been the Forge expand, right? And Zerg's got very good. Obviously, you need to stop cannon rushes, but other than that, there's not a lot of opportunities to attack. But Mini does like to play a very active PvZ. He likes to engage his opponents. And he does seem to think about the game very differently. He's a player who definitely understands how Zerg works very, very, very well.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm excited because I feel like if someone's going to evolve this matchup from the Protoss side at all, it's probably going to be him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, BSU's, of course, one of the greats that's still around. His style does look older. It still looks very scary, and he's very good at what he does.
Yeah.
But I think Mini, especially for this matchup, is really on the forefront of how to play it. There's that Mini song that we get. This is a very fitting song for Mini, though.
Well, he's a very emotional player. Let's not forget, right?
He's had some embarrassing games in the past as well.
He tilts quicker than I think all the other pros.
I think so. Well, also, I think he was very uncomfortable being on stage for a while, and now he's kind of figured it out.
Yeah,
he's ironed out all the wrinkles in his play, and I think just his mindset overall. But yeah, he does get tilted. We did have that embarrassing game where he lost his shuttle to a Corsair on Sparkle.
That was
after it was being attacked, sent it across the map. We discovered a shuttle cannot go all the way across the map with a Reaver when a Corsair's attacking it.
It's the dumbest thing we ever saw.
Yeah.
But we just pointed out, by the way, on those graphics that, of course, if you guys recall, they played in the group stage, and he actually did beat Queen there, but, of course, Queen still advanced. Here they are. Right. So he does have that little edge going in, but Queen will have been able to easily look back at those matches and, kind of figure out, what did I do wrong? What did he do that was so strong? And try to do some counterplay to that.
Now, it is potentially 7 games here on very, very different maps. But I think Mini's got a wide enough range. There's a lot of different ways he can approach the matchup and the race on this map. Queen, I don't know if we're going to see anything too risky. Of course, it's a PvZ. We can always guess there might be a Hydra bust. Although I feel like Queen does that the least out of everybody.
Yeah, he definitely does not rely upon that. He's not crazy psycho-aggressive like Effort or something, right?
Yeah, or Soma or one of these players that just is trying to kick you out of the game as quick as you can. And we're going to start this off on Hidden Track.
Cool. Anything you think about the map lineup?
No, I don't know. Let's just see what Mini does, honestly. I can't pretend to have an idea of how Mini's going to approach this. So we're just going to hop in here. And, guys, this is game 1. Again, the winner goes on to the finals of the ASL. So cool. Who's going to take this? Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me because I try to make it sound a little bit different each time before the game starts. And sometimes I'm like,
so cool.
So cool.
I'm really buying that tasteless.
Is it cool, tasteless? Is that what it is? Cool.
Is it cool?
Is it so cool?
Oh. I don't know if that's how I describe StarCraft tasteless.
So cool.
Okay.
All right, so we've got both players hugging the right side of the map. It's Mini in the north, Queen in the south.
And you know what? One thing I want to mention as well, a lot of times in each matchup, you have one side where you're like, let's see what their opener is going to be, because it's much more likely that they're going to do something that alters the course of the game, right? So, for instance, Terran versus Zerg, you're kind of waiting to see from the Terran point of view, are they going like mech or bio, right? In Zerg versus Protoss, a lot of times you're waiting to see, like, is it going to be a Hydra bust or whatever, right?
Sure.
Every matchup has someone that you're waiting on that. And I think generally for this matchup, we're waiting to see, like, is Zerg going to pull the trigger and do something aggressive? I feel like when we watch Mini, it's the other way around.
I agree.
Where it's like, okay, what is Mini going to open up with? Because he does do such a wide variety of builds. And to take that away from your opponent, I think is such a powerful way to play.
And this is going to be Nexus on 11? Oh, hold on.
He just wants to make his gate late. Or his forge
Forge
late.
very, very late.
Sending out the second probe.
This is a normal scouting pattern. I guess when you think about it, unless they're 9 pulling you or 4 pulling you, you're probably not in that much of a rush to make the forge. So it doesn't look like I wouldn't recommend this for anybody on ladder, but I guess he's just saying, dude, this guy, it's Queen. He's not going to 9 pull me. So I'm going to get a few extra minerals here.
He will find him with his second probe.
Now you can cannon rush on this map.
Oh!
Yep. Oh, wait. Oh! Oh, no, he messed it up.
Wait a minute. That's...
Yeah, he messed up.
He made the pylon, basically, guys, underneath the probe, and it made the probe jump through the pylon.
Yeah.
So he canceled it and tried to remake it, but the drone blocked. So is this going catastrophically wrong?
Well, the problem
pylon should be done right now.
The issue here is that the time is very, very sensitive.
Oh, look at this. He makes the pylon so that the drone cannot jump in.
Yeah, because the drone, when you're trying to glitch it through, it actually wants to try to go towards the surface area. And when you block that out, it's not there. Now, the second probe on the outside is the actual important one here. He needs to get this over here in time and probably throw down a few more cannons. Keep in mind the creep's going to use up a lot of the space here. Oh, God. And you can really see the lost time there with that.
Yeah. Dude, like, that cannon would have been up so much faster if the probe hadn't jumped.
This is basically not going to work. In fact, he probably should have abandoned the cannon rush once the pylon was forced to cancel. And so this is quite bad.
Yeah,
for the Protoss, and I think this game actually could end up being quite short.
Well, the Zerglings are running across the map right now.
Oh, wait, does that hit it?
I don't know if the Sunk reaches the cannon or not.
There's also like a bug you can do with the Sunk to make it.
That's
hit the cannon.
true, yes. You are right about that.
I'm sorry, was that cannon attacking the pylon?
Yeah, I think he might be trying to slip his probe out or something.
Oh, I see. Or maybe, yeah, make another cannon where that is.
Or maybe he's one of those really salty nerds that he's so pissed that everything went wrong that he's killing himself.
Could be. So, I mean, this was held. Not bad at all here for Mini, but I just think Mini's in such an uncomfortable spot.
Do you know what, Tasteless?
What?
I think I actually know what happened with him attacking that. So, you know the bug where you can retarget the Sunken?
Yeah.
I think what Queen was doing was he was using the bug to hit the bottom pylon, because I know it's not in range of that. So Mini was trying to kill the top pylon so that he couldn't reposition. Because basically, guys, so there's this bug with Sunkens where if they can attack something, you can like give a different command and they can attack something further away. And it's like, it's not used super often, but it can be used against cannon rushes. Sometimes it's used to hit siege tanks if the Marines go in front of the siege tanks.
Right.
That type of thing. So I believe that's what we saw there. Kind of crazy, though, right?
Yeah. That was a funny looking moment there. So this cannon's going to be cleaned up. Now, again, it's kind of a disappointing showing here from Mini. I mean, basically, if you don't get the cannon rush up immediately, it's just not going to work. Queen was very good with keeping the drones out there to kill off that probe. And I mean, we'll see what Mini has to offer from here on out. But again, Queen is basically the last player in the entire world you would ever want to lose a head start to. You know, so
it's true.
That's that's basically the issue here. Is like, of all the people, Queen. You know, this matchup's usually a cakewalk for him anyways. And now this is even worse. And by the way, Queen over here, nothing extraordinary as far as what he's doing. He's just developing normally.
Yeah, and I don't think you'd want to be extraordinary after you get an advantage like that, right?
Right.
The failed cannon rush, it really did very, very little to him. He killed a bunch of probes with his Zergling counterattack.
Yeah.
Life is pretty good for Queen right now.
So we have the Corsair about to pop out now for Mini, and he's got a second gas. He'll probably be throwing down a Templar Archives after the Citadel's done.
Just saw the little head shake from Mini. the little, oh, I'm so dead head to shake.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to try to play the game out. And look, he could still win. I certainly wouldn't want to give the impression the game's over. It's just, Queen has been
What, are you not a pro gamer?
so strong. Queen has been so strong that this, on paper, this start is pretty bad.
Yeah, well, you're playing the guy that won the last 2 ASLs, and you screw up your cannon rush, and it doesn't work, and you've already lost probes. You definitely don't feel too confident. Like, he's going to try. He's going to put his best foot forward, but now there's speedlings in his base, too, which is no good.
Yeah, and he could just keep these alive for so long and just try to hit probes. And MisO's going to be counterattacking here. This is partially to scout, partially to put on some pressure.
And, well, out goes another Corsair. He is sending some Zealots across the map, so we'll see if he can get something done here. Looks like Hydra's popping out to try to push these Corsairs back. The 3 Zealots skipping over that, going towards the 3rd base. A lot of damage actually going down that Corsair. Got to be careful about that.
Yeah, he's going to pull away now.
Ooh, these Lings are doing serious damage to Acelus.
Even if the Zerglings are not, the probes are not killed, the mining time adds up tremendously. This is, of all the things that Protoss basically wants to avoid up to this point, besides losing to a Hydra Bust or something, is they don't want to end up with Speedlings in the main. Because a very good player can really, really punish you. And again, this is like basically the second time that MisO has been slowed down.
Yeah, it's looking worse and worse for him, honestly.
Yeah, it really is.
Looking at the amount of drones being made and the amount of Lings on the map, it seems like a perfect balance from Queen so far.
Yeah, no, he always has exactly enough, never too much.
Yeah, look at this, like, just losing cells. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if MisO, like, just does an attack and then GG's. Like, everything has gone so wrong. It's almost like, the thing is, MisO is a very emotional player as well. So, the longer he stays in this game, I feel like the more pain he's going to feel, you know?
I got to go back to that cannon rush there at the start. I mean, he didn't know how long it would take to truly get the second pylon up. You're basically trying to outmaneuver that drone. But
yeah.
I'm sure even as the cannon was finally making, I'm sure he's probably thinking, this is not going as well as I wanted.
Well, as soon as he couldn't get the pylon right back up, like, guys, these builds are timed out so precisely that literally pro gamers talk about seconds.
Yeah.
Like, if you speak with, like, really high-level players, they're like, oh, yeah, no, this is 3 seconds quicker or something. You're like, whoa, that's crazy.
And then 3 seconds is a big deal, too.
Yeah.
So, again, MisO is going to be coming out on the map now, but Queen may have enough, especially with his control, to just take a fight. Damn, loses the Corsair, too. I mean...
Yeah.
Granted, the losing the Corsair probably not important for this part of the game, but this is probably just going to be a big attack over here. Keep in mind, he only has 1 cannon, which is not enough.
Yeah, he's got a nice tactic here, though. He has a couple storms ready and a flanking group of Zealots. So if the Zealots flank and keep the Hydras there, he might be able to hit a massive storm.
Well, I think the problem is that without a cannon here, Hydras are still quite strong against speed Zealots. I mean, you don't have a overwhelming amount. Not bad. Pretty good storm there.
Yeah.
And Archon's making here, too. Okay, so positionally, I think he played that extremely well. Now, MisO, normally you'd have another cannon or 2 there, but basically MisO's trying to cut corners himself, right?
Yeah.
So he's just making gateways. He's like, look, I got to actually get into this game.
He's got to take every risk that he can possibly think of right now, honestly. Like,
right.
He needs every single edge that a Protoss player can take. And I think that, like, no cannons, that's a great one. Don't make any more Corsairs. Screw that.
Yeah, ban the Corsairs.
Yeah. Hell, don't make a 3rd. Don't build probes. Yeah, let's just do everything in your power to try to find some way to wiggle back into this game.
Actually, it's a good point. He's not making probes.
Yeah.
I think he basically stopped.
Well, it's not like he's going to get a 3rd base and play a macro game here.
Yeah, I think he basically has to just try to take a fight. He's got, what, 6 gates total?
Yeah, maybe.
And normally, if you were really powering up, you'd probably go up to 8, but I don't think he's got the probes to support that. So he's actually got...
Yeah, he's got about 7 gates.
7 gates.
Yeah. And, I mean, the Hydras kind of chase him way up the side. I think he actually lost track of where the Zealots went. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Queen made a little bit of an error there.
Yeah, and MisO gets to regroup. Unfortunately for him, there are lurkers on the way, but he already made a robo. right? He's not making anything silly like cannons right now, so he is jumping ahead as far as he can.
Yeah, the Robo is it's good to see that he has that coming here. You do need Dragoons, and a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like about 12 Dragoons, basically, to try to take fights. So, now keep in mind, you can storm and kill those Lurkers as well, but Zealots basically can't fight over Lurkers. If you have, like, 12 Zealots and you surround, like, 3 Lurkers, that's probably okay.
Yeah.
But if this Lurker count gets up to what is probably the plan here for Queen, which is going to be like 11 or 12 Lurkers here, the Zealots just can't be really part of the fight. Maybe one Zealot comes in to draw some shots away from the Dragoons.
There's Queen going up, sniping that Observer. So painful for Mini right now. He does not want to be spending extra gas on Observers.
And, you know, it's funny. The Observer is one of the worst units in the game when you look at situations like this where it just gets sniped. You realize, like, it's
what
really
terrible detection.
It's just not good range. First of all, it doesn't have good range for vision, so it has to get close to stuff.
It has an upgrade for that.
You can upgrade it, sure, but not right now. Like if you're going observer, if you're going observer vision right now, I promise you, Zerg is laughing because they're not worried about sniping your observers anymore. After that, they're like, well, you're just never going to get out of here. It's too late. Queen with just an enormous monstrosity of Hydras here.
A monstrosity of Hydras. I did not know that's what a big group of Hydras is called, but I like it.
And I think even from here, you know, this really illustrates, and again, it might sound silly to be talking about a cannon rush when we're this far along in a game, but everything builds off of what happened before it, and Queen is basically maintaining a really impressive arc here, and I don't know if Protoss can get out. He's also playing a very tight game in the sense that he's only just now taking to 4th base.
Well, it looks like he's deciding to run around the other way, but then obviously a counterattack can come up. Now he comes back up as those Hydras work their way in. Very good storm there. Mini blocking that counterattack, but that can happen like a lot of times. But you know what? If Queen gets cost and efficient with this, maybe eventually he can break out through the front. There's a big group of Hydras up at 12 o'clock as well, so I think he's going to try again to move elsewhere.
The setup here for Queen is honestly so good. I'm kind of getting a headache trying to think of how Mini's supposed to play this from here because, yeah, the counterattack threat is real. Protoss isn't contained, but Zerg basically has just, like, such a good pin on him.
Yeah. Could I be a guy in your chat for a moment?
Yeah, please.
Are Reavers the answer here?
The answer is no.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it's not.
I think if he had Reavers here, he'd be all right.
The Hydra counterattack threat is just so powerful here.
Ooh, some good storms, though.
Yeah, the way Queen's playing is actually not very easy, but he's making it work. And I don't know if we're going to see Mini so much even have a big battle that he takes and loses. He may just give up in a little bit here. Like this Nexus is not going to finish. The Hydras are being controlled very well. Mini seems to have no real way to come out here and try to stop that base at the bottom left. And honestly, if the game continues to look like this, it's going to be very simple. Protoss will mine out and then lose. The goal here for the Zerg is not to try to even really beat this army so much as starve out the Protoss and kind of wear him out over time and just exhaust his options.
Yeah, this is it's kind of painful to watch because Queen is like consistently 20 supply below, which is a little bit too close for this situation, right? And Mini just cannot get another base. Queen is finally taking his own 4th in the bottom left, just controlling the area so well. Looks like Mini's going to try to bust over. I believe this is going to be his last attack. I don't think it's going to go his way.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's so many Lurkers here. And one thing about Queen is he's so good at microing the Hydras. Even with a Protoss army this big, I just wonder how far you're going to be able to really push through here.
Yeah, I mean, the storms are great. He is killing off some Lurkers now, but he just doesn't really have enough to deal with this. A huge arc of Hydras. Look at this, 270 degrees of Hydras.
Yeah, this is too much. That's it. Mini loses in a very disappointing game 1.
What was that, a catastrophe of Hydras? Is that what did you
monstrosity.
Call it? A monstrosity of Hydras. You can see a monstrosity of Hydras just obliterating the Protoss army.
Once you come out with all, your squad of different units, you're like, I've got the Zealots with the speed upgrade, and Dragoons with range, and an Observer, and High Templars with store, and they're just like,
I even have 2 Archons for good luck.
That's right, and then the Hydras kind of just wiggle around and dodge storms, and you lose. Now, that did go back to the start of that game, 2 moments specifically. The cannon rush that was bungled, and then the Lings that actually got into the main and started hitting probes. And when you're playing against somebody of the caliber of Queen, that's usually about all it takes.
Yeah.
Mini did cut probes. He did throw his gates down even earlier. Which I think is a pretty smart way to play the game, is you're not going to let him box you into your base. But at the same time, Queen can kind of just take the fights he needs to take.
Yeah.
Comes out on top. Very conservative, tight game from the Zerg as well. Very late, not late, but a very safe 4th base. Didn't try to get too greedy. Didn't even have that many drones in it. He's just really trying to abuse the position, abuse the map, and Queen takes game 1, but we've got many more games to go.
Yes, indeed. And, I think that went as poorly as it could for Mini. I don't think that's telling of the series, because it's like the last spotty scouts and the cannon rush screwed up with this very low percentage thing that happens where sometimes you build the pylon under the cell or the probe, right? And so a rough game for Mini, but we'll see if he can bring it back in game number 2. Guys, thank you once again for supporting the Patreon. Patreon.com/ASL English. You guys helped save everything for ASL. We're so happy to be here casting this. I know we keep teasing that we have stuff coming up that we're going to announce, but there is going to be some more content coming up, and we're very excited about it. And as soon as we have anything 100% okayed, we can talk about it.
We keep going to a meeting like every week and trying to get closer and closer to something. We'll hopefully updates coming soon. I don't. Maybe it's on the Patreon now. I would check it out if it is.
Yeah.
But we can't say anything until we've confirmed we've got it.
All right. So that first game, tasteless.
Yes.
It was painful to watch. Is the rest of the series going to be painful to watch?
No, I mean, look, I think we've talked about this before, but Mini is a guy who gets nervous, right? He does seem to deal with a little bit of anxiety. He does seem to deal with a little bit of discomfort at times. And I think, first of all, even like C-rank Protoss players on ladder that cannon rush know that you can't usually make that work if they stop the first pylon.
Yeah.
You basically have to abandon ship.
Yeah.
The timing is tighter than it looks. And basically it was a bad cannon rush. I mean, it was a waste of 2 pylons and a cannon to start everything up. The Zerg just made Lings and then actually killed probes. All I'm trying to say is if Mini has a better start, we should definitely have a better game, but he's got to not let this get in his head, and you can see he's kind of fuming right now.
Yeah, he is seriously so emotional. I think it is to his detriment, perhaps even.
We have, some of these guys that are emotionless in these tournaments, but, Larva, Mini, these guys really, they wear their hearts on their sleeve.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens on Fighting Spirit.
I'm excited about this map. Mini has done a lot of 2-gate plays here. It's a smaller map, especially if you're like horizontal spawns. So close.
Yeah, let's see what happens, guys. This is game 2 right now. Queen with a 1-0 lead.
All right, so we have Mini in the bottom right and Queen in the bottom left. And like I mentioned before, like horizontal spawns are very, very close. Vertical spawns very, very close. And maybe he's going to go for one of these Zealot heavy openers. I'd love to see it because that's the thing that I really kind of associate with him.
Yeah, I mean, let's find out what he does. We got to see if the pylon's going to be in the main or if it's going to be at the natural. We have seen Mini, and this is actually Fighting Spirit's a map you can do one base stuff.
Yeah.
But
what makes a map one baseable?
It's small ramps. Basically, a ramp that you can block off, like Circuit Breaker's ramp is an example. A little bit bigger, a little bit more difficult to manage, but
Yeah, space ramps are a bit harder to hold.
yeah, they're a little bit wider. But basically, by the way, in this game, he's going to do the gate expand here, which is also fine.
Forge Cannon Rush! Should be seeing that. There it is. Sends
Yeah,
that
it's
back.
going to be fun to have a very modern PVZ on this very old, almost overplayed map. A couple things to keep in mind is that the 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock bases are kind of hard to ever kill for your opponent on both sides.
Yeah.
If you get cannons and Templars up there, if Zerg gets sunken colonies and it has a good wall off, you don't really take them. So a lot of times it's almost not even worth trying to fight over that. The map can get chopped up pretty easily.
Isn't it like, because of these spawns, isn't this slightly Queen favored for longer games because it's harder for Mini to take his third because it's so close to Queen? Because I feel like if they were reverse spawns, it's a lot harder for Queen to attack into that third base while it's getting set up.
I don't think actually that it's as hard for Protoss to take the third.
Really?
I think, that sounds almost more like a TVP problem. I mean,
It is definitely that.
Yeah,
but
here it's like...
I assume it translates, though. No?
No. I mean, the way the units fight is different enough that I don't feel like you're really strained. I mean, you got to
The
be
Protoss
careful.
units are strong is what you're telling me.
Actually, they just get there fast. You know what I mean? I mean,
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast, my friend. You know, the problem for Terran is siege tanks have to siege up and spider mines have to plant mines, and Protoss just runs there. But look, the third base could be hard to take. It's possible that Protoss expands to the 3 o'clock spot because of that. But later on, you definitely want to try to get that bottom spot.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that
bottom spot also, if you can get cannons there, it kind of stops the ability for Zerg to drop your main very easily.
Oh, that's true.
Which is another
that could be a very
thing
nice thing for later game.
Yeah. So Mini is doing this build extremely well. He's got the probe zealot block at the small ramp. He's got 2 zealots coming out here. There are a few more lings inbound, but really Queen's playing the econ game here, big picture.
Yeah, he went pool hatch into gas. So a little bit different from what I'm used to seeing in the matchup. Is that just like a safety build?
This is a different style of opener here. I mean, if you get the gas a little bit later, you don't have the opportunity to do some of the... You don't get Ling speed as fast. You can't start your layer as quickly. But this time around, he's upgrading Ling speed and just continuing to drone up.
Oh, so kind of like I mean, it's a pool first, but it looks to me kind of like the build that we saw in Hero's match against Snow on Eclipse. Remember that? Where it was like Ling speed, take all the drones off gas, drone heavily, and then go into Hydra.
This is an older way to play.
Yeah, I really like that game actually quite a bit. I was
it's
thinking about that a lot lately.
Yeah, it's strong. It appears like now that we're seeing this happen again here with Queen, that obviously this has come back into style, right? But basically, he's because Protoss is in the dark. It's one of the reasons why you need to get a Stargate a lot of times in this matchup is you need to scout and see what they're doing. And if they go mutas, you have the opportunity to try to hold that. A lot of Zergs in the lately had been going for layer, get into Scourge to try to fight that, but this is a little bit of a different approach. You just get enough Lings with speed that no scouting probe comes out, and then you drone heavy behind this.
Yeah.
And you're basically powering along with the Protoss.
I think you have to get a Spore with this, right?
No, I don't think so. I think you can just get a Den and cover your Hydras.
Okay. Sending in an Overlord right now to actually get that scout off into the main base where he's going to find a Making Corsair as well as a Citadel. Second gate at the natural. Second cannon going up. He's been having that +1 go for quite some time now. Nice little Sim City. Already going up to 5 hatches. 6 hatches even. Yeah, look at that. 6.
Yeah.
That's kind of the cool thing I think about this build, right? Is look at how quickly he's getting up to 6 hatches, and he has the Zergling speed, so it doesn't feel like you're going to die to anything early on.
No, you're in really good shape, and a lot of Protosses, when they see Speedlings, because like we saw in Game 1, if you leave your base, they run in there and can start to kill stuff. There's that Spore. You were right, Artosis. It is a lot of times you just don't want to risk going out. And so the Zerg can try to almost cheat and get into a really good spot economically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess the way that you play this, and I honestly, I'm not used to seeing this play style. I'm kind of getting the hang of it here. I guess it makes sense. You just want to make sure that all your overlords are somewhere that can be safely covered here with the Spore. And the Sim City over here at the third base is pretty good.
And it looks like some nice micro here from Queen, trying to pick off some of these Zealots, but there are a lot of Zealots out right now. That third base is pretty undefended. We have a decent Sim City at both locations, the natural and the third, but I think the natural a little bit stronger in that regard.
One thing you want to watch out for in this moment as well is that the Hydra Den is sort of jutted out up here, and when you get +1 attack with Zealots, if you can kill that Hydra Den, you're gonna win the fight against the Lings.
Oh my god, he has +1 finish for Mini already. Mass Lings come in and try to kill the Zealots, and if he didn't have that, that would have been super Queen favored. But now look at this, Mini crushing through.
And there's no Sunken Colony, and I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole idea is you want at least one Sunken Colony because these SimCity positions are very punishable to the Protoss outside because Zealots have melee attack.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm kind of dumbfounded as to what I'm seeing here because I feel like Queen was greedy, but even greedy to an almost insane level now.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, the Zealots are basically going to mow down anything that's over here, but if this Spore is killed, he's going to lose all of his his overlords.
Yeah, it could happen, but a lot of Lings coming out to help fight with these couple of Hydras. You can see the Zealots trading just as well as they can, though, with that just clutch +1 attack, making them two-shot the Lings.
This almost doesn't make sense what I'm seeing here because it's like +1 Zealots are being driven away by Lings, but he just seems to barely have enough.
Well, he dealt a lot of damage to the drones. He killed a ton of drones there because there was just this massive drill. He also got the evolution chamber, so it's not SimCity'd well, and there's no upgrades on the way for Queen. This looks to me to be very good for Mini right now.
Oh, Mini is so down and dirty. The DT drop after this.
Oh, my God.
Because he saw the Spore.
Oh, my God.
And when you see a Spore...
Oh, my God!
Yeah, when you see a Spore, you go like, oh, you don't have your main covered.
Yeah.
And so he's just going to come into the main, and honestly, it's not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah.
But this is kind of where we point out that Mini's on the cutting edge here.
Last time I saw a quick DT drop was from Rain where he hit a Robo.
That's right. That's right. But this one is this is so easy to do. He's just going to send these immediately over here. Now, I'm sure that there's overlords being made, but you could actually click down the eggs too.
Oh, God. Yeah, I wonder if he'll do something like that. Oh, Ling's popping out. So he's going to click down the egg.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Now, from here, I'd probably go pool and then layer.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. He's going to pick off another egg. I think we're going to have, like, infinity overlords made in these eggs.
So he's got one coming out, and now he's going to try to hit... Oh, my God. Is that 4 DTs?
4 DTs in his Zealot.
This is what makes Mini's playstyle so fascinating to watch, is like... I would have 1,000% told you he had 4 Templars. Now he's going to pounce on this. This is insane. This is insane.
Dude, look at this. Oh, my God. He's actually just fighting with the DTs right now.
Yeah. Well, DTs are funny. Like, sometimes if you get enough, the Zerg, you know, a lot of times is so reliant on making the detection, the deterrent, that then you have a situation where they're actually going to be fighting pretty well. They can kill off these overlords. He gets the layer. I think Queen is in a nearly unwinnable position here.
This is so cool. He literally has made 6 DTs and is just fighting with them.
Yeah.
Like, this is the coolest I've felt about PvZ since Bisu beat Savior back in the day. Like, that is...
Yeah, this is...
I feel like, oh my God, you can play like this?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I actually thought he was going to run in and try to dive on the Spore for a second. The problem now for Zerg is that Zerg, and again, a lot of this I think comes down to the fact that there's no Sunken Colony. Really, I mean, I know it's an extra drone, and Queen is, you know, very abusive as a Zerg, but you really do need to have that extra worker. And I'll tell you what, Mini is blowing me away.
Yeah, look at this, making Archons right in his face after all those storms. He has enough Zealots to just plow through everything.
Yeah.
More on the way right now.
Really crazy stuff here. Mini's going to win this game.
Yeah.
Zerg can't hang on much longer. He's already lost his main, and now he's going to lose his natural. Such an impressive showing here. GG, we're tied up 1-1.
Sick play from Mini. I loved this game. And the thing is, I really like the build from Hero, but I mean, not from Hero. I was thinking about Hero because he did a very similar build against Snow, which he defeated him with. But what Queen, it seemed to me like he was trying to do like kind of an older style of Zerg, like you said, but the kind where you're not even using static D, more of a Sauron Zerg, where it's like, oh, and now his Zealots are coming, I'm going to surround him with 1,000,000 Lings and kill him, and look at that, I never used drones for buildings, you know?
Yeah.
But unfortunately for him, +1 finished literally the second they started that battle, and Mini plowed those Lings. He destroyed those Lings.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't imagine if armor was being upgraded, although it might have been upgraded at that Evo chamber. But you need to have a sunk behind that. You do, because as you're drone filling and you're doing all that, you need those free pot shots off.
Yeah.
And when you don't have that, I mean, Mini just played the position game very well.
Amazingly done.
Honestly, the DT drop totally surprised me.
Yeah, that was a cool
That's a quick robo.
That and then 4 DTs. He's like, you know what I need to make while I send this DT drop? More DTs.
Yeah. But hey, man, it worked. And I'll tell you, when you see the Spore there, you go, okay, you are really banking on this spot being safe, and a lot of DTs can really take these small fights. You have just like no Sunken Colony and a few Hydras defending.
Yeah.
DTs can take that
They
fight.
two-swipe the Hydras.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's very, very doable. Okay. Well, now we're tied up 1-1. Mini looking like the Mini that, we talk about, the modern, aggressive, the one that knows the Zerg situation even better than the Zerg does sometimes and knows how to punish that. Very, very, very exciting to see him play this well.
And we are going to be going directly into the third set here. Polypoid, our next map. What do you think, Tasus, after seeing these two games? Failed Cannon Rush and then, like, really cool play against Old School.
I mean, I'm loving it, man. Let's go to Game 3 and find out how Mini's going to approach this, if Queen's going to lean into this older style that we saw in that last game.
Mini in that top left, and Queen down in the bottom right. So cross spawns on Polypoid. No real positional advantage on this rotational symmetric map. Polypoid, I've actually kind of enjoyed watching PVZs here. I've really liked Snow's style here, taking that third base to take a fourth base, the big roaming of armies and everything. Anything in particular you expect to see here? Pretty even map. Look at that, 8 and 7.
Yeah, no, this is a good map, I think, for both the races. I don't know if there's anything in particular I'm expecting, so to speak, here. I mean, we do actually have a decent number of Hydra busts. When you think about this map, I don't know.
I guess some of the positions you definitely have a slightly crowded wall.
Yeah, it can be a little bit cramped in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're making cannons there all day long, right? Like, is it tough to fit on any position in particular?
I think the bottom left can be a little bit tricky.
Bottom left. Yeah, I could see that, actually. That's the hardest natural to defend with a bunker as well.
Yeah, it's just there's not quite as much room as you'd like. I don't know that Queen's going to do it or not. I actually would not be surprised if Queen literally does not do any of that this entire game. Like a Hydra Bust or something.
You mean
like that.
this entire series or this
entire series, excuse me.
Okay, because I was like, well, this one game, so this entire game. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm like maybe halfway through the game he goes back in time and does the Hydra Bust, you know?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure me and everybody else understand what I'm saying. So you're the guy that doesn't get it.
So just to be clear, wait, do you mean the time travel one or do you mean for the series? No, you really think he might not do any Hydra Bust for the entire...
He doesn't seem to do it very often.
Definitely not as much as some of these other
I welcome it if he does do it. I mean, if it was Soma, I'm like, I think a little over half the games at least are going to be Hydra
that's for
Bust.
sure. That's for sure. Effort, I'm like, all the games, but then also he'll time travel to another set he played against Mini on the ladder and do it there as well.
Effort, I'm like, I'm 100% sure he won't make a layer. That much.
In 7 games, you're like, the odds of a layer are very
Everything
low
in my bank account right now, he's not going to make a layer.
Like Tasteless, he has 86 gas and 3
I give you a
hatches.
loaded gun. I'm like, if he makes a layer, you can shoot me in the face. That's how confident I am that effort is gonna Hydra bust this time around.
Well, you'd be right.
Yeah. I would then win that, and then I get to shoot you. You're like, I didn't even what?
No. I wouldn't risk $2 against that, Tasteless. As badly as I want to shoot you in the face. It's always been a dream of mine.
Yeah. It does occupy a surprising amount of my mental.
If you
free
say I
time.
can do it, I don't go to the jail, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Yeah, just get a piece of paper. I'll sign it. The police will have to go home. Yeah, you'll say,
Like,
get off my property.
Sir, did you
policeman."
sign this? And you're like, yes, with like no teeth.
I'm there with my missing jaw.
Oh, man.
So Mini's gone for the gate expand here.
What's that little pylon doing in the back of the minerals? Does he have, like, is there a reason to put it there? He likes the second gate of the natural, I guess. That's
Yeah,
something that
he
we've
does the
seen a lot.
Bisu stuff, which
Yeah.
I think really only Bisu and Mini do this. So the reason why sometimes you'll see a second gateway back where the Nexus is that if there is an Ogre Zerg Gamer Muta all-in, you can make the Archon at your natural.
Yeah.
Because a lot of
You'll
times
have
your main
cannons
is the
there,
weak,
so.
weak point. I don't think you have to do it. I think that
It seems like a pretty reasonable idea.
it's a reasonable idea. It was Bisu was the main person who did it, and a lot of other Protosses don't, just because it's annoying to have 2 gateways out there.
Yeah, for
Sometimes you'll
macro
miss-
purposes, that's very annoying.
You can miss a macro cycle. Like I know, I personally don't like to have the second gateway there.
Do you ever get happy when Hydras kill the gateway at your front so you can macro from just one screen?
I mean, I'm never happy if I've lost the gateway, but
No?
no. Oh, that was weird.
Really? Okay.
By the way, no cannon.
Yeah, it's
Got to
Mini,
point
dude.
that out. Yeah, he has the forge, and he's like, you're not going to rush me.
That forge is for upgrades, Tasteless. Only cowards build a cannon.
Yeah. But it is interesting to see the corners Mini is willing to cut, because that's a Stargate and a Citadel, and there's still no cannon there.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody knows how brittle Protoss is early on, so I'm astounded at the balls.
Yeah. Maybe this is the whole trick.
Mini's
You just have to.
Yeah,
You just have
big
to be
ball
brave.
gaming down here.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like, well, let's just, you know what? Let's get our first Corsair out before we make a cannon. Okay, so that started.
No, it's kind of crazy. Like the edges that he takes. I feel like someone whispered in his ear, like, just pretend the Zerg is a Terran player, and then like a Nexus just goes down off 2 units.
Yeah, you know what's funny is a lot of my super old cast. One of the things I would say when trying to explain the situation for Protoss was, ideally, if the Protoss didn't have to make any cannons, they wouldn't, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I never saw a player who didn't actually make any cannons.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, okay, maybe this is. You know, I guess it goes to show you that Mini really is considering everything.
Yeah.
He's not going through the motions here.
And I mean, he got a decent scout. He saw the Spire starting. He saw no
Yeah.
Hydralisk then, so it's only Zerglings, and he's keeping his Zealots mostly out on the map to kind of keep check on that. So
Yeah.
he read it perfectly, I think, right? Like, this is...
What?
Oh, Stargate.
That's so funny.
He has 1 cannon and 2 Stargates. All right, let's see how this one turns out.
Also, that's kind of a later time you would think someone would get a second Stargate at. But I'm sorry, is there no Templar Archives here?
I don't think so. I
don't
think it's
think
just...
there
I think
is.
he's getting +1 in legs.
So he's going to have this tiny little fast Zealot army.
Yeah. But they are going to be fast.
And then he's going to abruptly have too many Corsairs. Gotta go fast.
It's really the call sign of our generation.
Yeah, this is really the quote of our... That's what I got to put on my tombstone. It's funny that is such a stupid line. It's like, do you have to go fast? I mean,
I know, it's so funny.
you got it, is what you're saying. So he just comes in here, and I feel like Mini is playing one of the most ingenious early game PVZs. First of all, this got here more quickly than I think Queen was ready for. Queen's Sunken Colony was about to finish, and because there was no cannon made, so the Citadel was made the same time as the Stargate, the Zealot speed finished more quickly, and therefore the Sunken wasn't ready, and then all the Lings died, and then he killed drones.
And dude, like, the mutas are having to attack so many Zealots right now. He is going to have 6 to 8 Corsairs by the time mutas get to his base.
I think that this may be a game where Mini actually has already sidestepped everything that Zerg's trying to do, and now Mini might kill him. Because these mutas, first of all, will lose to the Corsairs.
Didn't even see him. He's going to kill, like, every Overlord.
Yeah.
There's only one, though. 2.
So he's going to send 2 Zealot. Hold on, here we go. Big attack here. Oh my God, and Queen miscontrols this. And I think now he's realizing, oh man, I really kind of messed up.
More Scourge popping out right now. Does not have that +1 carapace as of yet. No +1 attack on the Corsairs either, though. All right, does connect, but it's still 6 Corsairs. You can't do anything with those mutas. They pop immediately.
He's going to hard lock him out supply-wise.
Oh my God, look at Queen. He's about to be supply blocked right now.
He can't make Lings, and he's going to lose. This is
crazy. He's going to win with 5 Zealots.
Yeah. And again, did not even get a cannon. I'm feeling new wrinkles form on my brain about this matchup and the way that he is able to play this, and basically, this is the top tier ASL champion quality PvP.
Yeah.
That like is changing how we see the matchup. He just cuts enough corners. He does a weird tech switch into delayed double Stargate.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no way. And look, Queen doesn't even have a hand on the keyboard for a second.
Well, he can't make anything anyways, so who cares?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have anything. GG. Mini goes up 2-1.
That's so impressive.
That was really well done. He is so good. And I think you're right. He's like, it felt in game 1 like he just couldn't get off of whatever his plan was. But here you could see the adaptability of getting the cannon so late against the quickly teching and heavily droning Queen.
Yeah, and Queen was playing, like it's 2 months ago? Like literally that Sunken Colony would finish right before Speed Zealots got there, but because Mini cut out the cannon, the speed upgrade, he had Zealot charge started before the cannon was even made. And so the Zealots got there in an awkwardly quick time. And I think Queen is normally this guy doesn't struggle at all in the early game.
Yeah.
He thought he had solved that.
Yeah.
And Mini's changing the rules. Well, and that's scary for a Zerg, because Zerg need to know how to handle the early game to get to where they need to be. And that includes, a lot of these, what we would call basic timing attacks. For Mini, it's revolutionary.
How do you even prepare for this as Queen? How do you readjust your mind? Because everything that Mini has is coming at different times than whoever you practice with. No one plays like Mini. Nobody.
Well, I think the thing is, you probably got to start playing more like a Soma. More like an effort.
More aggro.
Maybe you need to be more aggro. He is not getting defense. I mean, the whole reason why Mini's getting away from this is he's getting an extremely good read on what his opponent's doing, and he's exploiting that. Guys, quick break. We'll be right back.
준우승을 하고 나서 약간 실력에 자신감이 너무 없어졌던 것 같아요. 터무니없이 쉽게 져가지고 이제 좀 좌절을 크게 했던 것 같아요.
탱크가 버티고 있어서 버렸으니 버틸 재간이 없습니다.
다전제만 가면 무조건 이길 거라고 자신을 했었는데 16강을 못 이겨서 좌절했던 것 같아요.
금방 정리됩니다.
2일차 때 간 게 너무 오랜만이라 그런지 3일차까지 가게 되면 살 떨리는 상황에서 떨어질 수 있다는 생각에 좀 많이 무서웠어요, 생각보다 2일차를 가는 순간. 이제 연습 상황에서는 스타게이트가 그렇게 빨리 걸린 적은 한 번도 없어가지고 이제 바이오닉을 올 거라고는 생각을 아예 못했어요. 그래가지고 이제 좀 제가 당황을 해서 리버 같은 걸 좀 기지를 늦게 짓고 컨트롤도 좀 잘 안 됐고 많이 당황했던 것 같아요.
승자전에서 바로 16강에 올라갈 듯한
그때도 엄청 무서웠죠. 제가 마지막 날에서 이제 2번이나 떨어졌었는데 오늘까지 떨어지면 이제 마지막 날에 배치되는 순간 다음번에도 떨어질 것 같고 이제 그런 징크스가 있을 것 같아가지고 무조건 올라가야 된다고 생각했어요.
질럿 하나가 모든 정보만 준 게 아니라 대응하려고 하다가 GG 편현재
솔직히 저그전은 단판이나 3판 2선은 좀 자신 있거든요. 그래서 이제 명훈이 형이 아무리 이제 대회에서 강한다 해도 자신감이 넘쳤던 것 같아요. 승자전이다 보니까. 구드론을 할 거라고 생각을 아예 못했거든요. 저글링이 갑자기 나와가지고 포기한 상태로 이제 막았는데 포기하니까 생각보다 잘 막아지더라고요. 프로브도 이제 좀 길막을 잘 할 수 있었고 포기하니까 프로브가 좀 잘 싸웠던 것 같아요.
말려가고 있습니다. 김명훈 선수가 강제우책을 해도 여기는 깰 수 있습니다.
아, 취재 계속 지금 밀어붙이면서 빈틈을 만들어냈고, 네,
이 정도면은 근데
들어갑니다.
입구 쪽을 저글링을 뽑으면
명훈이 형이 이제 좀 기습적으로 저글링을 많이 뽑았는데 제가 너무 하던 대로 플레이를 했던 것 같아요. 이제 1대0이라서 조금 더 안전하게 했어야 됐는데 좋아하던 플레이를 이제 좀 계속했던 것 같아요.
또 그런 무기를 꺼내서 상대하는 선수 입장에서는요.
솔직히 3세트에 지더라도 추종들이 남아있기 때문에 이제 좀 과감한 플레이를 좀 하자고 생각을 했어요. 더블 넥서스로 이제 시작을 했고 그다음에 이제 좀 과감하게 다크드랍을 시도하려고 했는데 명훈이 형이 이제 잘 막더라고요. 그래가지고 엄청 불리하다라고 생각이 들었는데 어떻게든 수비에서 좀 기회를 잡자라는 생각을 가지고 있었어요.
조금 깊숙하게 러커가 되게 유리한 구역에서 스톰을 쓰면서 이 언덕 능선을
변현재 선수와 만나게 될 선수는요. 바로 도재욱 선수입니다.
후보전은 이제 누구랑 해도 이제 5대5라는 생각을 가지고 있기 때문에 이제 자신 있는 저그전을 하고 싶어 했는데 대지는 좀 마음에 안 들었던 것 같아요. 일단 12시가 없어도 상대도 이제 서치가 실패만 하면 된다라고 생각을 했어요. 재욱이 형이 질럿을 안 찍을 거는 이제 생각을 하고 있었기 때문에 이제 원서치만 안 되면 반대편 자리여도 기회가 있다라고 생각을 했어요.
먼저 도착했어요. 네.
얼마나 더 깊...
일단 같은 빌드여도 이제 제가 상대보다 먼저 도착했기 때문에 제가 먼저 컨트롤할 수 있고 같은 빌드면 이제 무조건 먼저 쳐들어간 쪽이 이제 좀 많이 유리한 것 같아요. 평상시보다 이제 더 좋은 판단을 할 수 있고 좀 더 유리하게 갈 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 있어요.
이런 느낌입니다. 이 4인용 맵에서 최대한 항전을 해봐야 되는데 약간 모아뛰기 형식으로
폴리포이드
그냥
맵에서 이제 온라인에서도 9호 게이트를 하는 사람이 한 명도 없더라고요. 그래서 이제 왠지 폴리포이드에서 9호 게이트를 하면 좀 잘 통할 거라고 생각을 했어요. 1세트에서도 9호 게이트로 통했기 때문에 이제 3세트까지 있었던 것 같아요. 제가 저그전에 자신이 있다 보니 16강전에서 이긴 명훈이 형한테 이제 다시 만나도 이제 좀 좋은 플레이를 할 수 있을 것 같고 좋은 빌드를 많이 생각해서 꼭 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 명훈이 형, 16강 때보다 더 처절하게 밟아줄게.
We're back, and it's time to go into Game 4. After a disappointing showing here in Game 1, Game 2 and 3, Mini is revolutionizing the way that we understand this matchup. This guy is able to cut corners, is able to shift into tech that I think most people watching this, I don't care what race you play, are going to be surprised by how he's approaching this.
Oh, it just looks so different from every PvZ I've ever seen.
Skip cannon going to super quick speed lots with charge into a second Stargate after that where you bank all the Corsairs.
Dude,
I mean, it's
if
like,
he keeps this up, like honestly, this he might end up pushing forward a second Protoss for Zerg Revolution.
Yeah, this
That's,
is
like, guys, there is a before Bisu and after Bisu for the Protoss race. And I mean, I don't know. Let's see. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the way he's playing, and the thing is, he's been showing hints of it for years, and now he's doing it against Queen, and I'm like, what? This is insane.
Yeah, I would not have believed you if you told me the Queen was getting.
He's down 1-2.
Yeah,
and he only won against a cannon rush that got like a really random, weird, bad
cheese. Yeah. So we're gonna go to Eclipse. I love PvZ on this map. I'm especially interested in seeing what Mini's going to do. But again, Mini coming out with these unusual techs, with this insane stuff. Queen is now, it's so strange to say, is struggling in the early to mid game. He can't get to where he needs to be. And I don't know how Queen's going to stop him. Our game's ready, guys. This is game 4 on Eclipse Mini versus Queen. The winner of this series going to the ASL Finals. Let's just say it, our toast. Minnie's got some long fingernails, man. We've been doing nothing but kind of getting shots of his hands, and then we kind of look at each other and like shake our heads, like, man.
It was pretty long. All right, so Eclipse, top right Mini, bottom left Queen. That's a pretty quick probe. I think we're going to see some proxy gatery.
I think so. You ever wonder if what was that ancient story of the guy that his power was in his hair?
Jesus?
Yes, Jesus, you nailed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and he was like strong or
He lost
something.
all his power when the Easter Bunny cut his hair off, right?
Yeah,
I remember that story.
Like Samson, right? Was it
Samson? I was thinking, what if Minnie had those powers in his fingernails?
I mean, he's not going to be beaten here. No one's going to do anything about that. Now, the pylon placement, the Overlord does not go this way, but it's not uncommon for Protoss to just scout in that direction anyways around the Overlord, so I don't know if Queen is going to have a secondary scout that comes out, but it looks like it's going to, like, that's, okay, so, one gate, and then it looks like it's hatchery first, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's going to be 9-9 gate for Protoss. Yeah, right, sorry, hatchery first for Zerg. So, this proxy gate actually went out of style. Did our computer just crash? Okay.
No.
I was like, okay.
No, it's not us. It's them.
It's them. That's always the answer.
Dude, that is a hatch first, and let's see if he drones after this.
Oh, he
right,
should.
11.
He should
You
not.
watch, he's going to go drone. Maybe not once he sees
So, I mean,
this.
I think
oh,
this
you're right,
is,
he's not.
This actually, proxy gate kind of went out of style for about a year in pro play. Because Zerg's got very good at dealing with it.
He was going to go gas, and then he actually was like, no, I need a pool. I think he kind of sniffed this out a little bit.
No, you never go gas before pool.
I've seen it. It's happened.
No, it has not happened.
It has never happened.
That's never happened in the history of the
Mini
world.
just made a Citadel before a cannon, and you're telling me that no Zerg has ever gone for a gas before a pool. Okay, Tasteless.
I'm actually being serious. It's literally not a thing. You like get the gas, you're like, good, now I can't get my layer link speed out here. Like, what's no point in having it? Now
it's his standard build, Tasteless. You just
Now when my pool finishes, I get my layer link speed at the same time. I'm like, is that good? I don't even know what to say here. So the Zealot Rush is coming here. Now he didn't go for the hatchery. He wants to try to take a fight over the drones. He takes a pretty good fight already. Notice the patience here from Mini, like just kind of not overextending. He's gotten 2 now.
Yeah.
And I think the play now is to pull away.
Kill the hatch.
Kill the
Build
hatch.
up the Zealot count. Dude, he is like so far ahead right now.
Oh man, look at Queen. He is feeling the pressure. This is how you do it. Two Zealots to block over here. Get the other Zealot down here to try to take the fight on the Lings. Now, Zerg may drone drill, but sometimes that's all you need to kind of close the game out. Because if you can target down just a few of the drones, that's all it takes. And I think this is pretty much unwinnable.
It looks
especially when you consider that Mini's going to know all the correct moves in the decision tree to close the game out.
Well, down goes the hatchery. A gas going up for Queen. I'm not sure what you could possibly do to come back in this situation,
There's just not a lot.
Because as long as Mini just makes probes and zealots and techs slowly, like...
This is why I'm actually a little bit surprised he went hatchery on 12, since this is not only a good map to proxy gate, since it's a one-on-one map, but also you can cannon rush hatch on 12. So it's most Zergs overpool here.
Yeah.
For that reason, just to kind of zone out the possibility of a catastrophic loss at the start.
I think he might have been metagaming because cannon rushes were super popular, but actually fell out of popularity because of the overpool. So maybe he was trying to bring it back around. But
seems like it.
Obviously, he's in a terrible spot now because of that.
And I mean, Mini's playing a very smart game from here. He just makes this cannon. Same idea as the Sunken Colony. All you do if you're Protoss here is you keep making probes. Get a gas, get a cybernetics core, probably get a Stargate is usually the play. And you basically just try to keep them on one base.
Well, Lair coming up for Zerg.
Can he get the spawning pool down there? I don't know what.
Oh, he could if he just went down and right-clicked it. 100% he could kill it.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And look at this. He's exactly out of range with Sunken. He's like covering the back of those two zealots with these zealots. Dude, like Mini's play is just so good.
Yeah, I mean he's just playing the perfect game. He continues to plug up the entrance.
Look how many zealots he has.
And the cannon's finished here. These Lings can't counterattack. And I mean, I believe we are at the end of this game.
Yeah.
I don't see any outs. He's going to try to drone drill here. Maybe that works out, but I think there's so many zealots here. I mean, there's not even anything more than this Zergling that's just now been killed. And Queen, you know, after having such a strong game one, is getting at this point in time humiliated.
GG.
And I mean, Mini, I think he knows exactly where the series is going. Right?
Well, 3-1. This is definitely not what I expected coming into today.
He's already won a best of 5.
Yeah. And now it's just a best of 1 left for him.
I've never seen Queen this visually tilted either.
Yeah.
He is not even able to play the ZVP. You know, usually in the past, Protosses were pretty beholden to some of the Zerg's decisions early on. But Mini is just metagaming this guy like I've never seen.
Yeah, yeah. Just completely different builds all over the place. Timings that are so far off of what you know that Queen practiced for. Like, Queen prepared for a ZVP, but he brought a ZVP build to a gunfight.
It's crazy.
Or something like that.
Queen is sort of known to be invincible in early game. Like you're not going to beat him in that, so you're trying to get into late game and see if you can overpower him there. But Mini is just having shutdown after shutdown, and yeah, I mean we haven't seen Zergs get dumpstered like this early on since Bisu first revolutionized the matchup. Yeah. But I do think we are seeing as another revolution here.
Maybe
this is crazy.
Well, I mean it's looking incredible for Mini right now. I'm so very impressed with him. Now, can Queen gather himself together and come back? Maybe open up a little bit safer, do a bit of extra scouting, maybe pressure, maybe you were suggesting get more aggressive.
I think he needs to play either super aggro and try to kill, or he needs to be very, very, very cautious. But I think there is no middle ground for this.
Yeah.
And he has to realize that, I mean, let's get past the proxy gate, right? Because that's sort of a build order win. That could be from any era of StarCraft. But the other games, Mini is just playing a very different PvZ.
He's looking ridiculously strong so far tonight. Queen, you can see, just very pensive here, trying to figure out how do you come back. You know, obviously he wants to tie that Flash record of 3 ASLs in a row. But he's one game away from being eliminated.
And the thing is, if damn, those fingernails are long. If the thing is, if Mini can actually come out and beat Queen here, and it looks like he can do that, I don't know what there is that can stop Mini on the other side of the bracket. I mean, Queen
that's a good question
here, right?
as well. Yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying. Okay, let's go into our next game. It's going to be on Ascension.
All right, Mini in the lower left, and Queen top center. So, I mentioned at the start of the show that Mini is the one guy who seems to be able to do these like weird 2-gate in your base builds, or you know, go one base, quick gas. But I didn't realize how good he was going to be at really cutting corners with the gate expand build.
And we've seen hints of that, but that was the ultimate on Polypoid. I have never seen a Citadel before a cannon. I have never seen.
I mean, look, it's
charge lots out before the speed lots out with +1 before the Spire is done. Like, what are we even looking at?
Yeah, and I mean, he's figured this out. In the last 2 seasons of ASL, it really was extremely rewarding to the aggro Zergs, especially in this matchup.
Yeah.
And so it's insane that with all that coming out here, you have a player who's literally figured out how to get by with almost nothing. It's like he does. It's not even. Is he not locking the door? He's not closing the door. You know what I mean?
Leaves the door wide open.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you're right then. Maybe aggression is where to go. And it looks like it's going to be that way. Look, it's gas first.
So this is 9 pull speed. Now 9 pull speed is not. First of all, it's one of the oldest builds in the game. It has not been as popular, but I think Queen is playing this as a reaction to Mini basically getting so greedy here. So 9 pull speed, everybody's experienced this. The idea is you pull the drones off and you have link speed immediately, and speed links are the best thing in the game. You can surround stuff if the Protoss isn't able to run around. Or how do I say this? If Protoss is at all caught off guard, you can be punished. But if a Protoss holds this and defends comfortably, you're usually in pretty good shape. But I think Queen just looks at this and says, I need to play a different game here.
Yeah.
I can't come out with this style that just seems to be geared towards going for Queen at the knees, so to speak.
Yeah.
So Queen's going to take the initiative. And I'll tell you what, this game might just end because he's already coming out with the Zealot. And we need more down here.
This does not look very good for Mini right now. Now, the Zealot turns around very quickly. The Zergling's trying to get in front of him, and he decides to turn and start fighting. All right, Probe coming down with a second Zealot. I mean, two Zealots and a Probe can fight fine against this.
But if he gets inside the main, that's the threat. His link speed's going to be finishing in a little bit here. And this is basically Queen going for the tactical play. He knows that the balancing act for Protoss is extremely difficult. Now, this is not easy for the Zerg either. I mean, it's taxing on both sides, but Speedlings are better than Zealots. They can choose when to fight. Here's Speed done now. So he's going to try to hit 2 locations at once.
This is not looking good. He just starts his forge and already getting surrounded.
And so you could see because the Zealot was sent back into the main because he needs to defend at that position, then these Lings can take a fight over here, kill this. And again, if he gets the gateway or the pylon, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can cut this game. I don't know that you can recover. And I think Queen is showing what an adaptive player he is. Now, there's another Zealot that's going to come out. He gets it out.
Barely.
But there's no pylon. There's no pylon here. And without a pylon, you can't make a cannon. You know, you can start a cannon and then lose the pylon and the cannon still warps in.
Yeah.
But,
well, he's actually fighting with the Probes and Zealots, doing a reasonable job here against the Speedlings. There are more on the way, though. Remaking that pylon.
Yeah. Again, the next Zealot is only going to just now have started.
Yeah. But there are more Lings on the way right now. What if he gets a cannon up? Can he? No, these Lings are going to be there so quickly. But there's almost no drones if he somehow held. Look at this, a cannon in the main base. Can he hold this, Tasteless?
It'll all come down to this next wave over here.
Oh, look at this. He's like surrounding the cannon, trying to get it in. This is crazy. Oh my god.
Okay,
oh my god.
He just one-shots that Zealot.
He's going to get the cannon up.
Yeah.
Wait, but is he ahead?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know how many probes are there. I mean, Zerg is on 2 bases. I think a third one just started.
Okay, so there's only 1 Ling in his base. He has a cannon in the middle line, a cannon at the front. He's walled off. There's very few drones.
I wonder what the hit points are on the gateway, too, here.
Can't be too high.
So the problem now is that
359, actually, that's pretty high.
You're making probes from 2 nexuses. Zerg really gave up a lot. You can see Zerg is only just now droning up. Now, Speedlings can stop the Protoss from scouting, which is good.
Maybe force more cannons and stuff like that.
With Mini, one can only hope.
Now,
but I actually think this is a extremely strong position for Mini now.
it does look that way. Layer on the way, rather.
It seemed like Queen was about to win the game.
Yeah. Felt like we were right on the brink. When he got the pylon, I thought it was over.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a period where he just attacked a little bit too long on one of the Zealots. The probes did just a little bit too much damage. I thought the game was going to end when the pylon died, honestly.
Yeah, me too. But right now, if I'm not mistaken, it does seem to be that Mini's ahead.
No, I agree.
I think it's maybe a little bit difficult to adjust for what timing that Hydras may come or Mutas may come. He knows that it was super drone light, so you definitely have to do at least a few drone rounds before any sort of next attack, right? So that should slow down any possible Hydra bust, but he is making that second cannon just in case.
And Protoss is going to stay pretty comfortably ahead. This is gutsy from Mini, but I think Mini seems to have a very good read on what the Zerg wants to do. Now, had he not gotten that block up, this could have been a really bad game.
Oh, man.
Because he just dive on the cannons.
Yeah. Zealot's walking up towards the third base. It's just barely hatched. Only 2 drones there right now. So little defense. Does Queen just has to make nothing but lings right now, right? To even have a chance of holding this.
I think so. But, I mean, Mini doesn't mind losing these Zealots.
Yeah. I mean, just forcing Queen to stop making drones is going to destroy his economy even further.
Right. Exactly.
Look how few drones he has still.
And he's just going to send these back. I think he's realized his Zealots are strong enough. You can't fight with the lings that he has, and he knows the lings he's forced. He can actually get back here pretty comfortably. Good dance by
Wow.
Mini here.
Great decision to turn around. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Another hatchery coming up. Queen immediately back into drones once he thinks he has enough lings. Looks like he's not going to get into position to, like, sandwich these or anything. They're just going to get home.
Corsair comes up to check. And Mini's going to apply continuous pressure here with +1 attack Zealots. Corsairs can keep hitting the Overlords. I mean, this is overall favored for Mini here.
Yeah.
One of our more straightforward games here. This game is looking like an old PvZ.
Yeah, after the 9-pool speed killed the pylon, right?
Yeah.
He battled probes forever. Kind of wild. Now, walking up the map once again with these Zealots, there are a lot of lings. +1 is not done yet. So he's going to try to get onto that morphing sunken. Nope, pulls away. Look at that, the drone's trying to come out to fight, but he pulls them into an area that you can't drill. You can't get the drones to do any drill maneuvers right in that little pocket.
Yeah, it's not a great spot for the lings to try to take the fight up. +1 attack is moments away from finishing here. Same with speed. In fact, I think it just finished. No. Wait, was the forge not spinning?
No, it was spinning.
Okay.
He canceled it and started armor.
Yeah,
He's like,
I'm like,
nah, never mind.
I don't know which one is good.
All right, there's the legs. Still not +1 attack, but like you said, probably done soon. Pushing into the natural here. The drone's drilling away, drilling back. So he's decided he has to fight it right here, right now. Muta's popping out as well. More Zealots running up as the lings flank everything here.
And, there's not a lot on the ground here to fight. I mean, these Zealots two-shot lings. And Mutas can clean up Zealots, but not very quickly. Now he goes for the Spire. I think that Mini's just going to snowball this game to a win.
Oh, my God. He's going to get the Spire as well.
And that's it. There's a few more Mutas that are going to hatch here, but basically, I mean, Mini just took held the rush, and then the counterattack is just too strong.
So wait a minute. Mini is 4-1-ing Queen and going to the finals?
That looks to be the case, Artosis. I felt like that was one of the only scores that was impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely expected Queen to take it, and I'm happy to be wrong here. Mini playing a magnificent series. I wonder if this is just going to change PvZ the more we watch him play.
Well, he's breaking Zergs in ways we haven't seen before. You'll have ladder games where you beat people like this, but, I mean, he's really pushing ahead. And Queen, who basically tried to completely shift gears and play an old 9-pool style to try to, maybe make Mini play by the Zerg's rules a little bit more. Mini did a good job holding it, and now he's built basically a threat. I mean, the game's not over, of course, but this is also kind of
double Archon with +1.
Yeah, the Dragoons are out here, and he's trying to get him to turn around and protect these workers, but I think Mini senses weakness on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he knows there's almost nothing over there for Queen right now. Queen has to chase this down with his mutas. I mean, those 6 mutas are not going to make that big of a difference here, unfortunately.
Well, and again, the Spire has not been remade. At least I don't think we saw it remade. So, like, this is just like a very good army here for the Protoss.
Yeah, pushing forward now with these Dragoons, with the Archons. Only a few Hydras to speak of. The Zealots on top of the remaining Sunkens.
Yeah, where'd the Corsairs go?
Here they are.
They're just going to die to the Scourge.
May as well. No sense in living anymore.
No.
This game is just about done. Hydra's popping out and getting popped as soon as they do. The few mutas left over here, dealing the damage that they can against the Dragoons, avoiding that Archon, which, by the way, is up to 13 kills.
Yeah, and I love the way he's playing this. Now that there's no workers here, he wants to take the next fight to where the workers are there because he knows they can't be spread out much further here. And Queen, I think, is barely just not going to hang on. Again, these Dragoons can fight the mutas, but the Zealots are eventually going to kill the drones. Unreal. Mini has gone 4-1. He's in the finals of Season 1. Wow.
That was some awesome PvZ play. I am actually so inspired. And, I mean, PvZ, normally I'm like a psychopath inside. I don't feel anything watching it, right? I'm like, oh, yeah, this is cool. These guys are good. But watching Mini here tonight, dude, I want to get on and play some PvC, to be honest. This was awesome to see his new style.
It's pretty impressive how well he actually shut down Queen. I mean, Queen really having to reevaluate that entire matchup. And even, by the way, I don't think the 9 pool was premeditated.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think he came in here and thought, okay, I'm losing.
He almost killed him with it.
Any good Zerg knows how to 9 pool, knows how to play that out. So he says, okay, let's just change our styles a little bit. And Mini holds that. Here we are.
Here we are. Especially after that first loss. Definitely not the way that I saw this going tonight. But Mini showing his quality so far this season. Well, I guess that's the end of it of him versus Queen. But he went 6-2 against Queen this season.
That's insane.
That is crazy.
And I don't know if the Zergs on the other side of the bracket can beat Mini. I mean, Queen is supposed to be the best Zerg in the world, right?
We have a little replay here. Watching
Here's
when that
Link
certain
speed close
finishes.
to finishing.
Slips through. But yeah, anyways, like you said, who can actually beat him? Actually, I have an idea for that, Tasteless. Tell me what you think about this. But if I had to if I had to choose who has the best chance against him, I think Larva. Larva's a very brainy Zerg. I could see him looking at this because he's like a later game macro Zerg. He's not as sharp on things, like sharp attacks and stuff, but he will plan out a series, and I think he can look at games like this and have very good counterplay ready.
You could be right.
Like, I didn't think Larva had much of a chance. Like, honestly, when I saw the round of 8, he was one of the only 2 players where I'm like, this guy can't win. Him and JYJ, I'm like, no. These 2 are not going to win this tournament. But now that I see, like, the way Mini's playing, maybe Larva's the chance for Zerg.
Look at this. This Zealot gets out just barely. Now, I think had the Lings killed that pylon, the game ends.
Oh, before the second
Zealot comes out.
You're definitely
because
right about that.
2 Zealots is so much greater than 1 as far as power goes. And I think the control here was very, very good.
Blocking
he won the fight on
flank.
the outside. Yeah.
The drill there to kill the extra probes. You know how hard it is to do that quickly?
Yeah. No,
and then if he's playing widescreen, maybe he could have done that the natural, but otherwise, ooh.
And then watch this. He just kind of overcommitted. This Zealot actually lived.
Oh, man.
And the cannon starts. And again, I think staying back here, keeping the Zealot alive. When the Zealot's gone, it's completely easy to fight the probes. And then this is what seals it, basically, is that the Zerg can no longer cause a distraction over here in the center, or inside the main of the Protoss. Pops the Zealot, but now there's a fresh Zealot here.
Yeah, and just great blocking with the probes as well throughout. And that is a dominating victory there. The one loss, he messed up a cannon rush. Wow.
Yeah,
So
and really, Queen never got to play any of the games he wanted to play. I mean, the Cannon Rush being held, that's not a surprise on any level that the Zerg is going to win there. But these other 4 games were something else.
definitely something to learn from, Tastes. I wonder if this is going to change the ladder. Are you going to be learning a lot from this?
I think I've learned a lot, but I think I've almost learned too much. You know? I don't know how much of this I can apply.
Mini TMI.
마지막 남은 최후의 프로토스.
We're going to go to an interview now, see how many's feeling.
2연승 우승을 차지한 김명훈 선수 자만의 결승
Congratulations in the
진출했습니다.
finals.
오늘 올라가면서 이제 최고의 프로토스이자 최고의 선수가 되기 위한 모든 준비가 끝났습니다. 결승 진출 소감 들어보겠습니다. 소감.
일단은 저도 7판 4선을 저그전을 이길 줄은 몰랐는데 좀 생각보다 이제 좀 게임이 너무 잘 풀렸던 것 같고 이제 좀 경기력에 좀 약간은 만족스러운 것 같아요.
네, 이제 남은 선수가 조일장과 이몽규 선수. 사실 이 정도 판짝에 이 정도 실력이라면 사실상 변현재 선수 미소를 지으면서 지금도 웃고 있거든요. 우승 확정 지은 거 아닙니까?
그런데 제가 이제 8강에서 올라갈 때부터 4강이랑 결승이랑 이제 같은 종족전을 안 만나길 바랬어요. 이번에도 이제 준비한 전략들이 한 번 더 쓸 수는 없고 이제 결승에서는 이제 새로운 빌드를 꺼내야 되는데 당장 코앞이니까 좀 떠오르지도 않고 좀 걱정이 많이 앞서요. 지금.
걱정이고 어렵다고 하는데 눈은 웃고 있어요. 네.
오늘 아까 마지막 경기에서 솔직히 졌다라는 생각 들지 않았습니까? 상대 저글링.
제 질럿이 마당에서 이제 2마리가 다 죽고 나서 마우스랑 키보드에 손을 한번 뗐어요. 지치려고 했는데 그러니까 혹시나 해서 이제 좀 그래도 이제 초반에 끝나면 안 되기 때문에 최대한 막아보자라는 생각으로 막으면 이제 불리하게라도 운영을 갈 수 있겠지라는 생각을 가지고 있는데 어쩌다 보니 좀 너무 잘 막았던 것 같아요.
미칠 듯한 그 컨트롤까지 해서 채팅방의 찬사가 지금 계속 이어지고 있는 상황인데, 자 그렇다면요 시즌 7 때 결승 올라가서 정말 아쉽게 우승을 차지하지 못하고 준우승, 정말 많은 팬분들이 그 기록 자체를 기억 자체를 못하고 있잖아요.
네.
이번 시즌 그 우승이 얼마나 중요한지 누구보다 잘 알고 있고, 이번에 결승 가서 또 상대가 또 적은데 거기서 지고 나면은 2연속 준우승, 2번 결승 올라갔는데 콩콩 이렇게 하면 끔찍하잖아요.
솔직히 무조건 이번에는 우승해야 된다는 생각을 가지고 있는데 좀 이제 저번 시즌에도 자신감이 있었지만 이제 다전제를 가지 못하는 바람에 이제 좀 빨리 떨어졌었는데 이번 시즌도 이제 다전제만 가면 좀 자신 있다고 24강 때부터 얘기했었거든요. 그래가지고 지금 결승까지 온 것 같은데 결승이 좀 더 잘 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
네. 조일장 선수, 이몽규 선수거든. 개인적으로 변현재 선수가 편한 상대 누가 올라왔으면 좋겠나요?
솔직히 전 둘 다 까다로운 것 같아요.
김명훈보다 더 까다로워요?
그러니까 그 두 선수한테 지금 4강에서 만났으면 무조건 이겼다. 누구를 만나도 무조건 이겼다는 생각을 가지고 있을 텐데 결승에서는 이제 누구랑 하던 이제 힘들 것 같아요.
그래요. 자 그렇다면은 수많은 팬분들 그리고 프로토스의 마지막 희망, 마지막 프로토스 저그 시대의 몰락의 주인공으로 자리매김하기 바라는 팬분들이 계시거든요. 그분들에게 마지막 결승전 각오 한 말씀.
이번에 4강에서 3저그가 되다 보니 좀 응원해 주시는 분들이 많았는데 이제 결승전은 이제 토스 대 적으로 이제 할 수 있어서 보답해서 좀 좋은 것 같고 이제 결승은 이제 더 좋은 모습으로 우승할 수 있는 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 결승전 무대에서 멋진 활약 기대하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 자 이렇게 변현재 선수와 이야기를 나눠봤습니다. ASL 시즌 11 대마 결승전 대결 11년 동안 이 무대를 준비한 두 선수의 대결이 펼쳐지겠습니다. 2010년 같은 해 선수로 데뷔를 하고 걸어온 이 역사를 만들기 위해서 정말 많은 노력을 한 두 명의 선수죠. 프로토스의 전설이 되기 위한 변현재, 그리고 11년간 도전 끝에 최고의 자리에 올라서기 위한 준비가 끝난 이몽규 선수, 두 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 변현재 선수.
네.
11년 만에 우승 트로피를 들어올릴 수 있는 최적의 기회. 지난 시즌 최정상의 자리에 김명훈 선수 제압하고 이제 올라와서 보니까 변현재 선수와 시작은 동일하지만 걸어온 길이 달랐던 임홍규 우승 생각하고 계시죠?
솔직히 이제 4강에서 최고로 잘하는 선수를 꺾었다고 생각하기 때문에 솔직히 결승은 4강보다는 쉽다라고 생각을 하고.
야! 웃음이 날 정도로?
그 정도는 아니지만
네.
그래도 이제 최근에 ASL에서 제일 잘하는 선수를 꺾었다고 생각하기 때문에 자신감이 좀 있는 것 같아요.
그렇다면 그 위대한 김명훈 선수와 이몽규 선수는 어떤 부분이 그렇게 달라요? 뭐가 다르죠? 지리학, 피지컬, 운영 능력?
솔직히 김명훈 선수가 좀 노련하다라고 생각하거든요.
오!
근데 이제 노련한 선수도 이제 저한테 속수무책으로 당했기 때문에 이몽규 선수도 좀 많이 당황하지 않을까 싶어요.
와! 이몽규! 무난한 김명훈보다도 실력이 떨어진다는 얘기는 허점이 많다! 하자가 많은 저그다! 어떻게 생각하세요?
노련만 했기 때문에 김명훈 선수가 졌다라고 생각을 하고요. 네, 저는 오늘 조금 다른 모습을 보여주려고 이 자리에
네.
나왔기 때문에 문제 없을 거라고 생각합니다.
변현재 선수는 상대방의 움직임도 보지도 않고 그냥 15분 컷! 그 전에 컷! 정말 멋진 빌드를 짜가지고 나왔는데요. 그런 부분에 있어서 이몽규 선수 어떤 준비를 하셨습니까?
뭐 대체적으로 고루고루 다 준비를 했고요. 뭐 예전 같은 경우는 방송할 때 하루 정도 텀만 두고 연습을 준비를 했다면 이번에는 정말 장기간에 걸쳐가지고 다방면으로 다 준비를 했기 때문에 뭐 초반에 변현재 선수가 강력하다 할지라도 딱히 무섭지가 않습니다.
와! 그렇다면 변현재는 초반만 잘하는 프로토스다?
어떻게 보면 그렇다라고 말할 수 있겠죠.
그럼 첫 끝발이?
예?
예. 그러면 다른 선수들과의 또 이제 비교를 해본 결과 변현재 선수는 프로토스 중에서 얼마나 좀 까다로운 선수고 또 어떻게 파해야 되는지 분석이 끝난 거예요?
네, 뭐 가장 까다롭다고 생각이 들 수도 있겠지만 어떻게 보면은 가장 또 그게 단순한 거거든요. 까다롭게만 할 줄 알기 때문에 그 점을 좀 이용할 계획입니다.
와! 까다롭기만 한 프로토스다. 여기서 완전히 이몽규 선수는 지금 승리에 있어서 확신이 있어요. 준비가 된 모든 게 있고 변현재 선수에 대한 분석이 좀 끝난 것 같은데요. 웃어요. 웃고 있습니다. 지금 이몽규 선수가 까다롭기만 한 선수가 이길 수 있다라는데 왜 웃으세요? 웃겨요?
아니 뭐 홍규가 뭐 이제 대회에서 저한테 다전제에서 크게 한번 당해봤잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 이제 좀 자신감이 좀 넘치고 이제 그 당황스러움이 이제 대회에서 느껴지면 좀 크게 느껴지거든요. 이제 온라인에서 연습할 때보다 이제 대회에서의 당황함이 더 크다고 느끼기 때문에 지금은 저렇게 자신 있어 할지 몰라도 좀 경기 내에서는 좀 많이 다를 거라고 생각합니다.
이게 말과 실전은 다르다. 이몽규 선수는 말뿐인 저그다. 오, 지금 변재 선수가 이렇게 자신감 넘치 인터뷰한 게 거의 없었거든요. 오늘 날 잘 본 것 같은데요.
저도 지금 빨리 말 그만하고 게임으로 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
확실히 찍어놓을 준비가 됐습니까? 그러면 변현재 선수의 그 위대함에 있어서 그 이몽규 선수, 변현재 선수 어떤 프로토스라 생각하세요?
그냥 프로토스들은 한 끼 식사라고 생각하고 네, 뭐 토스가 거기서 거기 아닙니까?
그러면 변현재 선수는 한 끼 식사 곧 굉장히 쉬운 밥이다. 이 부분에 있어서는요. 밥 같은 토스, 밥토스.
그런데 모든 저그가 저렇게 생각하거든요. 그래서 이제 좀 프로토스를 너무 쉽게 생각하기 때문에 저그들이 좀 많이 지지 않나 싶거든요. 프로토스한테.
그러면 이제 끝으로 이몽규 선수에게 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단은 이제 4강 때처럼 빠르게 끝내주도록 하겠습니다.
조기 퇴근. 이몽규 선수 쉽게 생각하다가 저가 지금 다 무너졌고 김명훈마저 무너졌다. 이제 이몽규 선수는 재물이다라는 이야기를 했거든요. 경기 시작 전 변현재 선수에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
4강보다 더 압도적인 경기력으로 승리하겠습니다.
강한 자신감으로 이번 시즌 우승에 다가가기 위한 준비가 모두 끝났습니다. 과연 이 두 선수가 앉는 자리 가져갈 트로피의 주인공이 누가 될지 온라인에 계신 여러분의 뜨거운 박수로 시즌 11 결승전 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
Dusty dreams and bygone years all slip through the hands of mine. Whispering voices still riding the wind that pass through the hallways of time. I felt the eyes of strangers.
김명훈 선수는
김대웅 선수 잡아내
이미 멘탈이 깨졌어요.
대역전 최후의 프로토스
성공적인 전략을 두 번이나 꽂아
2연승 우승을 차진 김명훈을 꺾고 프로토스 현재 결승 진출.
미니
그 선수의 꿈 10년간의 그 도전 그 끝에 드디어 이 벽을 넘어서면서부터 바로 결승 진출.
라바
다전제만 가면 자신 있었어요. 이제 저번 시즌 이제 아쉽게 16강에서 떨어졌는데 그렇죠. 이제 우승이 목표다 보니까 그 어떤 저그여도 이제 4강에서는 무조건 이길 거라고 이제 생각을 하고 있었기 때문에 아직까지는 좀 무덤덤한 것 같아요.
복수의 성화 변현재 선수.
일단 시즌 7에서 이제 잘하는 저그들을 꺾고 결승까지 갔었는데
뭔가 인터셉터를 채울
결승에서 이제 테란을 만나서 제가 좀 무기력하게 졌는데 이번 시즌에 이제 결승에서 저그전이다 보니 좀 더 자신감 있게 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
누가요? 드디어 이 벽을 넘어서면서부터 결승 진출.
우승을 하지 않았기 때문에 진짜 실감이 안 나는 느낌인데 우승 말고는 다 똑같은 것 같아요. 원래도 잘했던 토스전 결승에서 한번 다시 보여주자라는 생각이 들어서 우승 확정?
커세원이 6개입니다. 다 찢어요.
아예 턱 밑에다가 게이트웨이를
저그의 시대 그 중심에 있는 김명훈 선수 무너뜨립니까?
일단은 노서치 전략은 한 번도 나온 플레이가 아니었기 때문에 이제 어떤 저그여도 이제 토스전에 7선제면 무조건 자신 있어 할 수밖에 없기 때문에 안전하게 할 플레이를 예상을 하고 머리 꼭대기 위해서 이제 가지고 놀 수 있었던 것 같아요. 이 모습을 4강에서 보여줬기 때문에 이제 결승에서는 아직까지 머릿속에 그림 중이에요.
솔직히 경기를 안 봤어요. 제 경기 준비하느라 안 봤는데 뭐 노서치? 저도 할 수 있거든요, 노서치. 서로 서치를 안 가게 된다면 누가 더 궁금할까요? 오버로드로 볼 수 있는 저그가 더 유리하지 않나. 대체 명훈이 형이 왜 진지 모르겠어요.
취재 처절 그 자체였던 것 같습니다.
뭔가 성장하고 더 배웠던 계기들이 됐던 것 같아요. 그러니까 저는 상성을 잡은 게 아니고 거의 뭐 동일선상에 있는 프로토스도 충분히 저그들한테 할만해진 상황에서 잡은 거기 때문에 더욱더 험난하다고 생각을 해요. 최종적으로는 저저전을 했던 게 토스를 잡기 위한 좀 밑거름이 아니었나 그렇게 생각을 합니다.
ASL 시즌 5 8강 세 번째 경기
찢을 거예요. 이렇게
악살입니다. 악살.
병력 숫자가 많지가 않아요.
변현재 그 견제.
그때 홍규가 이제 오프라인에서 엄청 못하는 이미지라서 8강 상대로 엄청 원했던 것 같아요.
뭐 저보고 오프라인 못한다 그러는데 제가 ASL 시즌 4에서 4강을 그때 갔었거든요. 뭐 변현재 선수는 어디에 있었나 싶을 정도로 어딘지도 기억이 안 나네요. 그래가지고
기억이 안 나는데. 근데 시즌 5 때 홍규는 생각보다 엄청 못했었거든요. 제가 안 그래도 저그전이 자신 있고 그 당시에 맵도 좀 괜찮았고 그래서 이제 그때 이제 결과가 3대 0으로 나온 거고 이번에는 이제 홍규가 조금 더 강해졌기 때문에 이제 결승까지 온 거라 생각하고 좀 준비를 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
그 당시에는 이제 맵이 좀 저와 맞지 않는 부분들도 있었고 뭔가 제가 보여줄 수 있는 기량을 못 보여줬다라고 생각을 해요. 하지만 이번 시즌에서는 뭐 불편한 요소들이 없고 또 저와 걸맞는 맵들이 좀 많이 포진되어 있기 때문에 자신 있게 우승할 수 있을 것 같다라고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
일단 제가 저그전의 제일 장점은 그 어떤 토스보다 이제 초반에 질럿을 잘 쓸 수 있다는 게 제일 장점인 것 같아요.
경기 자체가 난장판입니다. 아주.
오, 근데 또 들어왔어요.
질럿 컨트롤 하나도 죽었습니다. 질럿이.
상대가 스트레스를 받아 하는 거를 이제 좀 좋아하는 것 같아요. 처음에 프로브부터 상대를 견제를 해야 이제 행복하게 게임을 시작할 수 있고 이제 그 다음 나오는 이제 질럿으로 상대를 때려야지 상대가 스트레스를 받아 하는 모습을 보면 이제 제가 좋기 때문에 그래서 미소가 지어지는 것 같아요.
지저분하게 한다고 해가지고 원래 녹아 있었던 그 피지컬이 흔들리지 않거든요. 저는 약간 이렇게 생각을 했어요. 옛날부터 피지컬적인 부분들이 완성이 돼야 다른 전략적인 빌드들도 충분히 수행이 가능하다. 그 전략만 먼저 한다면은 그 이후에 운영이 안 되거든요. 그래서 기본이 안 돼 있죠. 이제 후반 가면은 진짜 10판 하면 한두 판 질까요? 토스전 제 강점? 흔들리지 않는 편안함? 그거에 걸맞게 좀 잘 수비를 해내면서 운영으로 이끌어 나가는. 사람들은 뭐 존버저그라고 부르잖아요. 하지만 절대 그냥 버티기만 하는 게 아니거든요. 언제나 역습을 대비하고 있는 그런 저그이기 때문에
요즘은 이제 좀 잘하는 저그들을 보고 배운 건지 조금 생각 있는 플레이를 좀 많이 하더라고요. 근데 홍규도 아직은 무식해요. 일단 홍규가 예전부터 엄청 노력을 많이 했는데 우승까지는 아닌 것 같고 준우승이 딱인 것 같아요.
질척 토스? 그냥 변태가 아니고 그냥 질척대는데 어떻게 떼어내나 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
그럼 진짜 질척임이 뭔지 보여줄게.
네가 운이 좋아서 올라왔을 뿐 잘해서 올라온 건 아닌 것 같은데 뭐 변태 플레이 한 번쯤은 당해준다? 쳐도 4대1?
홍규야, 넌 아직 우승할 그릇이 안 돼. 내가 4대 0으로 이겨줄게.
여러분들 이 트로피 조금 있으면 제 거가 될 것 같은데 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
All right, we are finally here. What an insane intro that was for the ASL Finals. This is Mini versus Larva, and I don't know who's going to take it. I think it's going to be really close. I think the games are going to be exciting, also really educational. These two players have very different approaches in the matchup, and I just can't wait to get this thing started.
Oh, I know. It's actually kind of a dream final, honestly. When we had that round of 8, I wasn't really sure what we were going to get, but it looked like Zerg versus Zerg to me. You know, with Queen being there and everything, winning the last couple seasons. But now that Mini has made a fool of Queen and gotten right up into the finals and Larva looking the best he's ever looked, this is just a match made in heaven.
And it's funny when you looked, like you were saying, what we thought was probably going to be a Zerg versus Zerg finals. I knew Mini was good. I knew he was on the cutting edge of PvZ, but I just assumed that Queen was basically that wall that no Protosses could really pass.
Yeah.
Right? So to not have Queen here is insane and shows you how quickly the landscape is changing as far as who's improving and getting better. In fact, we can see how the story unfolded down here on the brackets, but these two guys have had very interesting histories. They are players that we always knew were good, big fan favorites, both of them very emotional, and they've both managed to overcome all odds and get to this finals.
I know. It's kind of crazy when you look at it. Like, for instance, this has been a pretty one-sided round of 8 bracket. If you compare it to all the other brackets we've ever done in the other 10 seasons of ASL, this is the most one-sided that we've seen thus far, with only Larva Rush being a 3-2. Everything else was pretty damn one-sided. And to like the fact that the round of 4 was one-sided as well, that kind of blows me away.
Yeah, that was a big surprise here. Our map lineup, this is actually a cool way this is going to unfold. Polypoid to start things off, Eclipse, Hidden Track, Ascension, Polaris, Rhapsody, Ultimate Stream, and we might end this where it all started, Artosis, Fighting Spirit.
Oh my god. Imagine that. We finish it off on Fighting Spirit.
Yeah.
I really hope we get to that 7th map.
I think we will.
I think there's actually a very reasonable chance we can get to the 7th map, and I know that, like, that's what commentators want, that's what fans want, but honestly, looking at these guys, I can really see something like that happening, because, like, Mini looks like the best PvZ that there is, easily, but Larva is a smart guy, and he had a lot of games to watch, right? Like, he played against Queen in 8 games already, so that is a ton of information for Larva to take in and figure out how to stop everything. But Mini is also so strong. Dude, it has to be 7 maps.
I do want to point out, you know, first of all, Mini has always had a very obtuse play style, especially in PvZ. But I don't know how that's going to interact with the way Larva plays. Mini is known as being basically the best corner cutter in the matchup, right? Core before Forge. Sometimes even if a Forge is made, there's no cannons. Bizarre tech switches, like a second later Stargate, like we saw against Queen. Also, he's a hyper-abusive Protoss player. I mean, he's not afraid to proxy gate. He's not afraid to cheese in any weird way. And overall, he's solid and strong with robust macro. Now, when you look at Larva, this guy really plays Zerg in a very different way, especially in this matchup. He's much more reliant on Mutalisks early on, which is
that's actually a very good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Which is usually a kind of a, I guess you could say, a little bit more of a cheesy approach to the matchup. I'm sorry, did you just turn me down a little bit? I feel like my volume got lower in my ears there.
That's right. I did. You were maxing out, Tasteless.
Okay, sorry.
I am the PD here, Tasteless. Don't you break the 4th wall between us.
So Larva likes to do a lot of these air openers. He likes to try to match the Protoss with Scourge, which is interesting because basically most people would conclude that Corsairs are actually considerably stronger overall than when fighting mutas if you get good engages. But Larva's very good at flanking and taking those fights.
You know, that was something I wasn't thinking about as much. I was thinking more broadly like what his strengths were, but you're really right about that Larva prefers Muta Scourge much more than basically any other top-level Zerg. We really do see him go for that a lot. And is that going to pay off against Mini or be bad against Mini?
Also, it's worth pointing out that nobody's been Hydra rushing Mini, if my memory serves me correctly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which I hadn't really thought of up until we just started this cast. Like, he's cut a lot of corners, yeah, but nobody ever attempted to punish him. Now, I mean, it's not like he's just flipping coins here and gambling. He's doing some very good scouting to ensure that he can get away with that, but I would be curious to see if we're going to have Hydra Bus here in a PvZ. It seems like you would have at least one Hydra Bus.
At
least one in a best of 7.
I think normally you'd have 4, and then the series would be over.
And then I go, but that's what my games look like too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see what happens. Larva is not exactly known to be a guy who Hydra busts a lot. It's not like Effort or
you're very right.
Queen likes to do Hydra.
Well, no one's like Effort, but yes, you're definitely right.
Effort has never seen a layer before in his life, man.
Effort, Soma, some of these guys are like incredibly aggressive with those Hydra busts, but you're right. Like Larva doesn't do that as much. He prefers to go for a more turtled approach, to go for those mutas and Scourge. Like, he has a very different style.
There's also, and I don't normally say this about any player in Brood War, but I will say it about Larva. He's very stylistic in prepping for a best of 5 and best of 7. He seems to want to show a very wide range of play. Like you were just mentioning Soma. We might see Soma do the same stuff over and over again in a game.
Yeah.
In any matchup.
No, it's true. Larva does a good job planning series a lot of the time, don't you think?
I would totally agree with that. I think out of all the races, he's very masterful at basically having, an opening from one game complement the opening in the next game, and that he's given certain impressions, and he can kind of juke and jive in and out of different styles. Watching this here with Mini, I am most interested in basically seeing how the opening of the game is going to go.
Yeah. Like, does Mini have some crazy cheeses ready for us? Because definitely it's something that we've seen in the past where he's gone for things like Center 2 Gate, and that could be something that he brings out, but he didn't use that against Queen, right? Like, he was using like lots of Zealots and very odd different types of timings and styles, but we didn't see the more aggressive Mini that we've seen in previous seasons.
Yeah, he seemed to, and I mean, this might have been something that you can only plan for against Queen. I mean, Queen's got a lot of data out there about how he plays. This is what happens when you've won 2 championships in a row, is you really can be dissected on a level that a lot of other players can't be. I wonder, how risky can Mini get in this game? I'm also wondering how many times Reavers are going to be used here.
That's a good question. He's not as much a Reaver guy, is he?
Not really, right?
No.
Like, I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Reaver games.
No, not much.
I mean, obviously, any ASL Protoss player can use Reavers against Zerg, but this was really actually quite trendy 3 years ago. Was a lot of abrupt Reaver openings, like Speedlots and then Reavers, or Corsair Reaver was more common, and Reavers seem to be phased in and out of the meta a lot. But anyways, guys, we're ready to get this going. The Season 11 ASL Final starts now with Mini versus Larva.
Larva chose blue. Tasteless. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
So Polypoid, our first map here in the bottom right, our Protoss player, Mini. And in the top left, our Zerg. It's Larva. This is... I am actually super hyped, man.
Well, this has been, first of all, an amazing season, but it's not the finals we expected. With Flash on his hiatus in the military, and Queen looking just untouchable. The question was really, can Queen win a 3rd time in a row? And then we're entering this pretty incredible territory of dominance that we haven't really seen like that in a while, if it wasn't Flash. I mean, but both these guys have been trying to get into a finals and trying to win a major title like this for a long time. And it's going to be dramatic no matter what the result here.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Well, I just like that pylon when it went down, like when we first came back to StarCraft.
And I'm like, did he block his nexus?
I was saying that all the time, like to the point where it became a joke, where like every pylon I'd be like, did this block the nexus? And then you and in control and Dane, I was like, no, he didn't. Wait, stop blocking. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it is, guys. That made me think of that.
Yeah. So it's going to be gate opening here. Now, this I did expect here from Mini.
I don't actually think we're going to see any Forge openings unless he's trying to cannon rush.
Yeah, and there's some maps that are better to cannon rush than others. And I mean, it seems like, in fact, I would say Forge opening might be the least likely build from Mini.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's more likely he makes 2 gateways in his main, than going for Forge.
I think you're right on that. Like, I actually think we're going to see 0 through 7 games, but if we do see one, it will be a cannon rush game.
I agree.
Or he'll want to, and who knows? Maybe it's a pool first, so he can't. But like that would be. Mini is not. I mean, he doesn't make cannons oftentimes until his Stargate is started. So like, why would he make that right away? That doesn't even make sense.
Now, we should also point out, like we were mentioning before, Mini had a series of very strong 1-base games as well. Just while we're letting this game heat up here. Now, this is a fake cannon rush.
Yeah.
And this is to generate panic here for Larva and force him to pull more drones.
And Larva going to bring one drone. It seems like he's not panicking at all. Like, the second goes up, so he should pull a second drone. This should force a second drone.
Well, this
one's going to cancel in a second.
This is a pretty insane bluff. So it didn't actually work.
Yeah, he didn't even bring the second drone. Like, you need a second one to hop the drone over. I guess maybe you can do an extractor cancel to get it over.
I think it's hard to extractor cancel north.
Yeah,
I believe. But in my experience of watching people try to do that to me, it seems like they don't get up there that easily.
Okay.
So basically, the idea was he wanted to force, maybe 5 or 4 drones to come down here and attack, and then the Zealot would run in there and start hitting different locations, and so a little bit of a slowdown here.
Well, it's a mind game that Mini. Wait a minute, did Mini lose a mind game?
Mm-hmm.
Mini lost a mind game.
Has, yeah.
Well, I'm calling it here. Larva's taking this championship tasteless.
He's going 4-0.
Mini was unstoppable with mind games before, but now he's fallen flat in his face. The pressure's gotten to him, tasteless. The pylons didn't work.
So he's hit his Zealot up here at 12 o'clock, and this is the normal spot a drone would go to make a hatchery.
Yeah.
You can expand onto the high ground area just south of this position here, but it's easier to turtle with your hatches at the other spot.
Yeah.
And so he sees that, in fact, there's no third hatchery.
Whoa.
So it's two hatch Hydra, yeah. But Mini's going to be suspicious. Now, there's one other dilemma for Mini in the scout, and that's, is this guy playing Scumbag Zerg where he took another natural? Because when you're in these spawns, it could be to the top right or the bottom left.
I guess you're right.
But we were talking before the game started. Is Larva going to Hydra bust? Oh, yes, he is. This is one of the fastest Hydra busts.
The fastest, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
And, okay, so this is actually, and we were talking about this, I believe, when we were casting some of the other matches, that, like, this is really smart, I think, of Larva to do this in Game 1. Because if Mini wants to play his very cannon-low abusive style, that's very greedy, if you can make him fear the Hydra bust Game 1, that is going to trickle through all 7 games.
Yeah, exactly. If you strike fear in his heart, this is going to absolutely...
it sounds corny, but it's real.
Yeah. No, it really is real.
It really is real.
If you show you will do the cheesiest Hydra bust to start things off, more cannons will be made over the course of the games than otherwise. Now, he's got one cannon making. This is the corner-cutting Mini here. Right now, this looks extremely strong for Larva.
But, what is there? There's 4 Zealots out right now. Only 1 cannon.
Yeah, only 1 cannon. And the second gas is already finishing. That's how much this guy likes to...
Yeah, no, he's being
cut.
Mr. Greed here.
Yeah, Dr. Greed. It's crazy. He's
Dr. Greed.
Dude, he's Count Greedula. Okay?
Sir Greed, yeah. I don't know how to beat that one.
Yeah, I think we can't top Count Greedula, honestly. Okay, so notice that he's keeping the Hydras back. He hasn't shown a single one because a lot of Zergs will run up here with Lings and they'll sort of try to telegraph behavior of this rush. So this is really a pretty masterful game, but I will say I think he's going to realize what's coming.
Dude, the Hydras are actually not in range of where this Corsair is looking. Oh my God! Oh my God! He has kept this so well hidden. Oh, that's the first sign of Hydras right there.
Oh my God! There's not enough room for these cannons.
No, I don't think that there is.
Now I don't know how quick Zealot's speed is going to finish, but I don't think it finishes in time to save the day here.
I don't think so. I think he's going to die.
I believe you're correct, Turtos. This just doesn't look good.
He's almost got that second cannon. 1 cannon remains. Another one is warping in, but there's a ton of Hydras here. And I guess he can dodge that cannon on the other side and then move up when the probes get pulled back. Here we go. Gets on top of it. Going to blow that cannon up in a matter of seconds. The Zealot dies as it comes out. So do the probes. And Mini punished for his greed.
Oh, and you see his face when he tapped out? Super frustrated.
Oh, man.
And look at that. Larva knows. Okay, he set his plan into motion. He's punished Mini's playstyle to start things off. And this is very tough here. How many more times is Larva going to play like that? And, of course, Larva doesn't have to do a single other Hydra rush if he doesn't want to.
No.
Which means that Mini may end up falling back into this cannon style.
Crazy.
Now, I want to point out, Mini, an extremely ballsy player when you consider that he pretty much scouted there was no third hatch and thought, I'm still going to get this.
What was that all about?
Well, he just thinks that it's... I'm sorry, is that a hairdryer?
That is a hairdryer.
What?
I
Why?
think he's warming his mouse.
What?
I think this is the craziest thing
That's
I've ever
the weirdest
seen in my
thing.
whole life.
Is this doesn't even look like it's a meme. It's like, all right,
No,
game
he
one
has
down. He's
it there
like,
purposely.
get my hair dryer out here. What?
He's got to keep that mouse hot.
Now I want
man.
to point out now in other esports events we're going to start seeing hair dryers pop up.
I'm literally on Coupang ordering a hair dryer
Yeah.
right now to figure this out.
What?
This is already the greatest.
I was
finals.
so yeah.
To etch Hydra Bust into the
into
hair dryer
on mouse.
Yeah. Oh my God! Amazing.
We're gonna find out that mouse has a wig.
It's gonna dry it off.
Yeah.
You sweat too much. I'm like, a towel does the same thing, bro.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, do you really want to heat up your electronic devices? I mean,
are we gonna melt
yeah,
the
do you
plastic on
also
this
give your mouse a bath? Like, what else are we gonna do here? Guys, we're gonna go to Eclipse after this short break. We will be right back.
Wait for the chorus. Isn't it gorgeous? Hit them with precision, boy. We making them forfeit. Of course, it's a lot to contain. We got to refrain. It's getting even harder with the bots.
팀의 유망주로 촉망받던 프로토스가 있습니다. 연습생 신분을 벗어나지 못하고 꿈을 펼치지 못했던 저그도 있죠. ASL 시즌 11 결승전에 오른 변현재와 이몽규 선수의 이야기 함께 만나보시죠. 2010년 상반기 드래프트 4지명으로 STX에 정식 입단하며 프로게이머의 꿈을 이루게 된 94년생 소년이 있었으니 그것이 바로 프로토스 변현재. 팀에서도 주목해야 할 선수 1순위로 꼽으며 많은 이들의 기대감을 증폭시키던 가운데 2011년 12월 그토록 바라던 꿈이 이루어집니다. 바로 대망의 첫 프로리그 출전. 방송 무대 데뷔 전의 상대는 웅진의 에이스 윤용택. 신예 선수가 베테랑을 이길 수 있을까? 라는 걱정도 잠시. 외제보다 더 강력한 스톰을 바탕으로 첫 데뷔 경기에서 승리를 해버리니 이게 정령 신예인가 아니면 꽁꽁 숨겨둔 에이스인가 싶을 정도. 그리고 이후 출전하는 경기마다 스타일리시한 모습들을 보여주며 스타 팬들에게 변현재 이름 석자를 제대로 각인시키고 탄탄대로를 걷는 줄로만 알았는데 이 이후의 이야기는 잠시 후에 계속 이어집니다. 변현재가 STX에 입단한 2010년 이몽규 역시 이스트로의 연습생으로 들어가 프로게이머의 꿈을 꾸는데 그런데 이게 웬일? 팀이 돌연 해체를 선언. 꿈을 접어야 하는구나 싶기도 했지만 여기서 포기하라는 법은 없는 건지 기적적으로 포스팅 대상에 포함되며 SKT 연습생으로 합류. 2011년 상반기 드래프트에서 1차로 지명되며 정식 입단까지. 앞으로 나의 시대가 열리겠구나 생각한 것도 잠시뿐. 선배 저그들을 넘어 엔트리에 들어가기는 왜 이렇게 힘든지 현실은 형들 세레머니 보조하면서 결국 공식전 출전은 제로. 그렇게 뭔가 보여준 건 하나도 없고 브루드워로 진행되던 리그도 하나둘 저물어 가는데 과연 이몽규는 어떤 선택을 하게 될지 이몽규의 이야기 잠시 후 이어서 만나보시죠. 다시 변현재의 이야기입니다. 스타1에서 꽃을 채 피우기도 전에 들려온 브루드워 리그 종료. 스타2로 넘어가며 우여곡절이 있었지만 결국 팀의 우승까지 이끄는 에이스로 성장한 변현재. 다시 순항할 길만 남았구나 싶었지만 우승은 했는데 왜 계속 가지를 못하니? 팀이 사정상 해체를 하게 되면서 자연스레 변현재도 프로게이머 은퇴를 결심하고 군복무 문제도 해결한 후 처음으로 도전한 ASL 시즌3. 아직 무대 적응이 완벽하지 않았던 타치인지 2패로 탈락. 이어진 시즌4마저 탈락하게 되면서 그냥 그런 프로토스로 남게 될 즈음. 남자는 3세번이라고 했던가 3번째 도전으로 나선 시즌5. 여태까지 쉽게 넘지 못했던 24강의 벽을 넘어 16강마저 1위 통과. 8강에서도 3대0 승리. 생애 처음으로 시드를 획득한 변현재. 기세를 이어 시즌6에는 8강. 게다가 시즌7에서는 무려 저그전만 17판을 치르며 결승 진출. 과연 그 이야기의 끝은 어디로 향하게 될지 잠시 후에 다시 만나보시죠. 이어서 이몽규의 이야기입니다. 스타크래프트 브루드워 리그의 종료와 함께 빠르게 은퇴를 하고 개인 방송을 시작한 이몽규. 2015년 ASL의 전신이라고 볼 수 있을 대국민 스타리그에 진출을 하며 드디어 처음으로 방송 경기에 출전하는 꿈을 이루게 됩니다. 그러나 프로게이머들과 부딪히는 벽은 높고도 험난하기만 하니 출전하면 16강, 24강을 벗어나지 못하고 거기에 설상가상, 건강상 문제도 겹치며 힘든 시기가 찾아오죠. 그리고 ASL 시즌4. 아니 이게 맥그리고야? 이몽규야? 완전히 달라진 외모에 실력까지 가미하며 생애 처음으로 4강 진출. 이어진 시즌5에서도 8강의 고성적을 거뒀지만 잠시 휴식을 위해 한 시즌 불참을 선언합니다. 다시 돌아온 시즌7. 아직 완벽하지 않은 모습으로 두 시즌 16강에 머물렀지만 시즌9에서 4시즌 만에 8강 진출 성공. 그 다음 시즌에서는 결국 시드까지 획득하지만 아직 넘어야 할 벽이 있었으니 그 이야기는 잠시 후에 돌아와서 만나보시죠. 다시 변현재의 이야기입니다. ASL 시즌7 저그 선수들을 모두 제압하며 호기롭게 결승에 진출했지만 알파고 앞에 아쉽게 무릎을 꿇은 변현재. 준우승 이후 극심한 징크스에서 빠져나오지 못하며 기나긴 슬럼프를 맞이하고 맙니다. 그리고 2021년 ASL 시즌 11 24강은 다소 힘겹게 뚫어낸 느낌이지만 이번엔 다르다는 것을 제대로 보여주듯 16강에서 디펜딩 챔피언인 김명훈을 만나 저그전 스페셜 리스트다운 모습으로 제일 먼저 8강 진출. 이어진 8강의 상대는 괴수 도재욱.
16강 뚫으면 이제 저구전이나 테란전 하면 자신 있다라고 생각을 했는데 그렇게 좋게 생각하진 않았어요.
동족전을 조금 피하고 싶었는데
프로토스전이 좀 까다로운 것 같아요. 라던 말이 무색하게 3분 40초 9분 그리고 다시 3분 40초 17분이 채 되기도 전에 3대0으로 승리하며 4시즌 만에 시드까지. 그리고 다시 4강에서 만나게 된 건 프로토스의 재앙 토스전 승률 1위 김명훈이었습니다. 1경기 준비했던 캐논러시가 실패하고 스텝이 꼬이며 패배. 이번 시즌도 왕자가 아니라 전기의자에 앉겠구나 싶었던 그때 다크템플러가 본진을 뒤흔들며 2세트를 가져오고 5세트에서는 100만 프로토스의 기운을 모두 모은 듯 혼신의 수비를 보여주며 1년 반 만에 프로토스 결승 진출자가 된 변현재. 동족전보다 오히려 저그전이 쉽다는 평범하지 않은 프로토스 변현재. 과연 그의 시즌 마지막 페이지는 어떻게 마무리될지 잠시 후 경기로 확인해 보시죠. 이어서 이몽규 이야기의 결말입니다. 시즌 10에서 다시 시드를 얻는데 성공했지만 항상 본인의 발목을 잡아온 저그전 다전제에 걸려 넘어진 이몽규. 4강에서 김명훈을 극복하지 못하고 결승의 꿈을 접어야 했죠. 그리고 ASL 시즌 11 3번 시드로 조지명식에 참여한 이몽규에게 짬 및 통이라는 도발을 하는 선수가 있었으니
뽑아줬으면 좋겠어 영규야.
오오오.
저는 홍규보단 짭제가 잘한다고 생각하거든요.
ASL에서만 상대 전적 6대2를 만들어내며 이몽규 선수의 천적이라 불렸던 김태경입니다. 과감하게 조지명식에서 김태경을 데려온 이몽규. 김태경의 심리를 제대로 파고들며 승리하고 강윤철과의 승자전에서도 업그레이드된 멀티태스킹을 보여주며 3시즌 연속 8강 진출이라는 업적을 남기게 되죠. 이어진 8강에서 만난 상대는 끝장전에서 1대8이라는 굴욕을 안겨줬던 테란 유영진. 중간중간 고비가 찾아오기는 했지만 집중력을 잃지 않고 풀세트 끝에 승리를 얻어내고 맙니다. 다시 한번 결승의 꿈을 이루기 위해 올라온 4강. 역시 이몽규 선수를 맞이하는 것은 저그 조일장이었죠. 시즌4에서 조일장에게 무너졌던 기억, 그리고 지난 시즌 김명훈에게 4강에서 패배했던 기억에 또다시 저그전 다전제에서 무너지는 게 아닐까 싶었지만 전혀 다른 모습으로 4대0 셧아웃을 내며 11년간 그려왔던 꿈을 완성하는데 단 한 걸음만 남게 됐습니다. 스타크래프트 역사상 가장 변칙적인 프로토스 변현재, 그리고 피지컬에 전략을 탑재한 저그 이몽규. 걸어온 역사는 달랐지만 생애 첫 우승이라는 같은 꿈을 향해 달리는 두 94년생 동갑내기 선수들의 결승전. 과연 이번 시즌의 주인공이 되는 선수는 누구일지 이어서 확인해 보시기 바랍니다.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into Game 2 in just a little bit. What an insane start to this.
Yeah.
We've seen Larva come in here, balls out, man.
Yeah.
And punish Mini for being this corner cutter.
He really did. 2 hatch Hydra all in, and the fact that Mini couldn't find the 3rd hatchery and still did not defend heavily.
It's pretty
his
wild,
own fault.
right?
It's his own fault.
Yeah. Like, honestly, that's a flaw in Mini's playstyle there. Because most of the information was there. Granted, like I said, in cross spawns, it's difficult because they could take the other natural at the top right or the bottom left. But you got to assume, right? Like, something's going on here. And, of course, this is kind of the big talking point of Mini's play is he seems to be able to get away with what nobody else can up until now.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see if he can bring it back now. We're going to be going to Eclipse. This was Mini's pick, so definitely the map he feels best on. See if he can do it against Larva. Navy this time.
What does it mean? So I guess the big question is, will he Hydra bust again? Or maybe that's the big question for Mini, actually.
Yeah.
Is now that, Larva's shown he's capable of doing super all-in stuff. By the way, there's not a lot of recovery room, if any, with 2 hatch Hydra all-in. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, usually with 3 hatch, you at least, let's say the Protoss barely survives. You've got 3 bases. You can go back to making drones. They did spend money on cannons, and that stifled their development. But I don't know that we're going to see that same type of build again. Like the
It seems unlikely. It seems unlikely for sure. One thing I want to point out, like Mini really tried to sell Cannon Rush game 1. That could be leading into a game 2. Eclipse is generally the most popular map for Cannon Rush, right?
Yeah, Cannon Rushes are quite strong on Eclipse, especially on the southern spawn. But with him sending the probe back, it looks like this will probably be a gateway opening.
We'll see if that plays into it all. Maybe he'll continue to fake Cannon Rushes, right? That's something we've seen like in StarCraft 2 from SOS. He'll prime you through an entire best of 7 for one game, right?
Yeah, there's very few players, even nowadays, that I think have truly mastered the dance of a best of 5 or a best of 7 just in build order rotation. I think SOS has been one before. I think we're looking at Larva as one of those guys as well.
Seems quite good at it so far.
Flash, certainly, of course.
Yeah.
That kind of goes without
saying.
saying.
Flash can do anything in all 7 games
to
be favored. So. Yeah. Now, going for the pool first here, so good thing he's not trying any sort of Cannon Rush or anything. Mini scouting across. Gonna see the lack of the hatchery. And go right up for that scout. Any thoughts here? Is this just to keep Mini back at the beginning, or was he maybe suspecting that there could be a Cannon Rush?
No, I mean, this is a pretty standard way to approach the game here from Larva. We don't really know his true intentions just yet. This is, I would say, nowadays, at very high levels, this is the opener you see interacting together the most, which is...
Overpool versus Gate Expand.
Right. Now, he did succeed with the pylon block. He'll have to cancel that. And seeing 6 Lings come here, the Protoss will not be attacking. It would be very, very risky to do that. And so you basically play this tight defense game. It took me a long time, when we came back to casting this to try to get a handle on this build because there were so many sets of decision
trees. A lot of
trees.
small decisions at the beginning that have huge weight.
Yeah, and if the Protoss can basically do the dance correctly, they're fine. But if they make a mistake anywhere early on, the game unravels pretty quickly here. So with the 6 Lings coming, he's got the exact right idea. Putting the pylon here to block punishes the Zerg for the aggression.
Good micro there from Larva, though. Almost gets the probe, brings it down to low health. A little bit of harassment here by Larva on those Lings. Ooh, trying to bring them up to maybe slip beyond the Zealot or get a flank. A good micro from Mini holds it off.
Yeah, and Mini's done an excellent job interfering here. That hatchery is finally going to start, but I mean, he's basically held this position pretty beautifully. Note that we are not seeing Mini rush into gas right away or get the core at the entrance, but he's kind of forced into making that forge when he sees the 6 and then 8 lings coming up. You know, let's say that Larva had made 4 Zerglings. That's when I think we would probably see Mini switch into, you know, a cybernetics core and all that. But this time, this is more down the middle of the road here for PVZ.
The Zealot right now kind of pushing those lings back as he makes the Nexus gas on the way. And, you know, looking at the 2 builds so far, I feel like Larva's done a good job interfering with the general way that Mini wants to play, right?
And it's another Hydra bust.
Oh, my God. A 3 hatch this time, though. This is the macro Hydra bust.
Well, here's what's funny about this. Notice, you know, I said this is looking pretty normal. Once again, Mini didn't make a cannon. He got the core before the cannon. And Mini's always been the master at getting away with this kind of stuff, but he's in a danger area again.
Yeah,
now,
it's a little bit scary.
He can't be punished yet, but, you know, that beating the probe took, making the pylon, it's that much more of a vulnerable target. I should point out that the spacing at the 3rd base on this map is a little bit better for the Protoss in that you can fit more cannons there.
Do you mean the natural or?
The natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can actually have 2 rows of cannons. In
Yeah,
the last
yeah,
game,
yeah.
you could only have 1.
No, totally. His building layout really looks like you can fit like a ton of cannons there if you need them. Throws down that Stargate, but I mean, it's going to be a while before that Corsair is out. He sends out the 3 Zealots, and these 3 Zealots, so important for gathering information.
Yeah, these Zealots, I think Mini's done a very good job. He has 2 back at home, just in case lings try to run. And now notice he sees slow lings. This is a little bit unusual and a little bit risky here for Larva, because speedlings will just kill the probe. Slowlings kind of make it look like it's a macro game.
Yeah.
But it does mean that if he doesn't kill the probe, this probe is going to see Hydras coming out.
Yeah.
And so Mini's done the dance pretty well. He's also made quite a sizable amount of lings here.
Hold on, Tasis. I got to go. Oh, he's going to get it. He's going to get it. There it is. Probe goes down. And he hit a bunch of lings there as well. Speed already done for these Hydras as they start to move out. 2 more gates going up at the natural, kind of a funny location.
Yeah, that's a very curious location. I guess he wants to hide the gates if an Overlord comes in.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, we don't normally see Protosses hide gateways, but I guess you can do that.
Maybe he's planning on losing his main to Mutas, and then he has the gates at the natural.
That's so funny.
Larva does like Mutas.
Yeah. It's just a much better way to play.
That's the way I would do it. It gives me a fighting shot to stay alive for 10 minutes.
So the Hydra range is going to finish in a second here. And we got to see if there's going to be enough to actually hold this all off. Now, he is going to be able to stop the attack upgrade coming here. And this is 3-gate speed lot.
Now, the Zealot's actually coming out, getting on top of some of these Hydras, and they're not moving. Well, I guess good choice there. He starts to pick them off quite a bit.
He's almost killed off this Overlord, by the way.
Yeah, getting it very, very low indeed. And now the Zealot's getting on top of these Hydras once again. Is this the right play from Mini?
I don't know how close that is, but you can see Larva's having none of it. He actually targets down the Forge, picks that off.
Well, if someone is that desperate to trade that many Zealots, it must be pretty close, right?
Larva's controlled this perfectly.
I'm a bit nervous for Mini here, right? Doesn't this look pretty solid for Larva? He's been droning up behind it, adding some macro hatcheries as well. He's gone up to 5 hatch.
Yeah, but the Protoss is going to survive this attack.
That's true.
That's very important to note here. The game goes on. Mini, he still has his 2 gates that are going to be down there, tucked in that location at his natural. But Zerg can drone up, and there's losses on both sides. It might look like only Protoss lost stuff, but, Protoss is making probes that entire time. So they are economically in a pretty good spot, but these Zealots are going to be considerably less strong because they can't kill stuff as quickly as they could if they had that +1 attack upgrade.
Very painful. He will pick off a few units as he runs across the map, but just missing that +1 is so painful for Mini. And not only missing the +1, he spent a lot of Zealots trying to save it.
Right.
And so when you add all that together, like he could have had like 10 +1 Zealots with speed. That sounds a lot better than what we see him running around with.
So he's got the Templars coming out now, and it doesn't look like there's any real weak spot here. We should note that the Sim City here for Larva isn't exactly one of those like impregnable fortresses that Zerg can make.
Yeah.
But that's fine because he can still hold.
Yeah, it seems like the way he's laid out that base is the "I am completely unafraid of you" layout.
It's the "I'm going to have stuff anyways" layout.
It's this is the easy way to macro layout, you know? Like, there's different ways that you can place buildings that are more defensive, and then there's different ways you can place them so that you can more easily macro, and he's done the more easily macro way.
And on that note, Artosis, if you look over where Mini put those gateways, that's hard to macro out of.
Yeah.
The reason why most Protosses don't even make their second gate at the natural is just because it's annoying to macro from there.
Yeah, totally.
When you get into late game. It's at least one extra screen you have to click on.
All right, well, there is a DT out. Muta's flying across the map here for Larva. Kind of an interesting switch from him. Start to hit some of these Zealots, so it's giving some advanced warning. Only a single Corsair, huh?
Yeah, well, this is a smart move here from Larva because he knows that you have to cut Corsairs to hold the rush. He gets his Mutas later on.
And he's actually made cannons in both mineral lines. He's got High Templars sitting in both areas, throwing that storm down. Doesn't seem like Mutalist Craftsman's going to do very much, but I guess you can force your opponent to make some additional Corsairs maybe, or an Archon to try to stop the Mutalists from picking everything off, right?
Yeah, well, 5 seems to be the number where it can be. Well, how many does he have here now?
Corsairs? I think
no,
he has.
No, Mutas.
Oh,
it's still 5,
yeah,
right?
it's 5 or 6.
Yeah, forcing Corsairs can be very good.
I think he's not going to make more, though. He's got like 2, and that's it.
Well, he might not. You're right. He has certainly encouraged the Protoss to basically... Whoa! Okay, that's huge. I don't know that Mini can push now.
Yeah, losing 2 High Templars there. Barely hitting the Mutas. I mean, they are very low on health now, but it feels like this 6-hatch Hydra macro from Larva is going to be very tough for Mini to deal with going forward. Look at those supplies. Already, Larva within 5 supply of Mini.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Interesting to see that he didn't overmake Corsairs, but of course that means that those 5 Mutas can actually kill a Templar. It's kind of a funny back and forth. Some Zergs will get up to like 11 Mutas and just keep dive bombing the Templars. Now, I don't know that Mini's going to commit, especially when those Templars were killed. He may just end up taking another base. But you can clearly see, I mean, Archons alone are not adequate defense against even this small number of Mutas.
I know. He's fighting so bravely with the Mutas. Like, he doesn't even care. He's just...
Yeah.
He's trying his best to get off some of these High Templars. They have taken damage, but he backs them up, saves them for now.
But now there's lurkers up here. I don't believe there was an observer with that army either. Right?
No, there's definitely not. Oh, my God. He picks one of them off. Okay, so this is not going well for Mini.
No, I mean, basically... Oh, man, hold on a second. Oh my God, he needs a storm like right now.
Oof. He's lost like 5 High Templars so far this game, unfortunately. Now he's got all these Archons sitting around, which are not going to be nearly as helpful against Lurker Hydra. Seems like a very tough situation. He's going to run past, has some cannons at the 3rd base on the high ground. Don't know if that's going to be enough to hold.
It's pretty incredible what Larva did this time. He made only 5 Mutas, which allowed his Lurker tech to be that much quicker. And Protoss is not prepared for this. I think the observatory is finishing right now, and there should be an observer making, but this army's actually stuck out here. This looks like it should be a 2-0.
Yes, it really does. Like, Larva is smashing everything. He's way up in supply. You can see Mini looking defeated.
Yeah, well,
on his player cam.
He's had just a really rough go so far.
Yeah, it looks like Larva's getting ready to just bust everything. And so many Hydras at home. Mini cannot really do much of anything here with this counter.
Yeah, this is just not enough. You know, it's not going to cut it. And these Hydras are going to win this. I think we're going to go into Game 3 in a second. I mean, this is just basically over. But again, Larva really the master of navigating the game and basically exploiting the decisions that he's forcing Mini to make. crazy.
Yeah. This, I think Mini is just settling in for him basically right now. There's no way for him to win this game at this point. He's down 30 supply, down 2 bases.
Well, this is usually the nail in the coffin here is the lurker contain. All right, GG. Larva up 2-0. He just needs to do it one more time, win 2 games, and he moves on.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, right? A 2-hatch Hydra into a 3-hatch Hydra, but that game, of course, the 3-hatch, not winning it straight up, but getting him into an advantageous position. He went up into 6 hatcheries, Mutalisks, back over into Hydra Lurker, and just stomped Mini. It seems like the preparation that Larva has put in is paying huge dividends so far.
Yeah, Larva seems to have a very good handle, not just on the race Protoss, but on the mindset of Mini and how he wants to approach this. And it's funny because he made the 5 Mutas. Now, Mini only made 2 Corsairs, right? But he still made Archons. He's still pushed out. There it is, that hairdryer.
Dude. He's using the hairdryer.
Maybe he's cooling off the mouse pad or heating up the mouse pad?
No, I don't think it would be the mouse pad. I think specifically it would be the mouse, right? Because he's right-handed and he's spraying it over there on that side, so it should be the mouse. I think he's just trying to keep it warm.
I thought I was ready for this cast until the hairdryer came up, and I thought I didn't.
Well,
that is the thing that no matter how these games go, we will never forget this finals.
We'll never forget this.
Definitely our first hairdryer finals. Will it be our last?
Well, I can't wait until Razer puts out a gaming hairdryer that has LEDs on it.
That's a green glowy hairdryer for gamers.
Totally. Just a crazy series so far with Larva being up 2-0 after the domination he showed against Queen. I don't think many people expected for Mini to come out the gate and get stomped 2-0 to start.
Well, this looks like it's a lot of prep into how Mini approaches the matchup overall. It seems like Larva is extremely aware of the corner cutting, where it didn't seem like Queen was really that prepared. You know, Queen he got owned pretty bad. He almost got embarrassed by Mini because Mini was able to kind of pull off all these tricks. But Larva's playing a very tight game. He's opening up in both Game 1 and Game 2 with pure aggression, where if you don't respect it, you will lose the game. And it's pretty incredible to see how in Game 2, then he basically does the dance perfectly. Larva, of course, known for going mutas basically more than any other Zerg in the world in this matchup. Only makes 5. Still Mini's cutting corners there, but manages to get the advantage by having the lurkers there before observers are available. Zealot Archon is not good against lurker.
No, it's really not. Like, Archons in general, they're great against mutas, they're great against lings, but as soon as a sizable number of Hydras come in, they really lose a ton of their value.
I mean, they're good if they get to actually fight the muta, but the Archon is a funny unit because it's not really that great in general. You kind of get it because you don't want your Templars to just die. And usually in these fights, as things are thinning out, an Archon can kind of win. As the unit count is whittled down to a pretty low number, it's usually beefy enough it can win, and then you can pull it back and group it together with your army. But I'm worried here for Mini. I'm really, really worried.
Yeah, no, I am too. And don't forget, he's such an emotional player that he might tilt out of control at this point. Larva, I feel like he can see victory.
I feel like the adrenaline here with Larva is palpable.
Yeah.
You know,
well, look how sweaty he is right now already. Like, he is hyped. Now, how much of that is from the games and how much of that is from the hairdryer, I don't know.
That's the question. Maybe Larva's figured out something that we all need to start doing, and maybe down the road in the future, they'll be talking about, people used to use hair dryers to dry your hair. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
That's before gamers used them to improve their play. But that was a funny time.
That was a funny time.
They were a primitive people, them using their hair dryers on their hair. Okay, we've got both our players sharing the top here. It's Mini in the upper right, already shaking his head.
Yeah, one of his probes did a little spinny whirl.
Oh, yeah. And Larva in the top left. It may be subtle, but that's a very Korean, frustrated kind of tick.
Yeah, the head to
slight
the
jerk of
side
the head.
thing is, it's everyone does it out here, just so you guys know.
Yeah, yeah.
it's
like a
we see it
it's
all
like
the
a
time.
cultural mannerism.
Yeah,
that we see from time to time. So it's just kind of funny. We got him on camera, and you immediately saw him frustrated. But I'll tell you what. I mean, this is kind of when PVZs go wrong, they look like the games for Mini.
Yeah.
Like, all the matchups have different parameters that they're operating under. But one thing for Protoss is if the game is going to be a standard PVZ at all, like you're not making gateways in the middle of the map, it's a tech progression that takes a long time to finish. And things that can interrupt that progression are extremely common, and that's what we're seeing here. These Hydra busts, basically, he wants to get Dragoons with range, but he thinks that the mutas are coming, so he has to try to respect that. So he starts to make more Corsairs. He makes 2 Archons, which is an extreme counter to that if you actually have to fight mutas. But Mini's not able to really finish the painting he's trying to make.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
No, totally. But this is great strategy from Larva because
It's genius.
anytime you're in kind of a high stress situation, if you can screw with your opponent's plans, like just in general, that's going to mess people up. You have to have like the greatest championship players will look at that cheese and be like, oh, this is going to be easy now, right? Like you get someone like a Flash or a Bisu or a Jaedong who has won countless titles, and you throw this type of stuff at them, they'll be like, fine. But everyone else in the world, as soon as you start dictating the way that they have to play, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Now, Mini actually went for a little bit of a gamble, Artosis. He did the sneaky Nexus on 12, which is very strong against standard openings. Obviously, it immediately loses to a 4-pull or something like that. It, I believe, loses to a 9-pull as well, but I don't know. I've never actually.
I'm not sure.
I don't. This is not a build that's in my wheelhouse, really. I mean,
This is not a ladder build.
Yeah,
or maybe it is a ladder build, which is the gross part.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could be if you're fighting somebody you think is way better. But, with the amount of rushes, I mean, 4 pulls and 9 pulls are kind of like the center gate of this matchup. So he went with it. There's Lings coming here. Is this cannon going to finish in time?
Well, he's got enough probes. I think he's going to be fine because they have to come in single file to fight. Yeah.
Ooh, he's so good. Now, can this Ling actually get around there? He could try to block.
Ooh. Oh, come on. What? That was like 7 watts on both sides.
Yeah.
First off, Mini, you could have killed that. Second off, for Larva, that shouldn't have jumped over there like that.
Yeah. Almost looked like he was debating doing a cannon rush, by the way, in the
Yeah, it
third
did
base.
look like that, didn't it? You know what?
I think he stopped because the Ling got inside. If the Ling's inside, then you see nothing to make, and you go, oh my god, I'm getting cannon rushed.
Oh, maybe. And actually, the other Lings are going back towards there, so he maybe is sniffing that out as well. But also, I feel like in a situation like that, if you're down 0-2 and you decide to make a cannon rush at the third base, and it doesn't work, you are not the ASL champion. It is not going to happen at that point, okay? Yeah. So it's probably a good call to not put all your eggs in the I have not practiced this, and sometimes Protoss players try it and it almost never works basket.
Yeah. I like the core put over there. Did you see that?
No, where
Core's
was it?
actually put on the above the cannon.
Oh, cool. I want to see it. Bring me back there, Tasis.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing I'm in control of the mouse right now, and I'm just
You're so selfish with where you click.
See, yeah,
there it is.
There it is.
Okay.
I clicked on it for you. You like that?
Why is that good, do you think?
Well, it's just Zerg doesn't see the core right away. The whole thing is like Mini has gone so far out of his way to hide everything. And, honestly, we don't really see Protoss as hide gates and hide the core.
Yeah.
But this is only because normally the gate and the core is so part of the standard development, except for Mini,
that's
who cuts corners so much that he actually has to obfuscate even these starting buildings of the build.
No, totally. Because with Mini, with everyone else, like you said, right? Like it's you get your cannon and then you get the core, and like this is how it goes. With Mini, I mean, he even toys around with core before gate builds. Like he'll do anything.
And this is a pretty good move by him to actually get the Zealot down here. Oh my god!
Oh! I can't believe he got that drone. Nice.
Yeah,
4 kills on this Zealot.
He's traded extremely well. Okay, so what's it going to be? Attack. We have a Citadel. So no Stargate. That's the question I was asking. Again, that is also made in natural. Just in case an Overlord flies into the main.
There is a Spire on the way, so this could be a Mutalisk opener, which I think for Mini would be kind of rough.
Yeah. It's definitely not what you're hoping the Zerg is doing. Is if they're going to go for the...
He's spinning the core. You know what? I wonder if that...
now?
Oh.
What?
Okay, because when the core was spinning, there was no Stargate. I'm like, maybe he does that to fend off mutas, because then you're like, well, he's getting +1. Because
I thought
never
the same
get
thing.
range this early. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, I literally was looking at that and thinking, oh my god, he's getting...
It's next level, but no, it's actually the level right before that where he's like, no, I'm getting +1 because I need Corsairs.
Yeah, we're like, oh yeah, well, upgrades are pretty good.
Yeah. But I also want to have some Zealots on the map. Is that okay, guys? Yes, Mini, it's fine. We're very excited for your build.
Now, these Zealots don't quite have the upgrades. In fact, it looks like they're going to be killed right before their upgrades could have finished. So this went about as bad as it could have gone here for Mini. And is he going to see... Okay, he'll see the Scourge hatching. The screen's over that, and I imagine it was. Is that a second Stargate? Oh, please click on that observer. Really?
You know what? It might be. Its placement, I think it is a second Stargate, Tasteless. You wouldn't put a gateway there. You don't want a gateway above your gas in the main base.
Yeah, it's 2 Stargates. Okay. Still no attack upgrade here. But Artosis found that one funny.
I did. It's like, is it a Stargate? It's like, I mean,
Artosis was tickled by that one.
I was tickled. That would be like you put your gateway like in your mineral line. I'm like, what? Your mining is worse now. Why are you doing
it gave Artosis his spit bubble laugh. That doesn't make any sense.
My whole life is this game, so this is funny to me.
I really get it, and that's why it's funny to me.
That's exactly what it is, too.
So he's actually bought a lot of time here with these mutas. And I'm sorry, with these Zealots, the mutas haven't actually really...
the Corsairs should be sick here.
Yeah, I think the Corsairs are going to be enough. It's interesting to see more and more people just going hard into double Stargate to kind of really mute the threat of the Mutalisks, because throughout the history of StarCraft, obviously people always made Corsairs to stop mutas. I mean, they were literally built by Blizzard to deal with mutas.
Yes.
Because Protoss actually had an extremely hellish time trying to fight mutas. But when you get 2 Stargates at once, you don't lose tempo. Whereas if you have 1 Stargate, if you lose any Corsair, they can produce at such a quicker rate with their Mutalisks that the game can still be lost. So it seems like you just kind of lean in hard to the Corsairs and then stop when you think you can stop and tech normally.
Well, he's got a lot of them coming up with these Zealots as well. This is pretty scary, to be honest. Throws down a Spore, but obviously these Corsairs can do some serious work still. The Zealots cutting through one of these buildings. Muta's coming up and, of course, getting shredded by those Corsairs. This is starting to look pretty darn good for Mini.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mini's basically winning the air fight, and I think the game could snowball. It's a little bit tricky for the control here on both sides, to be honest, but I think he's actually chewed his way through. Yeah, now he's on top of the Sunken Colony, and I think when the Sunken Colony pops here, this game is going to spiral out of control. It doesn't mean Larva can't come back, but it does mean that he no longer has the power of that static defense, and really a Zerg base in this position without a Sunken Colony versus speed lots. I don't think that Zerg got armor, by the way. Notice how he's going for the Spore.
Yeah,
because he knows that there's going to be Overlords over here eventually, and if you can just make it not safe, like he is right now. See, the Corsairs can come back.
Totally, and look at this. Zealots running away. The Corsairs come up to kill off those mutas, push them back instantaneously. The amount of damage he is doing here.
That's it? Yeah, he cracked him.
Not surprised there. Wow. Very nicely done there by Mini. Doesn't get screwed up at the beginning of the game and is able to really manhandle Larva there.
Yeah. He should have hairdryered more. He should have set the hairdryer to high and not medium. What is he doing?
I know. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky with that.
Yeah.
You don't want
I mean, I got to ask the question. I mean, was this hairdryer even plugged in? Or
is this a plug-in one? I feel like you'd bring a batteried one. Yeah. But battery ones can't achieve the same amount of heat. We all know this about gaming hair dryers.
I mean, it's one of the things you need to know if you're going to be playing as ZVP against
People
Mini.
ask me, how do I break into A rank? I'm like, well,
Yeah.
what type of hair products
And
do you
all I need to
use?
do is pat them on the top of their wet heads from their showers and say, you just don't have what you need. Yeah. Oh, is that right? Do you just leave your house with that wet hair and let it dry on your own? And you wonder why you can't get a higher rank.
Oh, man. 100%. All right. Mini put himself on the board. I was a little bit nervous there at the beginning. But looks like we're going to go to a quick little commercial break. And when we come back, it's going to be game number 4.
Okay, everybody, we're back. We're ready here to go to game 4. I think. No, I think
Well, almost
ready
to go into game number 4.
I lied.
Yes, but let's just talk about what is going on in ASL world. Okay, so basically we've been hinting to you guys that we're trying to get some more content to cast for everyone, and what we're trying to get right now is ASTL.
We were hoping we could tell you guys that we got it. We don't know yet still.
Yeah, we're still working hard on that, trying to grab ASTL to cast all of that season.
We might get it. We might not get it. We don't know yet.
That's right. But either way, there's going to be a little bit of downtime after this ASL finals here tonight. So we are going to put on some additional bonus content for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna put together a little pro gamer King of the Hill that we're going to be casting live on our own streams and throwing onto YouTube as well.
On our respective Twitch channels, yeah. It's going to be a little bit of extra content for you guys. We've set a new goal on the Patreon. Obviously, the support on the Patreon has been amazing. Patreon.com/ASL English. We're going to be doing it whether we hit the goal or not. But this is some extra content we can give you guys.
Yeah.
And keep more StarCraft 1 content going in the downtime, because obviously it's going to be a while before we get to ASL Season 2.
Yeah. And so, guys, we're gonna put that together, and we hope that you enjoy it. But you know what? On to the ASL finals.
Enough. Bring me game 4. Mini right now. I'm glad he won a game. I was actually getting a little bit worried this would be a 4-0, but he did come out on top. And again, it's that strange Mini style. He squeaked out really quick Zealots with speed, and then hard shifted into Mass Corsair.
Yeah, that worked out so well for him. Larva, you pointed out very aptly that he does like Mutalisk play, and he really got broadsided by that double Stargate Corsair, and then the speed lots just kind of running around causing havoc. It was a tough game for Larva. So this series, I feel like after that game, that kind of resets a lot of what's happened so far. You know, Larva can't Hydra Bust every game, and now he's tried to go into his more normal style of taking another natural, going mutas. He wanted to go 4-base. He already had a drone ready to take that hatch, and Mini plowed through him. So where does Larva go from here?
It's a good question, because Larva played the game that usually he dumpsters Protosses with, and that time Mini was pretty smart to... And again, it's an unusual build. Citadel then into Stargate is just not, a build you're going to teach your friend when they're trying to learn the game, right? I mean, it's a very odd way to play the game. Mini's kind of shown you can shuffle the tech a lot more than we thought was possible here in PvZ. Okay, we're ready. We're going to go into Game 4. Right now, Larva with a 2-1 lead. The Minster and the Arvlarv duking it out.
Choosing red this game. Mini not caring about his colors at all.
Does that mean he's a Capricorn?
That's the worst type of Halloween candy. He better not be a Capricorn.
Did he not listen to his tarot cards? What is he doing?
All right. We're on Ascension. Tasteless. 3-player Blue Storm. And, after the first few games, I was like, wow, Larva's really controlling this. This looks fantastic. But now that he tried to go into his regular playing gut, as you said, he normally dumpsters Protosses with that. Well, he got run over by the trash truck when he was trying to dumpster Mini there.
He got trash trucked, you say?
He got trash trucked, man.
I mean,
he got pinned up against the dumpster he was trying to put Mini into because Mini was driving the trash truck. It was bad.
He got crushed like Shredder in that garbage truck.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do also want to point out, first of all, PVZ, I think one of the great late games of RTS, right? I mean, with Storm and Defilers and all these kind of crazy units that can be used together. But we haven't had any late game PVZ yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
These games have been, on either side, somebody's plan has been punctured, and the game has been forced to an end because these guys understand on such a complex level the ins and outs of how the races operate. We're really seeing a pretty insane mind game here.
Yeah, I think that actually goes to show. People might not understand this and think like, oh, these games are not going late. Like, maybe these guys aren't playing that well. That actually means that they are playing well.
Mm-hmm.
When you get players playing at, like, the very top, as soon as anyone screws up or gets caught, they die.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what we're seeing here. So this is like, basically whoever's won each game is really outplaying their opponent, whether that be strategically or macro-wise, micro-wise, whatever that might be. A lot of times when you get scrappy, long, crazy, base tradey type games that people enjoy to watch, those are generally games where you've seen a lot of mistakes on both sides where there could have been kills and there just weren't.
But once more, the gateway opening is the way to play here. He's going to be having the Zealot slow drift come out, and Larva's going for 3 hatches.
Yeah, looks like that. Just the very standard. Nexus coming up here for Mini. We'll see how he keeps this this pressure on with the Zealot. Is it going to go to the third or the Nat? Normally goes to the third, but the third is so far away.
Yeah, it's we'll see in a second. I was actually kind of deep in thought, thinking about something that I've only seen Flash do, and I was wondering if Mini might do it. But do you ever see
2 hair dryers?
2, exactly. He actually has one of those hair salon hair dryers over his head, the dome that goes around his
puts
head.
a mouse on his head and puts it over there.
No, but did you ever see Flash and PVZ do this like weird 2-gate after? Like he goes gate Nexus, then makes another gate immediately and tries to pressure with Zealots.
Oh no, I haven't seen
that.
Yeah,
it was. I don't know if it was actually that good. He was experimenting. This is when he was playing.
Probably the best build, and people won't figure it out for 10 years.
It'll be 40 years from now. We're finally doing it. Yeah. We saw Flash do it once, and he was just sort of messing around.
Yeah.
But basically, my thoughts are racing right now with all the weird things Protoss can do.
Yeah.
Most PVZ's guys, you've heard us cast 1,000 times already, right? I mean, we're watching for all-ins and stuff, but mostly it's Protoss teching up in the same pattern we've always seen. By the way, there it is again, the Cybernetics core in the wall instead of the Forge. But I think this is actually now going to be part of the meta permanently here if they do overpull.
Yeah, I've seen actually a lot more of this. Particularly, I've seen several Stork PVZs lately. Just kind of randomly, some games I was casting and stuff, and he was doing this a ton. the core in there, and even going for cannons after Stargate in some of the games as well. So definitely, it's starting to affect the metagame.
Keep in mind that although he can't scout right now, he does see there's no link speed. That's a very important thing to look for here.
That evolution chamber, is that normal timing on 3 hatch?
It seems like it's pretty quick.
Okay, yeah, it felt just slightly quick there. So what does this mean exactly? He just wants to get like very quick what? Like I could see all 3 upgrades being like possibilities.
Well, Zerg don't usually get melee attack as the upgrade. It's usually going to be missile if you're going for Hydras, or you can go for armor to basically deal with the Zealots head on. Because Lings with armor and Zealots with attack, the attack is basically muted.
Yeah, it is. Well, I guess we'll see in about 2 minutes what that upgrade is.
I don't know how else to tell right now. It is a Spire that's done. No second gas, so there's not the hint of any full-on mass speed of play. But who knows? Zerg might get their gas in a second here, and we'll know.
Corsair on the way right now. Fourth Zealot pops out. Another cannon coming up, as well as a gateway at the natural. Loves to put those gates at the nat. Yeah, get some nice hits there.
Yeah, Mini just so effective at basically cutting the line here. And so this, the Zealots are now going to be putting pressure on here. He is going to catch an Overlord in the middle. I'm always interested in the decision by pros. Do you go for the Overlord or do you just do a full scout?
Yeah.
But it seems like with his Zealots on the move, he wants to try to supply block Larva here, and he will do that, by the way.
This is interesting. He actually went for a Spore very quickly underneath his Overlords here. That's not something that...
That's an old way to play.
But he's getting a Spire. So is he trying to... Like, why would you do that when you're getting Spire? Is your Spire just too slow here?
I think... maybe he's been conditioned by Mini to be very worried about double Stargate.
Okay.
But yeah, no, you're right. It does seem to be a bit redundant.
Yeah. That's why people Spire rush a lot of the time, is to get those Scourge out to stop.
Yeah, you can head on, stop the Corsairs, and both sides have to back off and respect the other side.
Mini has shown us a lot of crazy DT play, a lot of crazy double Stargate play.
That's very true.
I'm not hating on it. I'm just wondering about it.
And the SimCity, by the way, the third is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Now, Zealot Speed just finished. And +1's going to finish in a second here. Can he actually get in here and do any damage, though?
I bet it's Carapace, man. The amount of lings he's
making.
making.
This for sure has to be Carapace inbound here.
Yeah, we don't see that upgrade done yet. +1 is done here. A lot of lings flowing in at the moment.
Yeah,
Muta's coming out as well.
I don't see the Corsairs anywhere.
I think they're flying across the map right now, but the Zealot's getting a ton of damage here. They're going to be able to bust the second Sunken as well. They start going after some of these drones and splitting up also the Corsairs flying across the map.
It seems like he doesn't want to attack out until he has 5 Corsairs. That's kind of the number where the Corsairs are really a threat.
Yeah, they two-shot Scourge at that point.
Oh, and there's only 4 here. I guess the 5th one's going to be on the way. That's it.
Just a GG.
Just...
very fast. Very fast.
So, we got to point out again, Mini had only 2 cannons there, which is fine. I mean, it's not like that's... But he got the gateways out very fast. He got the speed lots out very quickly. I'm kind of shocked that Larva lost the game like that. Like, that seems... Okay, here's how I'll put this. The Hydra Bust game 1, ingenious, right? And then in game 2, I think he really did the dance of controlling the tech very well. Now Larva seems like he's tried to settle back into the builds he's been doing before, and it's completely getting wrecked by Mini.
Yeah. These builds looked more normal for Larva. Like, he tried to dictate the flow of the game in the first 2, and he did a great job of it. And now that he's playing his game, it seems like Mini's game is better than Larva's game. Seems like Larva has to do things to stop Mini from hitting Mini's game.
This all goes back to Cybernetics core before Forge. The fact that the Corsair gets the kill on the Overlord that much more quickly, the fact that Zealot Speed can finish that much more quickly, it's all going unpunished here, as Mini's basically leveled up the entire matchup for the race, Protoss here. And, I mean, you can see that most pro games don't look like that, because all these builds are basically engineered to prevent certain attacks at certain points in time. But now we're in a new level where Zergs just don't seem to know quite how to deal with this.
Yeah. The thing is, the easy way out is to say, like, okay, well, if you just make Hydras early on, he has to make a bunch of cannons that slows his builds down and whatnot. But is that something that Larva could get back into and still win this series? Can he take 2 more games out of the remaining 3?
I mean, I think he can, but I think he has to walk away from this 3-hatch, into Muta. I don't think it's going to work.
It doesn't feel like it's going to work.
I mean, I know it's kind of his signature move, but Mini seems to have no issues fighting this.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to Polaris Rhapsody. Larva's lead is gone. I think the fear has sunken in a little bit here.
Sure.
Of this kind of weird style that Mini brings out, and maybe you start rushing again? I don't know.
I'm fine with him actually pulling some cheese out once again. Like, you got to dictate the game against Mini.
Absolutely. We're going to go to Game 5. The winner then takes the lead here in the ASL Finals of Mini versus Larva.
Mini there in the top left and a Larva in the bottom right. It is Polaris Rhapsody, a 2-player map. Very peculiar 2-player map. The top right and bottom left corners have double gases with 3k gas each.
Yep.
The closest third base is a mineral only that's at a kind of an awkward location. But then on the sides of the map, over at 3 and like 9, you have gas bases that are pretty easy to turtle up. So sometimes that's where we see the additional bases taken. There are a couple mineral bases that are kind of in the middle of the map, but they're so easy to attack and so terribly positioned that you generally, like, maybe as a 4th base or 5th base, you could see that, but otherwise not a big part of the map.
Again, we haven't gotten to a late game PvZ. One side always manages to assassinate the other while they're in some form of development. But Mini is basically, now that, you know, Larva's kind of loosened up his aggressive play, Mini's back to his old tricks. That kind of weird text, you know, quick text as well. And it's funny to see Zerg's guessing this much. It used to be the other way around.
Yeah.
Protoss is, you know, were in the dark and kind of had to really do their very best to get a read, but with this accelerated playstyle, I mean, look, in a year from now, Zergs may have completely adapted and this isn't as strong as it looks.
Sure.
Right now, we are in the middle of, I don't know how else to say this, but a crisis for Zerg in this matchup.
Yeah, well, it seems like Protoss really kind of, well, Mini specifically, figuring out a lot of different ways to play that seem quite threatening, really, you know, towing that line. And, you know, here's the thing. If you're not comfortable playing with defeat, you're not going to find the strongest wins, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to be completely ready to die and lose a lot of games trying to cut everything possible to get to a build like what Mini's been showing us.
Is he going to kill this drone?
I think he is, actually.
Yeah, there's nowhere to make an extractor trick on there. He's going to get this drone. Look at this.
Larva is going to flip his wig, chase us.
Oh, you saw him swallow there,
yeah.
too. Like, everything is so fine-tuned for Zerg early on. You know, Zerg operate in the early game without very many drones. And to lose a drone like that is...
Anytime a Zerg loses a drone early, it's
even
such
worse.
a big deal.
And then the pylon block.
Yeah, the first hatchery that he made is actually that bottom left corner, which is forever away.
I like it when you use teenage girl words in our cast. Like, it's like forever away. When you say it's going to take 1 billion years for this to finish,
Is that a teenage girl
You are
thing?
a teenage girl sometimes. It is very funny to me.
Wait, do teenage girls say, like, it's going to be 1 billion years or something?
Yes, sir.
Do they?
Yeah, for me, when I
Damn,
hear
man.
it's like forever away. I'm like, totes, man.
I wish you would say totes to be tasteless.
I'm like, this Protoss player is hella good at this game.
He's wicked good.
He's
tasteless.
wicked good. Pretty gnarly setup down here in the third base, though. So there's going to be these 2 zealots coming down. And I think that actually Mini kind of slid these out as the Lings came in. This is a trick that some good players will do, is instead of setting all your zealots back to defend, which is kind of the more logical thing, you do something counterintuitive where you attack out because they probably don't have that many Lings here. They're probably droning behind this. Now, in this case, Larva was prepared, but he's just going to go behind the mineral.
Yeah, well, he's actually
maybe not.
surrounded a little bit, so I think he might not quite make it there. Looks like the Lings will end up cleaning this up, but very annoying there from Mini. In the meantime, it looks like he cleared up all of the Lings that got into his base. Did that pretty quickly. Didn't take 1 billion years.
Not a million billion years. So
such a boomer, you don't talk like someone that's cool and young
no, I
like
don't.
me.
I know I talk like an old man. I'm like, these games are malarkey.
Malarkey.
Look, I mean, it looks like Larva's doing kind of the same stuff. I'm not saying this isn't going to work. I just got to point out that basically Mini took him down pretty handily.
Yeah, he did.
When Larva did play like this. We don't have any Hydra busts. Which, again, this is all fine. I'm just curious to see how the game's going to go from here. I believe he had 1 drone and gas, by the way.
Okay. I mean, Larva, if he's going to go up into Spire play again, it doesn't seem to work with 1 drone and gas, right?
No, I mean, it's... Well, he puts
now
3
he's
in
putting
now,
them on.
so maybe this is something new in the build
okay.
where you just have 1.
Well, it looks like he
drone
was
by
just
gas.
super optimizing minerals for now, which
Yeah.
would make sense. He lost a drone. You know, he had to make a bunch of lings to clear out some of those zealots that came down. So I guess, you know, that's totally fine. Especially if you're not going to make mutas. It's not like you have to bank any gas.
Yeah.
Mutas are really the only thing that you have to spend gas on.
So Stargate first, Citadel second, and there's that second gateway.
Loves that second gateway at the natural.
Yep.
Another cannon going down. Doesn't have that much intel out on the map right now.
Before, it was really just Bisu who made that second gateway there. And other players kind of just...
Beast who?
B-Suit.
Who's that, a mini fan? Like who?
He just watches Mini stream.
Yeah. The guy that copies Mini and then travels back in time to win MSL? Is that the guy you're talking about? The guy with
yeah.
the time machine? Okay, yeah.
Now, this build from Protoss, I mean, it's not actually that crazy.
No, it looks actually pretty normal.
Well, yeah, you just get 2 gates, and you have very quick speed lots come across the map. And
honestly, if you cover this up, I'd be like, I don't know, is it best playing? You know?
No, yeah, this is kind of within the realm of normal for Protoss, which doesn't mean it's bad that Mini's doing it. I just want to point out this is not as insane of a game. I think he did the same build in the last game, if I'm not mistaken here.
As this?
No, but I guess he got the core first, so no, it's not. He got Forge first this time, right?
Oh, you went Forge first because it was Nexus first in the last game on... Oh, wait, Hidden Track was...
No, we last game we cast, he went...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Moving on in this game.
No, last game was Hidden Track, right?
I think so.
Yeah. We've casted 4 games.
It's like,
what order were they in? I remember the Hydra bust.
Hydra bust was the 3rd game, right?
Are we on Fighting Spirit yet?
Is this StarCraft 1 or 2? I'm not sure. So there it is, the second Stargate.
Yeah, well,
now,
you did make mutas.
This is funny because it just seems like this is, I guess, the build. If you want to try to copy something, it's you go into this and get another Stargate if you realize that they're going to go for a Spire. Look at this scout.
Oh, it just barely doesn't block it. 86 health Zealot gets in the main base. If he had blocked that a little bit quicker, this would be so much better. But I wonder, could this be a bait, Tasteless? Where you're like, okay, he sees my mutas and he loves his Corsairs, but what if you make like 3 mutas and go nothing but Hydra?
I mean, I think that's...
Are you the greatest gamer then?
You might be the greatest gamer of all time.
Dude, every drone is deep red right now.
Yeah.
This Zealot did so much yet so little.
He wanted them to feel pain and remember him, but that's not really the way to do it. So...
He should have used his words, not his fists, Tasteless. Only psychological wounds last forever.
He told those drones their dreams will never come true. So the funny thing about this is, like, we've seen double Stargate before, guys. It's not like Mini's the first person to do it, but it's this delayed second double Stargate that's funny about this.
Yeah.
It's like you go into this and you go, oh, is he going mutas? Okay, well, let's throw down another one of these. And maybe even do this if they go Hydra, too, because there's no way the Hydras can fight both at the same time.
Dude, that is a lot of Zealots to hold off of this small army. Got the 2 Sunkens, all these Hydras behind as well.
I think that he should abandon this. I don't think he can get in.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just no way. And these mutas actually doing a ton of damage. Yeah, that Sunken Colony, the top left, is literally like more secure than the Pentagon. Like, there's just no way. Like,
it's more secure than the Pentagon.
The President of the United States is not allowed to go near that Sunken Colony. That is the most secure thing I've ever seen.
That's Sunken.
Yeah.
It's the greatest defensive structure ever made.
There's never been anything better at defense I've ever seen in the entire history of the game. The placement of that sunk.
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you something. You have a maxed out Protoss army of just Zealots and no probes, just Zealots, and they attack down there, still a game of chance, okay?
Reavers would probably miss shots on that sunken.
Reavers, the shots would probably bounce off of the sunken colony and fire back at the Reaver, exploding it.
Okay, a few DTs actually coming down, and with the amount of Corsairs out and most of the mutas being cleaned up, you could see these DTs doing some serious work.
This is so funny to see the mutas just used as a counterattack technique. Now, it's a good thing he got the score, because that seems to be the kind of follow-up plays. You basically end up with this pretty extreme amount of Corsairs that can just kill Overlords, whether your Hydras are there or not. So it's good he gets a spore there in this sort of weird ebb and flow of the new PvZ we're trying to unpack along with everybody watching.
Dude, this is a very interesting game because, like, the probe count is not as high as I think you'd like to see for Mini. Whereas I look at the drones, Larva has a lot of drones. He has a lot of hatches. He seems to be in good shape. Like, I really like Larva for this game right now. Look, he's ahead in supply already. We're not even to 80, and he's ahead.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to see. But I think, honestly, from here, this goes into a normal game. I think we're gonna actually get into late game PvZ, and this is one of the things I've also been extremely curious about is who's actually better out of these two once we get to a macro game, which it looks like we're finally at, by the way.
Mini right now on 1/1 upgrades. Looks like he is getting +2. Probably armor, I would guess. That's been really trendy lately.
Yeah.
A lot of Hydras being fielded. Overlord speed is done. Of course, we do have Psy Storm ready here for Mini.
It should be noted that this organically allows the Protoss to not have to worry about mutas sniping Templars.
That's true.
With this build. You get the Templars out later.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more tactics in between, but then a long period of PvZ like 3 years ago was just people making mutas and sniping Templars, and Protoss is dying.
Yeah. Took him a while for Mini to figure out that you just make a lot more Corsairs.
Yeah, you just sit on Corsairs for a little bit.
Speed lots coming down here, but they're going to get flanked. He's got to be careful with that. Oh, these High Templars. There's a lot of energy on these High Templars, Stasis, but does he have enough Zealots with them?
I don't think the Protoss can make this work.
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to lose everything, but the storms are crazy!
Oh, this is really bad for Mini here. I mean, it's okay to lose these Hydras. I mean, you can replenish them, but to lose this many Templars, this really seems like a bad judgment call here from Mini. Keep in mind that Invincible Sunken Colony was also still down there.
Yeah, how is he supposed to? Storm doesn't even hurt Sunkens.
I mean, the Hydras aren't even really important at that moment. It's just you can't get in there. And guess what? Storm doesn't even hurt that building. So there you go. But Mini's going to continue to push out. He's trying to apply pressure. It does seem like Larva is stabilizing extremely quickly.
Yeah, a lot of Lurkers actually going to be morphed, and he's microing back his Hydras. He does have that +1 range attack. Mini definitely winning as far as upgrades go, but we don't see a third base, whereas Larva has taken his fourth, and it's done.
So I don't know if he can get anything done with this army. And this also allows us to finally maybe answer the question, where does it look like Protoss is at as the game gets to this point? It doesn't seem like Protoss is in great shape. Now, I think some of this comes down to a poorly timed out attack, and maybe this is something Mini's still tinkering with. Are you going to go for the Evo?
Yeah. Well, this is the only way to kill the Sunken.
Yeah.
And actually, his Zealots kind of dance over each other. A couple Lurkers come up and burrow, but really they're running from that Sunken.
So he's going to maintain his upgrade advantage here. He'll probably end up getting +2 attack before that Evo Chamber is able to upgrade to the next armor level here.
That's kind of crazy.
And just now, Dragoon range has started. So this goes to show you where all that gas went. In a normal-looking game, we would have a bunch of Dragoons in the army. We would have Observers, maybe Observer speed being upgraded. But when you dump that much gas into Corsairs, things kind of pan out a little bit differently, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. And now he's down 30 supply, Tasteless. I'm not feeling this for Mini right now.
No, I agree with you, Artosis. I mean, it just seems like, as we get into a game like this, although it's been exciting to see what Mini's tried to do, it just appears like Zerg is eons ahead here.
So it's going to run up.
Or as our toast
I just
would say, a billion years ahead. Yeah, I mean, he can't do anything.
A billion years is a long time, Jesus.
Okay, so he's got Dragoons, he's got Templars. He does not have a third base. I think he has his 8 gateways.
Yep. He's got his 8.
But
now the Hydra's on the high ground here. Throws down the Storm upon them. Have to turn around. But it's just like there's so much supply for Larva. It seems like such a basic math problem here, right? Like Larva on this many hatches with this many bases and this many drones and that many Hydras against this few army and that few bases.
yeah, this is just, it's just hard for me to imagine any Protoss winning this game in this position. You know, a lot of, the big exclamation point on the end of a Protoss lead is a healthy third base that's up. And then the engine is fully running. You can produce, you can roam, you can fight, you can start to do storm drops and all that. And it seems like it just isn't going to happen for a little bit. Now, look, Mini's going to win this fight. This is actually a pretty big deal because he didn't trade in there very well. But the Lurkers are now on the high ground.
Yeah,
Protoss has to fight up there. And you can't really take the center left on this map in this matchup.
Oh, you just
Zerg will just stop you.
Okay,
if they're good,
because it seems like he's kind of been stopped from 12 o'clock, which is what I always see Protoss take. But
right,
I don't know. Maybe you want to try something else.
Well,
I guess he busts a couple Lurkers left over.
Mini fights back. I mean, that was a very important fight that he actually took out those Lurkers before more Lurkers could reinforce. But again, it's 2-base Protoss versus 4-base Zerg. This cannot go on for much longer.
Yeah.
Or Mini is just going to be obsolete.
Yeah, he's closed some of the supply gap, which I guess is nice, but it's still a 4-base Larva right now. One thing, like you mentioned, right, he should have his +2 attack finishing up relatively soon here, so his upgrades are, like, massively ahead of Larva's. It's just Larva's army is very large right now. We're going to have to see, like, the best Storms ever if he's to win.
Well, also, the counterattacks like this. I mean, Zerg can kind of do... I mean, there's a lot of ways to wrap this game up, basically. I mean, you can see here, the counterattacks are actually insane. And again, I think the Protoss might have a better army overall, but you're just hitting too many locations. And so, I mean, you can try to take the fight down here. In fact, I don't even know if Protoss can win this fight. And now, in fact, the Hydras are going to sandwich here.
Yeah, with that flank, it's really looking like Larva is going to clean up absolutely everything and take the lead here once again in the finals. Yeah, just pain in Mini's face.
Yeah, processing the loss. I mean, whatever adjustments he's going to have to make, he has to do them now.
Oh my God! You saw it? Did you see what he just did there? He was like rubbing his head like crazy. He is so unhappy with these results. And now Larva leads 3-2. He is on match point, championship point for ASL Season 11.
Laser-like focus here from Larva. We're really seeing two very different sets of emotions here. I mean, Mini can recover. Look, he absolutely can. I think that was a pretty gross reminder of where things end up as the game pans out. I think we can kind of look back into why PvZ developed the way that it did. When most people kind of thought you had to win in a macro game. Mini's coming here with this very creative style that kind of blindsides a lot of Zergs, but he didn't look very strong once all the tech was up, did he?
No, I guess not. I mean, hats off to Larva. I feel like he almost baited Mini into the double Stargate Corsair. He didn't overuse his Mutalisks, didn't overproduce them, really got his macro running, had the spores up for the DTs and everything. Beautifully done. Feels like he may have outsmarted him there.
Guys, we're going to go to Ultimate Stream for game number 6. You don't want to miss it. We will be right back. We are back, and let's take a look at that trophy.
Man.
is that actually a trophy? Okay, it is a trophy. I was like, is that stuck on the back of the set? All right.
Dude, one of these guys is going to be going home with that tonight.
And the other is going to go home feeling sad and bad. It's kind of crazy. We've got a finals with Larva and Mini. It's extremely close.
Mm-hmm.
Mini, if he wins this next game, it's tied up. If Larva wins the next game, the story ends. And Larva is the ASL season champion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've talked about it for a while that eventually Larva's probably going to win one of these things. But it happened sooner than I thought, assuming that this goes as well as it is.
Well, he is on that match point, and Mini is such an emotional player. Like, we saw him kind of flipping out after that last loss, unfortunately. But we're going into Ultimate Stream, and I'm sure that Mini has something very powerful prepared for this map. It's maybe the most different map in the pool this season. So
he's done a lot of one gate expand. Obviously, the tech is the real flavor added in there that gives the trouble for the Zerg. But can we have proxy gate? Can we have a forge expand? I guess actually he did do one Nexus on 12, but pretty much this tournament's been him. Attacking on one gate and then teching quickly.
Well, Ultimate Stream is a map that...
Will he clip his fingernails? These are the questions we got to ask. I was telling Artosis on the break, like, I want to just have one of Mini's fingernails. Like, just maybe the index finger one. I can tape it to my finger so I can play.
You better...
I think I might start playing better.
Immediately.
Yeah.
For sure.
He gives me his fingernail that he clipped off, and I just put it in like a little wedding ring thing. I close it and bring it home.
That's how you propose one day?
That's how I propose.
So romantic. Oh, my God.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, let's see what happens. As Artosa said, this is a different...
You're so disgusting, tasteless.
I use it when I play games. I put it in my mouth and think about Mini, and then I never lose. I've broken Artosis. Oh, my God. Ultimate Stream for game number 6. Let's see what happens.
Gross.
Got long fingernails, man.
You're so pleased with yourself right now.
I just had to bring it up.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
We were actually talking about this a while ago. That there's actually several pro gamers that had grown their fingernails out.
It was actually pretty normal back in the Kespa days.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they said it was because it felt better on their
the
hands?
keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, Ultimate Stream, cross spawns. Larva likes to take another natural so you can secure 4 bases kind of free. That's what he likes.
I think that's what most Zergs want. Cross spawns, I think is probably better for the Zerg here.
Do you?
If I had to guess. Yeah, I think so.
The only thing that makes me wonder about it is that it's going to be closer for Protoss to attack your 3rd base if you're taking another natural, right? Which I think is probably what Larva will end up doing. So, because I guess I kind of think of it like I think of like a 5-Rex +1 play, right? When a Zerg takes their 3rd base as another main, if it's cross spawns, yeah, you can't attack them easily, but you can attack their expansion much more easily, right? So I kind of think of that here. I don't know if that's going to be something that plays into it.
It's Nexus on 12.
As it should be.
Yeah.
Honestly. It's a long map. It's hard to rush here. And is that something that Larva would do when he's on match point? Like, just gamble that?
Yeah, he's also not a 9-pooler.
He is not
in the
a 9-pooler.
modern play.
Right,
in fact, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see 9-pool get cycled back in, like at the higher level.
Maybe.
9-pool's always been on the ladder. It's one of the oldest builds, but I do wonder that when I see Protoss is just getting away with robbery here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hyper-aggressive Zerg, the thing is, this is a tournament setting, right? Like, on the ladder, as you said, you always get stuff like that. But in, like, the tournament setting, would Mini be doing these builds against Soma or Effort? It probably looked like a little bit different series, I would think.
I would think so.
Whereas Larva definitely is a macro guy. He does not as much want to do the rushes.
But, you know, the more I think about it, like let's say I encountered somebody that was like 300 MMR above me. I think I might do this. You know, I think it's not as likely they're just going to 9 pool. Maybe they do, but trying to get whatever benefits you can get. I'm curious with this build specifically from Mini, because Mini's already known to cut corners, you know, with getting the core fast, but this is already cutting corners by getting the Nexus first. So, like,
dude, Nexus
how
first
many,
in a gateway.
Yeah, not even a...
And gas.
Yeah, so, like, this is on a level that, like, pre-StarCraft 2 Tasteless and even Tasteless from last year would have said is impossible to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's just, it's like, I mean, this is like some Sonic the Hedgehog stuff.
Gotta
go fast, dude. You gotta.
It's just the best catchphrase there's ever
I know.
been. Did he go core before Forge as well? He did.
Oh my god.
So now he's gone Nexus first, Gateway, Gas, Core. Can we get 2
If this was the
Stargates?
development of a human being, this is like a 14-year-old that's already married and has 2 kids. It's like, whoa.
So the Middle Ages is what you're talking about.
That's not what I meant. But
So
yeah.
this is some sort of Middle Ages build. All right.
So this
Got
is a
it.
very sad arranged marriage. I'm like, well, no, that's not exactly what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is...
It's the greediest thing we've ever seen.
Yeah, well, it's just, I mean, I don't even know.
Well, I mean, this
if
is
the
like the
Zerg's
worst
gonna
map for Hydrabus, too, right? Because
Correct.
you have the ramp and everything. So he's like, because cannons would be too strong here, I won't make any.
Yeah, I won't even make the building that makes the cannons.
Well, he'll make that eventually for upgrades. But I guess we'll eventually see a cannon. Yeah, there it is. Do you think that might be too early, that cannon?
Yeah, I think he's really playing like a wuss, man. No,
Oh, you know what? He did it for style points. He made that cannon at 420.
Oh, nice. Dude, it's funny trying to follow these builds Mini's doing. You know, he really... I almost think this is like, his nickname should be like the Cheater Protoss or something, with what he's able to just pull off. We have 22 years of Protosses being terrified of Zergs early on, and just trying to get their stuff to where it needs to be, to then have Mini just get away with so much that it's insane.
Can you imagine if you took Reach and sat him down and had him watch this game?
Yeah.
He wouldn't even know what... He's like, is this StarCraft 2?
No, we get Reach, we put him in a Clockwork Orange chair and open his eyes up and make him watch this. He's just screaming.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Reach was like, at the darkest time of Protoss, he was the best in the world.
In the Jurassic period of StarCraft, he was the best.
There was literally a Star League season where in the top 16 there was one Protoss and it was Reach.
Reach is just screaming. He's saying this is the worst build ever, and then we whisper in his ear, this guy won season 11 of ASL. He's like, no!
It's not as if he's dead or something. I mean, he
No,
could watch the
sure.
match.
If you knew English, you could listen to this cast right now. But wait,
Double Robo?
What?
Of course. Of course, Double Robo.
I feel like Mini has built his meter up enough with weird Protoss builds that this is like his ultimate.
Yeah. Dude, okay, so
he picked the Double Robo special for his ultimate and his fighting game character.
Can we go over the build for a second here?
Yes.
Nexus first. Gate Gas Core. Stargate Cannon. Double Robo.
Oh, showed it. That was embarrassing.
Double Robo. He's got one cannon. This is wild what we're watching here. Now he lets some zealots off at some funny location here to try to walk around everything. The Ling's all coming back. He kind of assumes that there's a drop on the way.
I'm sorry, is there a Spire making? We've spent so much time looking at Protoss here.
I don't know. I don't think so.
The thing is, if there's no Spire and this is Speedlot Reaver, I mean, I don't think Zerg lives.
Yeah,
to put it lightly.
Speedlot Reaver is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Okay, the Zalt's going to come up. I mean, there's enough Hydras here that he doesn't really want to fight that right now.
Now, I don't know if we're going to get to check here. It just depends on what the observer clicks on. But I do want to point out He may end up getting, well, obviously shuttle speed, but maybe Scarab damage.
We have seen that just every now and then against Zerg.
Every now and then, yeah. It's, I don't know. I mean, I could probably just go open up a, not campaign mode, just like a custom game and, like, mess around with it. I don't know how much that impacts splash damage versus Hydras. Hydras die to one direct shot from a Scarab, but I don't know how the Scarab damage upgrade impacts the splash radius.
Works, yeah.
Ah!
Ooh. That would have been disastrous for Mini.
Mini would have just had a flashback of losing that shuttle in the other other game.
All right, he drops off the Reavers here. Getting a bit of damage. Zealots. Look at this. He's trying to get that shuttle.
I'm sorry. How many Reavers are in this game? Does he just have 2 shuttles? Is that what he does? It's like 1 shuttle to stun double?
That's a good question, yeah.
I
think
think
he had a couple more Zealots. Yeah, he had more Zealots in there as well. Okay, well, he is actually wrecking face with these Reavers right now.
Oh, my God.
Dude, he's getting some serious shots off here.
Yeah, well, the thing is especially when speed's done here, there's just so much to interfere with. He's got to be careful. 2 Reavers is better than 1. He's going to have to reload the Reavers.
Okay, going back. He has... I mean, he's got good production going now. What's he got? 4 gates, adding some more.
I'm sorry, this is 5 hatch, and there's no Spire, right?
I believe that is correct.
The thing is, he needs the Zealots to come up here. Gosh, did he miss that charge upgrade?
He got the Citadel like kind of late. He was so busy, with the.
I just feel like it should be done by now. I don't want to be too nitpicky, but
he's the greediest player ever. If it could have been done, it would have been done. There it is. And look at this. Like, is he going to be able to just kill him?
Oh my God, he lost the shuttle. I mean, the Reavers can still be kept alive.
Well, now that the Reavers can't go home, maybe Larva has sealed his own death warrant by killing that shuttle.
You're trapped in here with me. So he's going to get more Zealots to come up. +1's done. Speed's done, which is a very big deal. Again, this was double Robo. I believe he's been producing the whole time. Is that correct? He basically has a foothold outside this area. And with enough mounted pressure, I don't know that Zerg can really, finesse a win here.
4 Reavers now.
Now, keep in mind, Reavers are a little bit stupid when it comes to firing uphill, but apparently not Minis.
No, he's doing a great job connecting with that sunken. The speed lots get on top of absolutely everything. Shuttle's starting to juggle a little bit, but does he even need it? It seems like his Zealots can almost do it on their own. And with those 4 Reavers, he is starting to break through.
Is there no Spire here?
I just feel like
do
not have a Spire.
All right, he's going to have to keep these... okay, that's the injured shuttle, by the way, too. He's going to go for a drop to the main. No.
Turns back around. Wants that drone damage.
Oh, my God.
Some good shots off here onto those Hydras.
Good save. The damage is still coming. I just don't know that Larva can actually stabilize from all this.
No, Larva's got almost no supply left. It's 36 supply.
Oh, my God.
We're going to Game 7.
Game 7, baby.
All right. Ooh. Mini very happy with himself there. Cutting every corner.
He cut so many corners it became a circle.
Became a sphere.
Oh my God, it went 3D.
It went 3D.
It became Da Vinci's perfect circle.
Yes. Larva has to, I mean, he has to be thinking about that game like, wow, if I had done anything aggressive, you're dead.
It's like, oh, it's too bad that I went Hydras and you went double Robo Reaver with speed lots.
Yeah.
The one game I don't go Mutas.
Quite the build.
Yeah.
And you know what? We were
like, too bad I went for fire when you went for water, huh?
Just matters how much fire you have, Tasteless. The sun could boil all of our oceans, okay? Okay, so we laughed about it at the beginning. What if we go to Game 7 and decide this on Fighting Spirit? Well, that is what is going to happen.
Get in the DeLorean. We're going back in time to Fighting Spirit. Mini.
You mean Biff.
Biff
here with his almanac.
With his
he knows all
almanac.
the builds.
He's got his Esports Almanac.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
He knows every single PVZ build
Biff
for the
went
next
back in
200
time
years.
with Liquipedia, knew all the builds.
And this is it for all the marbles. We are going to Fighting Spirit. I can't believe we get a Game 7. This is wonderful.
And, I mean...
We've had so many one-sided finals in ASL.
Oh, yeah. No, a lot of times we get so hyped for the finals, then when it's done, it's like, it's too bad it was 4-1, huh?
Yeah.
That's
it's like Flash and Queen speedrun people. It's it's really tough.
I'm like, I guess we really got to know how much better Queen was than his opponent because it was first to 4 wins.
Yeah.
Emotions so tense here with everybody. I mean, this is just such a back and forth. What a great fight these two have. Both of these guys are on the cutting edge of the matchup. We're having games that just do not look like normal PvZs. And it's going to come down to a map that has literally been the most played map of the game.
Yes. Fighting Spirit. And let's not forget, there's some other things going on in this map. It's very close. If you're horizontal or vertical spawns, you are very close to your opponent.
That's true.
That can make things like the Zealot pressure a lot stronger. Also, those third bases, quite turtleable. Larva's style of taking another natural, very doable here. I don't know what to expect in this final map.
You could also center gate.
My God, if he goes double center gate,
I don't think he will.
Well, he's a real champion.
I don't
if he does.
think he will.
It's time for him to double center gate. You've sold me on it.
One gate on. I mean, one base on this map too. He's got a very tiny ramp.
That's true.
I've seen many do that before on this map. I don't know. I don't think he will. I think he's going to do what he's already done before. Again, that last game cannot be recreated because of the maps we're on. So we just gotta wait.
Yes.
And see what happens here. But you don't really. It won't be double robo again. That's an ultimate stream map.
Yes.
Guys, this is it, man. It's coming down to the final game. Game 7 on Fighting Spirits. Mini versus Larva is going to be settled right here, right now.
So we have Mini in the bottom left. Larva in the top left. Dude, I can't believe the amount of pressure that must be on these two right now. It's been such a close series, and like all the victories have been blowouts as well.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been anything close. So it's like, oh my God. Hey, you know, winning a Star League is the ultimate dream of any StarCraft player.
Yeah, I mean, think of how long this game's been out, how long these guys have played, more than half their lives. And it's all going to come down to a center gate.
Oh my God. It's going to be center 2 gate. It's going to be center 2 gate.
Yeah, of course. There is no center 1 gate, Artosis.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Only against Aaron.
Yeah.
No, the center 2 gate, he has done this a ton, but not this season. We've seen him do this many, many times in ASL over the years. And Larva, he does go pool. This is a 9 pool. How does 9 pool match up against this?
Well, the problem is that, I mean, if he's going to get a pull that fast, I think he might want to get these links. Okay, this...
Just extractor trick, maybe?
No. Oh, no. Okay, yes. Yeah, no. I was going to say, if it's 9 pool speed, then we have a very weird game on our hands. But it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
Just straight up 9 pool.
Couple things. We don't know how many lings are going to be made, right? You can always throw a hatch out here. With the 9 pool, let's keep in mind.
He'll probably make... He's going to make 6 lings, I think.
A lot of times you send those lings out to try to catch the guy who's going Forge or Nexus quick. Because they might not be prepared. the weird thing is, I might be wrong. I think Mini dies. I think on paper Mini loses if Larva gets a sunk.
Yeah.
Up there.
Okay, he gets in there, sees no probes making, a pylon being made. He knows what's up. Down goes the creep colony, but I don't feel like this is 100% auto lose.
It's not over. But now Mini's in a much more complicated, problematic position.
Yeah.
The Lings are going to go by. Now, if he can get one Zealot down here to help.
Oh my God, those Lings going to the main base tasteless.
He's going to make a hatch here too, so he can just counterattack. I think Larva has basically taken.
I think
this.
you're right.
He's playing perfectly. He's got enough Lings to hold this. There's a sunk here.
Oh, Mini is unhappy, and he is not going to like what he sees here with the Zerglings getting up into the probe line. Some good micro so far. Let's see what he can do defensively. There are Zealots on their way back here to help, but he is taking some big damage on some of these probes.
Now, again, the decision tree for both sides gets really, really complicated here. Like, it's really, there's a lot. And by the way, he actually killed off way more Lings than I think Larva should have let. I think Larva kind of did a little bit too much set and forget back there. And with one Zealot here, I mean, oh God, there's so much to unpack here. Okay, first of all, this one Zealot and the probes can actually take on these Lings, okay? And there's more probes for Protoss than there are drones for the Zerg.
God, yeah, look at this. He's running around, targeting down probes as best he can. Some very good micro from Mini. Like, he is pulling a lot of them back, but that is a huge amount of damage.
Okay, so
the 7 drones against 7 probes.
Okay, so that's very good for Larva, but there's a couple of other factors. A, that ramp's blocked. B, the other ramp can be blocked. C, we need to know, can Mini find the hidden hatch? You know there's a hidden hatch right now.
Okay.
You never think, I mean, first of all, if you are on one base, you've already won the game then. Very good control.
The drill, but he targets beautifully. Being as efficient as possible. A couple more Zealots coming up to join these two on the ramp. Is Mini going to be able to hold on here?
This is still possible for the Protoss to win. But again, the threat of the counterattacks once Ling speed is done is a nightmare. Also, Mini needs to get a forge now and make a cannon in his main. He should know that there's a real threat of this. I'm surprised he didn't send one probe out. I guess he doesn't have that many probes to begin with.
Only 7 probes. Makes sense in a way.
He needs to scout this. There is no gas being mined. This is an extremely scrappy game.
He's going to check. He's going to check. Are there Zealots going to 6? That's a pylon.
Oh my God. He only has probes at this base, and I think there's going to be as many Lings as there are. No, actually, there's only 4. I'm sorry. I thought there were 6 Lings here.
Now, what is the play here? Does Mini need to get the forge and a cannon?
Eventually, yeah.
It's just like, but there are 2 hatches. If he starts canning his main, is that a clear victory?
No. This is one of the reasons why I think this actually became less popular now is because it gets so complicated on both sides. So again, it's not over. Protoss is controlling pretty well. He needs to fight these Lings. He needs to get the Zealot back over here.
This is absolute madness. Larva's micro so strong, and now Zergling speed is done. The probe's really getting blown up. Only 5 left over right now. Catches some of those Lings.
Okay, he's going to go for the pylon, but Mini does have Lings over here. It gets pretty tough for the Protoss. He has to defend so many locations. But he needs to get this cannon up, and the problem is the probe count keeps getting reset to the point where I just don't know that he's going to be able to stabilize. I think now Larva's going to get control of the low ground, and then he can take out the pylon. And from there, I think it's unwinnable for Protoss.
It is really looking that way. All these Zealots
he knows.
cleaned out.
You can see Mini's sort of processing the loss, and I'll tell you, man, there's always a little bit of degeneracy when you choose to 2-gate like this. You got to wonder if this was the right call.
Well,
if it would have been better to, maybe try to play a normal game.
Can't play sheepishly, that's for sure. Micron as best he can with his remaining Zealots here. Almost no probes at home.
Oh, look
Takes his hands off, and that is going to be that. Larva, the ASL Season 11 champion.
Unbelievable. He's done it. He's been grinding for so long, and now he is on top of the world. Larva is your ASL champion.
An amazing run from Larva as well. He took down Rush in the round of 8, who's considered the best or second best Terran in the world right now. Then he took down Hero, a formidable ASL finalist Zerg. And now in the finals, you took down the best Protoss player out there against Zerg in Mini. He ran the gamut and came out on top.
And you could see the emotions here with Larva. I mean, how often are you ever going to get a chance to win an ASL? Flash is gone, which makes it a little bit more doable. He was, I think, like a lot of other people, I mean, us included, we did not expect him to be a strong contender for this. When we saw the Final 8, we almost thought of him as a bit of a novelty to be in the top 8. Then he got to the top 4. That was pretty crazy. But now he got to the finals. Clearly, he's the master of ZVP because Mini beat Queen, the 2-time ASL champion. Quick interview, guys. Let's see how Larva's feeling now that he's won Season 11 of the ASL.
그 스토리를 보여준 선수 끝까지 포기하지 않고 오로지 한 길만 바라보고 왔습니다. ASL 목표 수많은 팬들의 응원과 그리고 가족의 응원이 있었기 때문에 끝까지 포기하지 않고 우승을 차지한 ASL 시즌 11의 우승자는 라바 이몽규! 트로피의 주인공이 됐습니다. 얼마나 좀 어렵게 느껴지는 이 트로피. 남들 라이버들은 결승 무대에 올라갔는데 항상 8강, 4강에서 떨어지면서 나는 우승자가 아닌가, 우승자와 거리가 먼 사람인가 그런 고민에 빠졌던 이몽규 선수가 이제 드디어 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 이번 우승을 차지한 이몽규 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이쪽으로 좀 자리해 주시고요. ASL의 역사 시즌 1을 시작으로 이번 시즌까지 정말 힘들게 싸워서 우승을 만들어냈습니다. 2010년 팀에 들어가서 제대로 출격기에도 얻지 못하고 선수들 연습 파트너로 연습을 하다가 또 개인 방송 아프리카 TV에 와서 계속 꿈만 꾸다가 ASL 도전장을 내밀었거든요. 11년 그 역사에 드디어 정점을 찍는 이 순간이 왔습니다. 남들과는 좀 다른 우승일 텐데요. 어떠세요?
일단은 믿기지가 않아요. 제가 게임하면서도 약간 꿈꾸고 있나 약간 이런 생각하면서 계속 게임을 했었는데 일단 모르겠어요. 감정이 좀 오묘하네요. 좀 그동안에 게임했던 것들이 좀 생각나기도 하고 만감이 교차하는 것 같아요. 뭐라고 해야 될지 모르겠습니다.
이 스타 ASL 또 이 멋진 무대에서 오늘 수십만 명의 시청자분들이 지켜봐 주셨고 이몽규 선수의 우승하는 장면을 꾸준히 지켜보셨거든요. 끝까지 포기하지 않고 많은 연습량을 소화하면서 이렇게 우승까지 차지했고 그러면 힘든 순간들이 굉장히 좀 많았을 텐데 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 무엇보다도 뭐 가족분들 그리고 정말 십수년간 좀 사랑해준 팬분들 많이 생각이 날 텐데요. 고마운 분들에게 마음껏 이야기할 수 있는 시간을 드리겠습니다.
네. 일단 정말 뭐 제가 8강에서도 얘기했지만 정말 이렇게 연습하고 떨어지면 정말 세상이 불공평하지 않을까라고 생각을 하면서 이번 결승도 준비를 했었거든요. 그래서 오후 2시에는 뭐 도재욱 선수 그리고 또 오후 6시나 뭐 8시쯤에는 이제 장윤채 선수, 저녁 12시에는 김태경 선수 그리고 또 보충 연습으로 이제 병구 형님과 이제 송병구 선수와 그리고 또 원선재 선수까지 진짜 많은 토스들과 좀 게임을 하면서 자신감에 차 있었는데 오늘 호락호락하지 않았던 것 같아요. 정말 어렵게 이겨가지고 연습을 더 열심히 해야겠다라고 생각이 들었고 또 옆에서 와이프가 많이 이렇게 내조도 해주고 정말 힘 많이 써줬는데 너무 고맙다라고 전하고 싶고 그래도 차재들도 고맙고요. 그래도 모르겠습니다. 다 고마워요.
팬분들 정말 여기서 뭐 하나 정말 멋진 장면 나올 때마다 막 정말 내일같이 응원해 주신 그 수많은 팬분들 수만 분의 팬분들이 계셨기 때문에 또 지금의 이몽규가 탄생된 거 아닙니까? 그분들에게도
일단은 정말 연락이 많이 왔었어요. 연락이 팬분들하고 뭐 시청자분들하고 알고 지냈던 지인분들도 많았었는데 진짜 감정에 좀 휘말리기 싫어서 일부러 카톡도 안 보고 계속 3일 동안 게임을 했었어요. 그래가지고 이 자리를 빌어서 또 앞으로 이제 갚아 나갈 테니까 응원해 주신 만큼 또 갚아 나갈 테니까 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠고 사랑해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
이제 어깨가 좀 많이 무거워질 텐데 이제는 우승자 출신으로서 경기를 좀 이어나가야 되거든요. 앞으로 있을 ASL, 앞으로 있을 리그들에서 어떤 모습 보여줄지 각오 한 말씀도 해주시죠.
매번 ASL 경기를 볼 때마다 시드자들이나 뭐 우승자들 볼 때마다 좀 쉬운 상대들을 좀 많이 골랐던 것 같아요. 하지만 저는 좀 다르게 오히려 더 강한 선수들을 좀 선택하면서 정말 우승자가 뭔지 보여드릴 테니까 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
그리고 끝으로 정말 이몽규 선수에게 좀 중계진을 대표해서 감사하다는 말씀 드리겠습니다. ASL이 이렇게 수많은 팬분들의 사랑을 받고 이 멋진 무대가 만들어지고 거기다 힘이 실리는 데는 지금까지 이렇게 많은 노력을 해준 선수분들이 있었기 때문에 좀 이렇게 더 많은 사랑을 받지 않나 그런 생각이 좀 들거든요. 앞으로도 멋진 모습 그리고 팬분들에게 감동을 선사하는 그런 모습 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 네, 자 그럼 자리해 주시고 이제 시상식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. ASL 시즌 11 하식스와 LG 울트라기어와 함께하고 있습니다. 이번 시즌 유독 멋진 경기들이 많이 나왔거든요. 그리고 결승 무대까지도 선수들이 정말 많은 시간, 수천 시간 준비하면서 이런 멋진 드라마를 만들어냈습니다. 다시 한번 ASL에 참가하고 최선을 다해준 선수들에게 감사드릴 말씀을 여기서 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자 먼저 준우승 부분의 시상이 있겠습니다. 이번 시즌 시상에는요. 아프리카TV e스포츠 게임 콘텐츠 사업 부분의 최정원 부분장직께서 수고를 해주시겠습니다. 자 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 이제 프로게이머 좀 선배로서 또 이렇게 이몽규 선수가 이 바닥부터 시작을 해서 최정상까지 올라가는 모습 지켜보셨는데요. 선배로서 한 말씀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 프로게이머를 한지 이제 너무 오래됐으니까 사실 프로게이머 짧게 이제 너무 오래됐는데 그 선수들이 ASL 진행하면서 벌써 11번째 시즌이 됐고 그 새로운 스토리가 계속해서 이 ASL 내에서도 다시 계속해서 쓰여진다는 생각이 들어서 그게 정말 기쁘고요. 이렇게 새로운 스토리를 만들어준 우리 BJ분들, 선수분들에게 너무 감사하고 또 제작진분들이 이렇게 잘 만들어주고 또 중계진분들 그리고 함께 응원해주시는 우리 유저 여러분들 계속해서 ASL이 이런 새로운 스토리를 만들어갈 수 있도록 많은 응원 그리고 많은 저희들도 노력 많이 하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
ASL 시즌 11 이 적의 강세를 뚫고 결승 무대까지 올라와서 마지막 세트까지 최선을 다해준 준우승자를 호명해 보도록 하겠습니다. 불러보겠습니다. 미니 변현재. 정말 멋진 활약. 이 변현재 프로토스의 신드롬을 좀 보여주면서요. 이번 결승 무대까지 올라왔습니다. 정말 아쉽게 한 끗 차이로 패배를 했습니다만 다음 시즌이 더욱더 기대가 되는 선수죠. 변현재 선수에게도 많은 노력 다시 한번 감사하다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 앞으로도 멋진 활약, 팬분들의 감동을 선사하는 선수가 되어주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 그리고 시상을 도와주신 최정원 부문장님께도 다시 한번 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 이어서 우승 시상이 있겠습니다. ASL이 만들어지고 또 이 선수들에게 꿈의 무대를 선사해 주신 정말 고마우신 분이시죠. 아프리카TV 서수길 대표이사님을 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 대표님을 모셔서 이야기를 나눠보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 대표님, 그 어느 때보다도 오늘 뜻깊고 그리고 정말 이 아프리카 개인 방송을 시작으로 해서 이 선수가 발전해서 우승까지 차지하는 모습을 직접 현장에서 지켜보셨거든요. 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
우선 이렇게 현장에 저는 있었는데 우리 스타팬 우리 유저분들과 같이 경기장에 못 있다는 게 우선 제일 마음이 아프고 빨리 상황이 좋아져서 우리 경기장에 같이 모여서 응원했으면 좋겠습니다. 우리 하이미 아빠 정말 너무 이번 시즌 놀라울 정도의 기세와 실력으로 올라와서 경기 중에도 제가 너무 놀랬고 정말 축하하고 변현재 선수도 야, 그 표정 가지고 끝까지 이기고 올라오는 게 너무 대단했는데 오늘 명경기를 펼쳐준 우리 두 선수한테 너무 고맙습니다. 그리고 다시 한번 우리 ASL이 시즌 11 또 계속 가능하게 해준 에너지 드링크 핫6 LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터 여러분 사랑해 주시고 또 뒤에 있는 또 멸망전 또 계속된 대회 다음 ASL도 여러분 계속 많은 응원과 사랑 후원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
다시 한번 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다. 핫6와 LG 울트라 기어가 함께한 ASL 시즌 11 대망의 우승자를 불러보도록 하겠습니다. 인간 승리 드라마를 만들어내면서 11년 만에 우승을 차지한 선수죠. 불러보겠습니다. 라바 이몽규. 정말 많은 노력을 하면서 이 무대에 올라왔습니다. 처음으로 진출한 결승 무대에서 강력한 프로토스 변현재 선수를 잡아내면서 드디어 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 우승을 차지한 이몽규 선수에게는 3천만 원의 상금이 주어지겠습니다. 다시 한번 멋진 감동의 드라마를 선사한 이몽규 선수에게 감사하다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 앞으로도 더 멋진 활약, 더 멋진 경기를 보여주면서 많은 팬분들 가슴 속에 감동을 선사하는 선수로 자리매김하길 바라겠습니다. 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 꾸준히 ASL을 이어질 수 있도록 많은 도움을 주고 계신 서수규 대표님께도 다시 한번 깊은 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다, 대표님. 그리고 항상 노력해준 이몽규 선수에게도 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 이번 시즌의 모든 경기가 마무리가 됐습니다. 이번 시즌은 유독 최선을 다하는 경기들 그리고 역대급 경기들이 나왔다는 말씀을 좀 드리고요. 앞으로도 이 선수들의 노력은 계속될 거라고 생각을 합니다. 이 좋은 무대, 멋진 경기에 수많은 팬분들을 모시고 함께 할 수 있는 그런 시간을 마련하고 싶었는데요. 그게 잘 안 돼서 다시 한번 죄송하다는 말씀을 드리고요. 그리고 이렇게 멋진 무대에서 선수들이 최선을 다하는 경기를 펼칠 수 있도록 항상 고민하고 노력한 제작진 그리고 이 선수들의 땀방울까지 담기 위해서 또 마지막까지 최선을 다해준 카메라팀 그리고 연출팀 여러 팀들에게 감사하다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 저희는 여기서 인사드리고요. 이제 곧 펼쳐질 스타 멸망전 그리고 스타팀 리그로 돌아올 것을 약속드리면서 저희는 물러가도록 하겠습니다. 마지막에 주인공은 바로 이몽규 선수죠. 이몽규 선수의 트로피 세레머니로 막을 내리도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 고맙습니다.
Guys, thank you again for joining us for this ASL Finals. We are going to have that King of the Hill match coming up. Check out our Patreon at patreon.com/ASL English for more information.
That's right, guys. Thank you so much again for supporting the ASL. We will be back with more, and congratulations to Larva for his first championship victory.